The scene opens at the airport a month ago. Kyan Lim is about to leave, wearing a mask as he arrives. As soon as he reaches the airport, the public around him begins to notice him. Among them, a girl excitedly points him out, recognizing that it is Kyan Lim. Hearing this, he explains to himself that he is still just an 18th-tier unpopular star, yet unexpectedly, people begin gathering around him. Soon, more and more people start calling out to him and asking for autographs. He turns back in confusion, wondering what is going on with all these people. In his thoughts, he admits that he did not expect to be greeted by so many at the airport. The crowd grows thicker around him, and he keeps urging them not to push and to be careful. While trying to manage the situation, he notices that there is a pregnant woman among the crowd. Near that pregnant woman, another girl is standing. By chance, that girl's arm pushes the pregnant woman, causing her to fall to the ground. The woman cries out in pain, clutching her stomach. Kyan internally explains that he was trying to calm the fans down at that moment, while the woman continues crying that it hurts and calling out for her baby in distress. However, despite what actually happens, the situation takes a different turn. Unexpectedly, the incident goes viral on social media. It becomes a trending topic that Kyan Lim turns a blind eye to fans crowding the airport and knocking down a pregnant woman. Later, he is seen reading these updates on social media. As he scrolls through the comments, he bitterly thinks that it is ridiculous, yet he cannot help but look whenever his name appears in hot searches. Deep down, he hopes that both the pregnant woman and her baby are safe, believing that otherwise it would not be any different from killing someone. At the same time, harsh comments flood the screen, saying that the fans are as bad as the idol, telling Kyan Lim to get out of showbiz, calling him shameful, and even cursing at him. Unable to bear it, he insists to himself that it is not true. At that moment, he suddenly snaps back to reality and notices a girl standing in front of him, holding a mobile phone. She asks if he is the same person trending on the hot search. Startled, he quickly hides his face behind his phone and tells her that she has the wrong person. Without waiting, he tries to run away from there. While running, he accidentally bumps into another man and falls to the floor. The man in front of him immediately apologizes for knocking him down and offers to help him up by extending his hand. He then asks if Kyan is okay. Looking at him, Kyan feels that the man seems familiar, as if he has seen him somewhere before. The man begins to say something further, but Kyan quickly lowers his cap to hide his face and responds that he is fine. Without lingering, he leaves the place. After a while, the plane is already in the air. Kyan is seated inside, and as he falls asleep, he begins to dream. In his dream, voices surround him, telling him to get out of showbiz and questioning how someone like him can still live in this world. The voices continue, saying they have heard that his father even went to jail and insulting his entire family. Countless hands seem to crowd around him, pushing him away and telling him to get lost. Suddenly, he wakes up from his sleep. As he regains consciousness, he hears the announcement that the plane is about to land at Meridian Airport and that passengers should fasten their seatbelts. Sitting there, he looks visibly shaken, frightened, and short of breath, unable to shake off the lingering fear from his dream. Kyan tightens his seatbelt, still unsettled from the dream. After a moment, he suddenly takes out his mobile phone. A new message appears. It is from Yeonwon. In the message, Yeon says that he is going to Meridian on business for 2 days and tells Kyan to stay home and wait for him. Reading those words, Kyan's heart sinks. He feels a deep sadness rising inside him, and in his thoughts, he admits that he misses Yeon so much and wants to see him badly right now. The scene shifts to Meridian, where the surroundings look calm and beautiful. 2 boys are walking together, Nevin and Yeonwon. As they walk, Yeon casually suggests that if Nevin wants, they can come here together for a vacation sometime in the future. Nevin immediately responds by telling him to stop joking and insists that Yeon should bring Kyan instead, since they are a loving couple, while he has no intention of becoming a third wheel. Hearing that, Yeon agrees lightly, saying that it will be as Nevin wishes. Then the conversation shifts. Nevin brings up Kyan's recent incident, saying that Kyan must be very upset right now after what happened, especially since it was not his fault. Yoan, confused, asks what incident he is talking about. Nevin reacts with surprise, questioning whether Kyan did not tell him anything. He then explains that some fans had gathered at the airport the day before yesterday to greet Kyan, and during the chaos, a pregnant woman was accidentally knocked down and hospitalized. He adds that it is still unknown how she's doing. After explaining everything, Nevin looks at Yoan and wonders if something has happened between him and Kyan, questioning why Kyan would not share such a big matter with him otherwise. Yoan quietly responds that Kyan has always been like that, someone who hides everything from him. Hearing this, Nevin gently clings to him and suggests that maybe Kyan is simply too busy, especially since it is a difficult time for him. He reassures Yoan that he is the closest person Kyan trusts and that Kyan will tell him everything when he is ready. As Yoan looks at him, his phone suddenly rings. It is Kyan calling. He answers the call, and on the other side, Kyan asks what he's doing. Unseen by them, Kyan is actually nearby, hiding and watching the two of them. In his mind, he questions Yoan's earlier words, wondering why he had said it was a business trip and why he is with Nevin again. On the call, Yoan hesitates briefly before replying that he is with a client. Hearing this, Kyan internally calls him a liar. Yoan then brings up the incident, saying that he has heard about what happened and asks how Kyan is doing and whether he is okay. Kyan responds honestly, admitting that he is not okay at all, and then quietly confesses that he misses him. Hearing this, Yoan replies that he misses him too and promises that he'll come to him after finishing his work. At that moment, as they continue walking, Nevin suddenly stumbles and is about to fall. Yoan quickly catches him. While doing so, Yoan tells Kyan over the phone that he still has some work to do and that he will hang up first. The call ends abruptly. After ending the call, Yoan immediately asks Nevin if he is okay and whether he got hurt. Nevin reassures him that he is fine, though he admits that he has sprained his ankle and calls himself clumsy for falling even on a flat surface. Yoan gently holds his face, checking on him. Nevin apologizes repeatedly, saying that he is sorry for interrupting his call with Kyan. In response, Yoan tells him that he is being silly and that it is not his fault at all. He then insists on taking him to the hospital. All of this unfolds while Kyan stands hidden behind them, silently watching. His expression is blank, yet his mouth is bleeding. Kyan Lim, who was born with no sense of pain, cannot feel even the slightest bit of physical pain, yet at this moment, something inside him hurts far more than anything his body could ever register. Kyan stands there, still shaken, when his phone suddenly rings. It is a call from his manager, Mr. Lee. Quickly wiping the tears from his eyes, he answers the call. On the other end, Mr. Lee angrily demands to know where he has been, saying that he has called him dozens of times and asking if he realizes that everyone has been looking for him. He scolds him further, accusing him of running away after getting into such a mess. Kyan immediately tries to explain, insisting that it is not what his manager thinks. He reveals that the woman who was knocked down was not even pregnant. As he continues, he explains that the woman had been holding a framed picture of Nevin and that she is actually one of Nevin's fans who deliberately dressed up as a pregnant woman just to frame him. Hearing this, Mr. Lee is shocked and repeats in disbelief that the woman is not pregnant. Kyan confirms it firmly and says that he will settle everything later when they meet. However, the manager quickly shifts back to business. He informs Kyan that he must attend the offline event scheduled for the next night, where he is supposed to represent a brand he endorses. He warns him that if he messes up again, he could be completely cancelled. Kyan responds with determination, saying that he will immediately book a return flight ticket and assures him not to worry, promising that he will be there on time. The next scene moves to the event. The atmosphere is lively as the host announces that the brand's spokesperson, Kyan Lim, is coming up next. The announcement continues, asking the audience to welcome him as he prepares to sing a song for them. Kyan walks onto the stage, holding the microphone. He introduces himself and says that he is going to sing a song for everyone. But before he can begin properly, voices from the audience start rising. One man rudely comments that he is a terrible singer and tells him to get out. Others join in, angrily questioning how he still has the nerve to show his face there and calling him shameless. They accuse him of performing and making money while the pregnant woman is still in the hospital. The hostility quickly escalates. The crowd begins to shout at him to get out of showbiz, cursing at him and throwing things toward the stage. Amid the chaos, someone throws a tin can that hits Kyan on the head. The impact makes him dizzy. His vision starts to blur, and he feels unwell. Unable to stand properly, he slowly collapses onto the floor, thinking to himself that he does not feel well. In the midst of the confusion, a man rushes forward, pushing through the crowd while shouting for others to watch out. He quickly reaches Kyan and pulls him into a protective embrace. Kyan's vision fades as his eyes begin to close, and he loses consciousness. The man holding him anxiously asks if he is all right and whether he is okay. In his fading awareness, Kyan has a faint, drifting thought, wondering who this unfamiliar yet somehow familiar person is. The man holds him firmly in his arms. There is a subtle scent of cedarwood surrounding him, something calm and reassuring. After some time, Kyan regains a bit of awareness. He now finds himself lying on a hospital bed. A woman stands beside him, calling out to him. Gradually, his eyes open, bringing him back to consciousness. When Kyan opens his eyes, he sees his mother standing beside him. Kyan Lim hears her voice filled with relief as she says that he is finally awake. Still weak, he looks at her in confusion and wonders why she is there, softly calling her mom. His mother explains that she received a call from the hospital informing her that he had fainted, and she became worried that something serious had happened. Kyan reassures her, saying that she should not worry because he is fine. In his thoughts, however, he feels a quiet warmth, realizing that she came as soon as she heard about him, which makes him believe that she still cares about him. Just then, the doctor enters the room. Mr. Lim is addressed as the doctor informs him that his body is not in good condition and asks whether he has recently suffered a strong blow to the back of his head. Kyan replies that something like that did happen a while ago, explaining that he had lost his footing on the stairs and fallen. A brief memory flashes through his mind. In that moment, a girl had been asking him why his head was bleeding so much and remarking that it must be painful. Yet he had simply smiled and replied that he was fine. Reflecting on it now, he realizes again that he has no sense of pain and had only noticed the bleeding after his assistant pointed it out. The doctor continues, explaining seriously that according to the test results, there is pooling blood in his brain that has begun to compress his nerves. He warns that if Kyan does not undergo surgery, it could lead to various consequences, some of which may not be life-threatening, while others could be fatal. Hearing this, Kyan apologizes lightly and says that he has been very busy lately. He adds that he will have the surgery once he is free. The doctor immediately objects, telling him that his health is the most important thing and questioning whether his work is more important than his own life. Before the doctor can continue, Kyan's mother interrupts firmly, saying that her son has already said he will undergo surgery after finishing his work and asks the doctor to leave because they still have something to discuss. The doctor sighs, showing frustration, but agrees and tells them to make it quick before leaving the room. Once they are alone, Kyan again reassures his mother not to worry, insisting that he is fine and that the doctor is simply exaggerating the situation. His mother responds calmly, saying that it is just a surgery and that he will surely be fine. Then, after a slight pause, she admits that she actually has something to discuss with him. She reveals that his father had swindled $3 lakh some time ago, and now the debtors have come to their house. She explains helplessly that his younger brother still needs to attend college, and she does not know what to do. Kyan looks at her in shock. His mother continues, saying that she knows celebrities make a lot of money, so such an amount should be nothing to him. She asks if he can pay off his father's debt. Hearing this, Kyan feels a sudden heaviness in his chest. He looks at her with disbelief and asks if she came here just to tell him this. His mother quickly denies it, saying that of course she is also concerned about him. However, she continues, adding that since he is a public figure and a role model for fans, he should behave better. In her words, she implies that he should educate his fans and questions how he could allow such chaos to happen, mentioning the pregnant woman incident and the criticism online. She admits that it hurts her to see him being attacked by netizens, but also says that there is no smoke without fire and that he should reflect on why people are targeting him instead of others. At that point, Kyan cuts her off, saying that it is enough. He agrees to transfer the money and asks which account he should send it to. Then, with a cold tone, he says that he is going to rest and asks her to leave once she is done. His mother accepts it, telling him to get some rest and that she will leave. As she walks out of the room, Kyan quietly calls out to her. In a low voice, he admits that sometimes he truly doubts whether he is her biological son. The next day, the same man who had saved Kyan appears in the hospital hallway. Mr. Gu is walking while taking a call. On the other side, someone reminds him about a morning meeting, but he replies that he has something to handle and instructs them to postpone it until the afternoon. The person on the call hesitates, but has no choice except to agree. After ending the call, he walks into Kyan's hospital room. However, the room is empty. Only a nurse is there, making the bed. She politely asks how she can help him. Mr. Gu asks about the patient, and the nurse informs him that the patient has already been discharged. At the same time, on social media, Kyan Lim makes a shocking announcement. He posts that from now on he will officially quit the entertainment industry. The reactions flood in instantly. Some people mock him, saying that he is just creating hype for attention again. Others challenge him, telling him to quit properly if he has the courage and not to return after a few days. Another comment harshly declares that the entertainment industry would be better off without him. More voices simply tell him to get lost. Time passes, and a month later, the atmosphere is completely different. Kyan is now standing quietly in a kitchen. The once glamorous idol life feels distant. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door, followed by the sound of the doorbell ringing. Kyan walks toward the door, responding that he is coming, as he reaches out to open it.
Cộng hòa 5.
When Kyan opens the door, he finds Mr. Gu standing outside. Kyan Lim, unable to see clearly, asks who it is. As Mr. Gu looks at him, he silently recognizes him as Kyan. Kyan, sensing the silence, asks why he is not speaking and then explains that he cannot see now and that his hearing is also fading. Without another word, Mr. Gu steps forward and pulls him into his arms. Startled, Kyan asks what he is doing. In a calm and reassuring tone, Mr. Gu tells him not to be afraid and assures him that he is not a bad person. At that moment, Kyan catches a familiar scent. In his thoughts, he realizes that it is the smell of cedarwood, the same scent from the man who saved him that day. He begins to understand that this is the same person and wonders why he has come to see him now. With a quiet, empty feeling inside, he reflects that he has nothing left to lose anymore, so there is nothing for him to be afraid of. Gently, Mr. Gu leads him inside and helps him lie down on the bed. Holding his hand, he asks how he got hurt. Kyan, however, cannot hear what he is saying and realizes this in his thoughts. Mr. Gu sighs softly, then places his hand on Kyan's forehead and tells him to stay still and wait for him. He then turns and leaves. Kyan watches him leave and, despite everything, finds himself thinking that the man is very gentle. Almost instinctively, he raises his hand as if to stop him, but he cannot. After a few minutes, Mr. Gu returns, having removed his coat and carrying a first aid kit. Kyan slowly sits up and reaches out, catching his hand. He asks where he had gone, then quickly lets go and apologizes, explaining that he cannot see and his hearing is poor, and that it is not that he doubts him. Mr. Gu holds his hand firmly and reassures him again not to be afraid. He begins to treat Kyan's wounds carefully, applying ointment to his hand. While doing so, he asks if it hurts. Kyan, sensing the touch, realizes that his hand has been injured. In his thoughts, he calmly notes that it is nothing serious, saying that he does not feel any pain and that it will heal in a few days. Hearing this, Mr. Gu suddenly pulls him into a gentle embrace and promises that he will not let him get hurt again. Kyan cannot hear his words clearly, but he feels the warmth of the moment. Deep inside, he wishes that he could hear his voice properly. After a moment, Mr. Gu takes something out of his pocket, a plum candy. He offers it to Kyan and places it gently into his mouth. As the taste spreads, Kyan pauses. In his thoughts, he realizes that it is the familiar flavor of his favorite childhood plum candy, and the memory lingers softly within him. Kyan suddenly begins to sob. Mr. Gu immediately pulls him into a gentle embrace and, with concern, asks why he is crying, urging him that it is enough and that he should not cry anymore. In his thoughts, Kyan Lim reflects on everything that has happened since then. He realizes that this man whose face he has never even seen clearly has always been there for him. He remembers how Mr. Gu puts him to sleep, cooks for him, and takes him out for walks. Slowly, he has become increasingly dependent on him, to the point that he feels he can no longer bear to leave this world. One day, Mr. Gu is in the kitchen, busy cooking, when he suddenly hears something fall. Alarmed, he calls out to Kyan and rushes to check on him. In the washroom, he finds Kyan collapsed on the floor while trying to shower. Kyan apologizes weakly, explaining that he just slipped and fell. Without hesitation, Mr. Gu lifts him into his arms. Kyan insists that he is fine, trying to brush it off, but Mr. Gu firmly tells him that he cannot see right now and could get seriously hurt in the shower, instructing him to simply obey. He carefully helps Kyan sit in the bathtub, then gently takes his hand and places it over his own eyes, telling him that he can cover them if he wants and asking him to trust him. Kyan, though embarrassed, understands what he means. In his thoughts, he admits that he is fully aware of how unsightly his body has become, yet this man always finds a way to remove his awkwardness and embarrassment. Mr. Gu begins to wash him carefully, tending to him with patience and care. Kyan quietly thanks him. In his heart, his gratitude deepens as he silently expresses thanks for appearing in his most lost, embarrassing, and helpless moments, for showing him what it feels like to be cherished. A soft sigh escapes him. Noticing something in his expression, Mr. Gu gently asks if he has something to say. At that moment, a memory from a month ago resurfaces. In that memory, the doctor had told him that the surgery, along with post-operation recovery, would cost around $2 lakh and that he needed to decide soon, otherwise the best time for treatment might pass. Back then, Kyan had calculated everything in his mind. After paying for contract termination, most of his remaining savings had already been taken by his mother. He had wondered what someone like him could even do, even if he were cured. In the end, he had simply thanked the doctor and said that he would consider it. The memory fades. Back in the present, Mr. Gu leans closer and gently presses a kiss onto Kyan's forehead. He then softly suggests that they should go see a doctor, reminding him that he still has a long way ahead and expressing his desire to stay with him forever. Hearing this, Kyan looks toward him. In his heart, a fragile hope begins to form. He wonders if he still has a chance to cure his illness. More than anything, he finds himself wishing that he could see this man's face. Slowly, he lifts his hand and touches Mr. Gu's face with his fingers, trying to feel the person who has become his light in the darkness. Mr. Gu takes Kyan Lim to the hospital. Inside the consultation room, the doctor begins by referring to Kyan as his friend, but Mr. Gu immediately corrects her, firmly stating that Kyan is his lover. As he says this, he looks at Kyan with quiet seriousness. The doctor clears her throat awkwardly and apologizes before continuing. She explains that in Kyan's case, the pooling blood in his brain is compressing the intracranial nerves, which is causing both his vision and hearing impairments. She adds that she is only 20% confident about performing the surgery, and even if it succeeds, it may not restore his sight. Kyan cannot clearly hear what the doctor is saying, but from the way Mr. Gu tightly holds his hand, he understands that his condition must be serious. After that, Mr. Gu takes him from one hospital to another, searching for better options, but there is little to no progress. Kyan feels a quiet sadness, yet at the same time, he finds a strange sense of peace. In his heart, he admits that even if his life is nearing its end, he is grateful to have met someone so kind to him in his final moments. Later, back at home, Mr. Gu prepares food for him and personally feeds him with care. Kyan gently holds his hand and thanks him. A faint smile appears on his face, soft and sincere. After some time, Mr. Gu receives a phone call. On the other end, his assistant informs him that they've found Dr. Mark, who is currently in Ballstead attending a brain surgery conference and is expected to return later that afternoon. Hearing this, Mr. Gu immediately instructs them to stall him, saying that he is coming over right away. The assistant agrees. Kyan, sensing the urgency, asks what is happening. Mr. Gu tells him that he needs to go out and explains that Dr. Mark is an international brain surgeon who might be able to cure him. He gently places his hand on Kyan's head and promises that he will bring the doctor back, adding that he will return by tomorrow at the latest. Because Kyan cannot hear well, Mr. Gu takes extra time holding his hand and slowly writing the message so he can understand. Only then does Kyan realize that he will be away for a whole day. Kyan agrees quietly, telling him to go ahead. In his thoughts, he reasons that since Mr. Gu has been by his side for so long, he must have something important to do, and he does not want to become a burden. Still, Mr. Gu suggests arranging a caregiver for him while he is away. Hearing this, Kyan is startled. The idea of a stranger staying with him makes him uncomfortable, so he refuses, saying that he can manage on his own and does not want anyone else there. In response, Mr. Gu pulls him into a tight embrace and reassures him that it is all right, promising not to force it. He gently tells him not to be afraid and asks him to wait for his return. And then, after he leaves, time passes. Kyan is later seen walking alone on the road. His steps are slow and uncertain. From the front, a bus approaches, moving steadily toward him. Kyan later recalls that the next day, when he notices that Mr. Gu has not returned, he decides to wait for him at the gate. However, instead of staying there, he unknowingly walks onto the road. At that moment, a bus is approaching from the front. Unable to see properly, he does not react in time and is struck. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu is arriving nearby in a car. His assistant informs him that they have reached, and he acknowledges it. But as he casually looks out of the window, his expression freezes. On the road ahead, he sees Kyan lying helplessly, his body covered in blood. On the ground, Kyan Lim feels something wet and, in his fading consciousness, wonders if he is bleeding. Mr. Gu rushes out of the car without hesitation and runs to him. He gathers Kyan into his arms, his voice breaking as he tells him not to be afraid and promises to take him to the hospital, repeating that everything will be all right. As Kyan lies in his arms, he recognizes that familiar scent once again, the scent of cedarwood. In his thoughts, he realizes that he has come back. Mr. Gu is crying openly now. With the last of his strength, Kyan lifts his hand and touches his face. He gently tells him not to cry and, with a faint softness, remarks that he must be someone good-looking. Mr. Gu, unable to hold back his emotions, responds that it is too bad because Kyan will not get the chance to see him. A quiet stillness follows. Kyan, with a fading voice, expresses his gratitude and says goodbye. Mr. Gu continues to cry, calling out to him desperately, but Kyan's consciousness slips away. The scene suddenly shifts. An alarm begins to buzz loudly. Kyan wakes up. Disoriented, he looks around himself, carefully observing his surroundings. Slowly, realization begins to dawn on him as he recognizes the place. In disbelief, he notes that it is the apartment where he lived 5 years ago. Confusion fills his mind. He wonders if he should not already be dead and questions why he is here, asking himself if this is a dream. To test it, he pinches his cheek. When he feels nothing, he concludes that it must be a dream. But almost immediately, he corrects himself, remembering that he was born without the sense of pain. Just then, his phone rings. He picks it up and stares at it in surprise, recognizing it as the old phone he once bought secondhand for $200, a phone he had long since replaced. The call is from Mr. Lee. On the call, Lee tells him to meet at Café Barshay at 3 p.m. to sign the contract and reminds him to be on time. Kyan processes the words slowly. In his thoughts, he repeats Lee's name and questions the mention of a contract. Something feels off. He quickly checks the date on his phone. It reads August 27, 2016. His eyes widen as realization strikes. That is the exact day he signed with Platinum Entertainment 5 years ago. At that moment, he understands. He has truly been brought back in time. Later, at 3 p.m., he arrives at the cafe. From a distance, someone calls out to him. It is Mr. Lee. Kyan walks over and greets him politely. Lee looks slightly surprised and asks why he is suddenly being so polite, telling him to just call him Lee. He casually offers to buy him something to drink. But Kyan declines, saying that there is no need and that they should get straight to business. Lee agrees, though inwardly he finds it strange, wondering why this young man seems like a completely different person after only 2 days. He then takes out the contract documents and hands them over, reminding Kyan that he had already explained the terms before and suggesting that he read them carefully. As Kyan looks at the papers, a cold realization settles in his mind. He remembers clearly now this is the man who deceived him in his previous life, the one who lured him into joining Platinum Entertainment with promises of fame and fortune. Kyan explains in his thoughts that at that time, his father had accumulated a large amount of gambling debt. Because of that, he had been forced to drop out of school and start working to help repay it. However, he had been too young and poorly educated, which meant that no one was willing to hire him. Across the table, Mr. Lee reminds him that he is giving him a rare opportunity. He adds that since Kyan's situation is difficult, he can even live in the artist's apartment if he signs the contract. Hearing this, Kyan Lim reflects on the past. He realizes that this was exactly why he had fallen for Hanson Lee's offer back then, because he had been desperate, wanting to grab even the smallest bit of hope. But that hope had turned out to be nothing but a trap. Suddenly, a memory from his past flashes before him. In that memory, Mr. Lee is angrily grabbing him and scolding him for refusing to have dinner with Mr. Ling, accusing him of ruining a valuable opportunity to become the male lead. Kyan had responded firmly that he wanted to rely on his own strength and not sell his body. Mr. Lee had mocked him, gripping his face and questioning what strength he even had besides his looks. He had told him to make use of it while he still could, warning that once he grew older, no one would give him another chance. In that moment, Kyan had finally understood the truth that Mr. Lee had never intended to train him at all. He had only seen him as a tool, a product to be traded for profit. Even Platinum Entertainment had been nothing more than a shady company. The memory fades. Back in the present, Kyan calmly pushes the contract papers back toward Mr. Lee and apologizes, stating that he will not be signing the contract. Mr. Lee is immediately shocked and demands to know why. He questions whether Kyan is facing some kind of problem or if he is dissatisfied with the terms, insisting that anything can be discussed and resolved. But Kyan replies firmly that nothing is wrong, he simply does not feel like signing it anymore. Hearing this, Mr. Lee loses his temper. He stands up abruptly and slams his hand on the table, causing the tea placed nearby to fall. He raises his voice, telling Kyan that he does not realize how rare such an opportunity is and that he had high hopes for him. Kyan glances at the spilled tea, remaining calm. Mr. Lee continues, insisting that if he signs the contract, his future will be bright and promising. Kyan then stands up and, with quiet resolve, tells him that he can save those words to deceive someone else. Enraged, Mr. Lee grabs his arm and demands to know what he means, accusing him of playing games. Kyan turns back and replies coldly that he does not remember making any promises to him. He then warns him to let go, otherwise he will call the police. Hearing this, Mr. Lee is forced to release him. Without looking back, Kyan walks away. Behind him, Mr. Lee continues shouting, but the sound fades as the door closes. As Kyan steps outside, he reflects quietly that compared to 5 years ago, everything is still intact and unchanged. This time, he will not be foolish enough to go against fate blindly. The scene then shifts to the headquarters of the Gu Group. Gu Group headquarters is calm and imposing. Inside his office, Mr. Gu sits in his chair, reading through a stack of documents. In front of him, a young boy suddenly bursts into laughter. Annoyed, Mr. Gu slams his hand on the table and warns him not to call him that again, threatening that if he does, he will call his elder brother. The boy replies that he cannot, explaining that he had gone racing overseas and someone tried to beat him up, and now that he has just returned from abroad, he cannot go home. He says he can only rely on Mr. Gu now. Mr. Gu tells him to shut up, but the boy refuses, saying he is hungry after just getting off the plane and it is almost noon. So he asks Mr. Gu to take him for lunch and help him. He requests him to help him, calling himself poor. Meanwhile, in a garden, Kyan Lim sits on a bench and sighs. He thinks that with only a few dollars left, he can only sleep on a bench today and hopes he will find a job soon. He notes that steamed buns cost only $2, so he can survive a few more days. He then recalls a memory from his past life, where Mr. Gu is feeding him and telling him to eat slowly. Kyan wonders how he is doing after leaving. At the same time, the young boy is holding a bag and calling out for someone named Faye to wait for him. Mr. Gu is walking ahead while the boy complains that he is being sent away with snacks and his stomach is protesting. The boy lists expensive foods he wants to eat, including pepper salt crayfish, spicy rabbit head, and steamed hairy crab. Mr. Gu refuses, saying he has a meeting and cannot have a feast. The boy tells him not to waste time on meetings and mentions rumors outside, saying people claim Mr. Gu is sexually frigid and incapable. Mr. Gu turns back and tells him to shut up. The boy continues talking about his past relationships, saying that during his junior high love, Mr. Gu was single. During his first breakup, Mr. Gu was single, and even when he was cheated on, Mr. Gu was still single, insisting he cannot continue like this. However, Mr. Gu seems distracted and suddenly looks toward Kyan Lim sitting on the bench. The boy asks where he is going, but Mr. Gu walks toward Kyan. Kyan is holding a bun and thinking that he did not even get a proper look at the man or learn his name, and wonders when he will meet him again. Mr. Gu approaches him and looks at him curiously, while Kyan also looks back. The boy follows and wonders if Mr. Gu is actually smiling. Mr. Gu extends his hand toward Kyan. Before anything happens, the boy clings to him and asks what is wrong with him, asking if he has been possessed. Because of this sudden interruption, the bun in Kyan's hand falls to the ground. Kyan looks at it and says that his lunch has fallen and bends down to pick it up. The boy says that Mr. Gu must have startled him with his perverted stare, which caused him to drop it. Kyan corrects him, saying it is not a bun but a steamed bun, and thinks that it is obvious he got startled by the boy's loud voice. Kyan bends down to pick up his dropped bun from the floor, but Mr. Gu also crouches down at the same time and tells him that it is dirty now and cannot be eaten anymore, while looking directly into his eyes. Under that gaze, Kyan becomes lost in thought, fixating on his voice and silently wondering about him. The little boy standing nearby watches the scene in disbelief. He thinks that Mr. Gu is actually initiating a conversation with someone, and he cannot believe it is real. He feels as if he might be dreaming and mentally denies it, then quickly takes out his mobile phone, deciding that this is a rare and unbelievable moment worth capturing. He clicks a photo and thinks that he must show it to his brother. Nervousness follows and he gulps. At that moment, Mr. Gu tells him to stop, and the boy immediately responds in agreement, complying without hesitation. Mr. Gu continues looking at Kyan and asks why he is not responding. Kyan is startled and quickly apologizes, saying that he did not hear him properly. Mr. Gu is still holding the bun in his hand and questions him, asking whether he simply got it dirty and decided to throw it away. Kyan answers yes. After that, Mr. Gu throws it away and sits down on the bench beside him, still watching him closely. The little boy is even more shocked now, thinking that not only has Mr. Gu initiated a conversation, but he has also sat next to him, and he wonders if this is truly the same person he knows. Meanwhile, Kyan thinks to himself that in his previous life, he was nearly deaf and could only vaguely hear, but now that same kind of voice feels familiar yet different. He notices that the man smells faintly of cedarwood. He wishes he could get just a little closure, just enough to understand. He is lost in that thought when he suddenly apologizes again. Mr. Gu places a hand over Kyan's hand and tells him not to be afraid, assuring him that he is not a bad person. Kyan smiles slightly and replies that he knows, then holds onto Mr. Gu's arm. Almost immediately, he starts to wonder why his stomach is reacting so strangely and begins to feel it rumbling. Mr. Gu notices and asks if he is hungry, mentioning that they are on their way to get a meal and suggests that he join them as compensation for the steamed bun. Kyan is confused and asks what he means, trying to refuse by saying there is no need. However, Mr. Gu stands up, picks up his suitcase, and insists that they should go. Kyan asks where they are going, and Mr. Gu replies that they're going to eat at a restaurant. Kyan bites his tongue and thinks that he has not even agreed yet, feeling caught off guard as he is led into the situation anyway. Mr. Gu moves forward without looking back, while Kyan watches him leave. Quietly, Kyan thanks him in his mind but remains uncertain, thinking that he is not sure yet if this man is the person he is looking for. Still, since things have already come to this point, he decides to hold on to this opportunity. The little boy watches them with excitement and disbelief, thinking that he cannot believe Mr. Gu actually went through with it and praising him internally, as if cheering him on. Then he waves his hand and calls out to Mr. Gu, reminding him that just 5 minutes ago he had told him to grab a snack because he had a meeting scheduled for the afternoon. Mr. Gu responds calmly, telling him that he can go back to snacking. The boy refuses and says that he does not want to, adding internally that Mr. Gu's double standards are too obvious. Despite this, he continues watching them closely. Soon, Mr. Gu and Kyan sit inside the car, and it begins to move. As Kyan looks at Mr. Gu, he wonders to himself that in his previous life he had been blind when he met him and had no idea what he looked like, but now he seems strangely familiar. He starts questioning whether they might have met before. Mr. Gu tells him to buckle up. Kyan responds with confusion, asking, "Huh?" Mr. Gu then fastens his own seatbelt and repeats the instruction. Kyan thanks him afterward, but internally notices that the faint cedarwood smell he expected is not there, which makes him feel slightly disappointed. Mr. Gu then offers him some candies. Kyan takes one and examines it curiously, noticing it is plum candy. He places it in his mouth and is suddenly overwhelmed by familiarity, thinking that it is the same flavor he once received in his past life. He recalls that he only met that person 5 years later, so he might not have started using that perfume at this point. He also thinks that this plum candy is rare, and over the years he has only encountered it once before. Now, seeing it again, he begins to believe that this man might truly be the one he is searching for. The little boy, who is also in the car, suddenly laughs loudly, saying that everything tastes good when someone is hungry. Hearing this, Kyan feels a bit down. The boy then approaches him and asks his name, thinking internally about everything he just witnessed and how unbelievable it is that Mr. Gu helped someone fasten his seatbelt and even gave him candy. He feels that Mr. Gu is finally starting to open up and wonders where this boy came from who managed to attract Mr. Gu's attention, even jokingly thinking whether he might be a genie. Kyan introduces himself, saying that he is Kyan Lim. As he looks at the boy, he wonders why the boy seems somewhat familiar as well. The boy then laughs and says that he will call him Kyan, but he asks why he feels like they look a bit alike. Kyan quietly agrees, saying that he feels the same way too. Mr. Gu suddenly shoves the little boy lightly aside and covers his mouth with his hand, warning him to sit still if he does not want to be dropped off. The boy immediately replies that he understands. Internally, he thinks that he is getting slightly too close to the boy Mr. Gu is interested in, and now he is being pushed away, jokingly calling it hypersensitive treatment, but still straightening his posture and sitting properly. Mr. Gu then places a hand on Kyan's head and clarifies that he was not referring to him. Kyan simply responds that it is okay and accepts it quietly. From the front mirror, the little boy keeps watching Kyan and thinks that the boy is too obedient and easy to deal with. Then, the boy introduces himself, saying that his name is Yael, and Kyan can call him Yael, since they look so similar that they might as well be brothers, adding that he will support him from now on. After hearing the name, Kyan is suddenly shocked and internally repeats Yael's name. He recalls that Yael is the second eldest brother of Nevin. In his memory, Yael would have an accident in a game a year later, breaking his leg, and at that time Nevin would break down in tears in front of the media. This incident would later become widely discussed, with Nevin publicly saying in interviews that his second eldest brother Yael had been injured in an extreme sports accident abroad and that he was not in the mood for interviews. Kyan remembers how that situation had gone viral, how Yael had been on trending searches, and how many people had blamed him for his own recklessness. He is surprised to realize that he has met him here. At that moment, Mr. Gu speaks and introduces himself as Faye Gu. Kyan looks at him in surprise and asks what he means. Mr. Gu repeats calmly that he is Faye Gu, the Gu of care and the Faye meaning excellence. Hearing this, Kyan softly repeats the name Faye Gu and admits that he finds Mr. Gu familiar, thinking he feels like he has seen him somewhere before. Mr. Gu asks if that is really so. Yoel suddenly laughs out loud and says that it is normal for kids to feel that way, then asks whether Kyan knows the Gu group, the richest in South City. He explains that Faye is the head of the Gu family. Internally, Yoel is stunned, thinking that the richest man in South City is sitting right next to him and wondering how someone could remain so calm after finding out. Kyan quietly responds with a soft, "Oh," which Yoel interprets as mild disappointment. Yoel then wonders if Kyan is truly that naive, or if he is pretending not to react. He questions whether Kyan already knew Faye's identity and deliberately approached him while acting calm to gain his attention. Kyan, however, simply smiles and explains that no wonder Mr. Gu looked familiar, saying that he must have seen him in the news or magazines. Internally, he reflects that the richest man in South City would not normally know someone like him, a small star with a bad reputation in his past life. He wonders if they had crossed paths before, but he cannot remember anything. Then Kyan quickly adds that he has not properly introduced himself yet and begins to say that he is Lim. Mr. Gu interrupts and says that he already heard it, Kyan Lim. Kyan wonders internally why Mr. Gu sounds slightly displeased, as he was in a good mood just moments ago. He wonders if Mr. Gu is just forgetful or simply acting like a brat, but remains unsure. Mr. Gu lets out a small sigh. Soon, the car reaches the Star restaurant and stops.
They all step inside.
Kyan holds a menu in his hands while Mr. Gu looks at him and asks what he would like to eat. Kyan opens the menu and immediately notices the high prices of the dishes. He is shocked for a moment, then quietly pushes the menu forward toward Mr. Gu, saying that he should be the one to order. Mr. Gu replies calmly that it is fine. Kyan internally wonders if he is not even worthy of ordering for himself. Meanwhile, Yoel suddenly bursts into laughter and excitedly says that he wants to eat crayfish, hairy crabs, spicy rabbit heads, and pig brains, while holding onto Faye Gu's arm. His mouth waters as he continues talking, even saying that rabbits and pigs are cute but also the best when eaten. Faye Gu coldly tells him that if he does not want those options, he should turn left and leave, and warns him not to call him by that disgusting name again. Otherwise, he will not pay for his future spending at Star Restaurant. Hearing this, Yoel immediately tightens his grip on Faye Gu's arm and starts crying dramatically, begging him not to do that and calling him Daddy Gu, while saying he was wrong. He even exaggerates that Faye is his bread and butter and that he will listen to everything from now on. Watching this, Kyan smiles softly while drinking water, thinking that he did not expect Nevin and second brother to be so interesting and carefree, completely different from Nevin. At the same time, Yoel looks at Kyan with a smile, but internally panics. He thinks that Kyan looks even more similar to him than before, especially around the eyes and eyebrows, almost like his elder brother. He starts wondering if he should show Kyan's photo to his eldest brother, thinking that it would definitely shock him. Without thinking further, he takes out his mobile phone and quickly tries to take a picture. But Kyan is suddenly startled by the shutter sound. In surprise, he knocks into the glass and water splashes onto his hand. Faye Gu immediately tells him to be careful. Kyan quickly apologizes, saying he was careless. He reaches for a tissue from the box, but before he can, Faye Gu already takes it and gently wipes Kyan's arm himself, saying that it is okay and he will do it. Kyan agrees quietly, watching him with curiosity. Seeing this, Yoel is shocked again. He thinks to himself that he had just taken a photo of Kyan, yet this reaction is too extreme. He wonders why everyone is so sensitive around him, thinking that Kyan is even more easily startled than a rabbit, yet he was not scared of Faye Gu, the cold-faced king of hell. Faye Gu then turns to Yoel and asks for the photo. Yoel immediately agrees, saying all right and deletes it. Internally, however, he feels regret, thinking that it was a good shot and that Kyan is quite photogenic. It is a shame he is not in showbiz. After a while, the food is served on the table. Yoel begins serving food onto Kyan's plate, apologizing again and saying he did not know Kyan disliked photos. He tells him to eat more because he is too skinny and encourages him to help himself. Faye Gu suddenly asks Yoel what he is doing. Yoel casually replies that he should not be so formal and that the highlight of today is inviting Kyan to a meal, so he should just ignore the details. With that, he places a drumstick onto Kyan's plate. Kyan thanks him politely, but at the same time, Faye Gu is looking at Yoel with a noticeably angry expression. Faye Gu is initially staring at Yoel and with a very angry expression, but the moment his gaze shifts toward Kyan's smile, his anger gradually fades and he becomes calm again. Kyan casually uses his finger to gesture toward Yoel, while Yoel excitedly responds, saying that Kyan is the best. Kyan Lim observes both of them and internally wonders that these two are always at each other's throats, yet he can still feel a deep sense of affection between them, like real blood brothers. He reflects on himself and remembers a scene from his past life, where his own brother once texted him asking for a new mobile phone and more money transfers, even mentioning that he wanted to surprise his girlfriend for her birthday. He recalls how his brother used to treat him more like a parent than a sibling, saying that although he had a blood brother, he was only treated like a source of support. Faye Gu suddenly passes him a bowl and says that he wants some fish. Yoel immediately starts laughing and says that Faye is so funny, but when he notices Faye's sharp and serious expression, he quickly realizes that he is not joking this time. Nervously, he laughs again and apologizes, saying he could not help it. Kyan calmly serves fish into Faye Gu's bowl and, with a small smile, tells him to have some fish, addressing him respectfully as Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu simply replies with a short acknowledgement. About half an hour later, Yoel looks extremely uncomfortable. His stomach starts making noises, and he finally says that he is too full and needs to go to the bathroom. He quickly gets up and leaves. At that moment, Faye Gu picks up his coat and tells Kyan that they should leave. Kyan is surprised and asks where they are going. Faye Gu replies simply that they are going home. Kyan immediately explains that his suitcase is still in Faye Gu's car and that he needs to pick it up first. Faye Gu pauses briefly, but Kyan adds that he cannot leave it behind. Faye Gu then turns to him and tells Kyan Lim to follow him home. Kyan hesitates and says that Mr. Gu, he can find somewhere else to stay, and he is not sure. But Faye Gu interrupts, insisting that it is already late and that he should just come home first and decide everything tomorrow. Kyan looks slightly sad and thinks to himself that it is still noon, not actually late. Still, he quietly agrees. Faye Gu asks if he understands, and Kyan responds that he does. Internally, Kyan realizes that if he spends more time with him, he will have more chances to confirm his identity. Besides, he does not even have $100 with him right now, so if he refuses, he might truly end up on the streets. He then asks about Yoel, wondering if they should wait for him since he is still in the bathroom. Faye Gu calmly replies that Yoel is not coming with them. Kyan softly responds, accepting it quietly. 5 minutes later, Yoel finally comes out of the toilet. When he looks ahead, he finds the seats completely empty. Confused, he calls out for Faye Gu and Kyan, asking where they have gone. He quickly checks his mobile phone and finds a message from Faye Gu stating that he has already left and that Yoel should take a cab home. Yoel is instantly shocked and frustrated, thinking that this is not how things are supposed to be done and that Faye cannot just leave him behind like that. Meanwhile, the car arrives in front of a large house. Faye Gu informs Kyan calmly that they have arrived. A butler standing at the entrance immediately bows and greets him respectfully, informing Mr. Gu that he has already prepared the guest room as ordered. Faye Gu replies simply, thanking him and acknowledging the arrangement. Faye then introduces the butler to Kyan, calling him Uncle Shin and telling Kyan that he can ask him for anything he needs. Kyan responds politely and greets him. Uncle Shun greets Kyan warmly, but internally he is surprised, wondering if he is seeing things. He cannot understand why, for the first time, Mr. Gu, who has always maintained a completely expressionless demeanor, seems almost smiling. Then he notices that Faye Gu is holding Kyan's hand. Faye introduces Kyan formally, stating that his name is Kyan Lim and that he will be living there from now on, instructing the butler to treat him the same way he treats Faye himself. The butler immediately agrees and bows again. Kyan is completely shocked. He thinks to himself that just a short while ago he was told he would only stay one night. So how did it suddenly become that he would be living here from now on? The butler bows respectfully and offers to show Kyan to his room, adding that he can call him anytime if needed. Kyan awkwardly tells him that there is no need to be so formal. At that moment, Faye Gu still holds Kyan's hand and interrupts, saying that it is not necessary for Uncle Shin to guide him because he will take him there himself, and instructs the butler to go and rest. The butler responds politely that he understands and excuses himself, saying he will be available if needed. Kyan smiles and thanks him, while the butler replies that he is welcome, still thinking internally that this is the first time he has ever seen Mr. Gu value someone so much, not only allowing him to stay in the room next to the master bedroom but personally escorting him there as well. Faye Gu and Kyan walk toward the guest room together. Faye explains that he lives alone, so the room has just been cleaned and there is not much furniture yet, and tells Kyan to check if he needs anything added. Kyan softly replies that it is fine, and that it is already enough. Faye Gu tells him to rest, adding that if he needs anything, he can find him in the next room. Kyan nods and responds that he understands, then thanks Mr. Gu again and bows slightly, saying that otherwise he would not know where he would have gone. Faye Gu quietly tells him not to mention it. Then he adds that Kyan should stop calling him Mr. Gu. He steps closer and gently tells him to call him Faye instead. Then Kyan calls him Faye, and Faye responds with a quiet approval, saying good, and then asks him directly if he is afraid of the shutter sound. Kyan replies that he is not afraid at all, but that he has simply disliked taking photos since childhood. Hearing this, Faye observes him carefully. He internally thinks that Yoel's reaction earlier was clearly not that simple, and there must be something more behind it. He then gently tells Kyan that he can tell him if someone has bullied him. Kyan immediately replies that no one has. Faye accepts the answer for a moment, then calmly says that he will step out now and tells Kyan to have a good rest. Kyan replies softly that he understands. After Faye leaves, Kyan lies down on the bed and lets out a quiet breath. He feels as if everything is unreal, like a dream. He thinks about being reborn 5 years earlier, refusing to sign with Platinum Entertainment, meeting someone who might have taken care of him in his past life, and now even going home with him. He hopes desperately that all of this is real. Meanwhile, in his own room, Faye Gu sits in front of the computer. He opens a drawer and takes out a photograph where 2 boys are standing together. It is a picture of him and Kyan Lim. He gently rubs his finger over Kyan's image and murmurs to himself that he is a forgetful liar. Kyan, at that moment, is in the bathroom taking a shower. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. He calls out coming, and after finishing, he opens the door. It is Mr. Gu standing there. Kyan asks if he needs something, and as he looks at him, he cannot help but think that Mr. Gu's presence and appearance are a bit too overwhelming, almost dangerously striking. Mr. Gu is holding a glass of warm milk and tells him that it will help him sleep better. Kyan accepts the glass and thanks him. As he takes it, Faye notices bruises on Kyan's arm and immediately asks how he got them. Kyan looks surprised and asks what. Then he thinks back internally, remembering that he might have gotten hurt when Hansen Lee grabbed him roughly at the cafe while trying to force him to sign a contract. He had not expected him to be that aggressive. Out loud, however, Kyan simply smiles and says that he probably bumped into something without noticing, adding that it is nothing and will heal in 2 days. Faye tells him to wait. A few minutes later, he returns with ice wrapped in cloth and tells Kyan to sit down so he can apply it. Kyan quickly refuses, saying that it is too troublesome for him and that he is not in pain at all, so it is unnecessary. But Faye simply insists again, calmly telling him to sit down. Kyan agrees and softly says okay, then sits down. Faye Gu begins gently rubbing ice on the bruises on Kyan's hand. While he does so, Kyan calls out to him as Mr. Gu. Faye responds with a soft Kyan looks directly into his eyes and tells him that he is a very kind person. Hearing this, Faye Gu pauses slightly and internally questions what Kyan means by kind person, since he does not believe he treats anyone in a particularly special way. At that moment, his attention shifts to some books behind Kyan, and he asks whether Kyan is still in school. Faye silently estimates that Kyan should be around 18 or 19 years old, which is normally the age for college. However, he becomes curious about why Kyan was previously alone on the streets. Kyan replies quietly that he is not in school anymore and that he dropped out before his college entrance exams. Faye repeats the word dropout, slightly surprised. Kyan then explains in a low voice that his father was a gambler who accumulated a large amount of debt. He recalls painful memories of his father beating him, shouting that there was no point in studying, saying he was being chased by debt collectors, and asking why a son should suffer for a father's debts. He remembers being forced out, told to go earn money immediately, and threatened that if he did not, he would be sold off. Kyan also recalls how people around them had watched that scene, shocked and whispering that it was really Kyan Lim's father. They had questioned how he could treat his own son like that, especially when Kyan had such good grades, and had called it disgraceful for a gambler father to ruin his child's education. Kyan gives a small, bitter laugh as he says that this is why his family never allowed him to continue school and why he ended up leaving. Faye listens silently, watching him closely. Kyan then calls out again, asking Mr. Gu. Faye quickly clears his throat and responds, reminding him that he had already said not to call him that. Kyan reacts and asks hesitantly if he should call him Faye instead. Faye agrees. Kyan gently pulls at the edge of his sleeve and thanks him again, saying that he feels much better now. Faye tells him that he has already thanked him too many times. He lets out a soft sigh, while Kyan insists that he should still say it. Faye then places a hand on Kyan's head and tells him to rest and sleep early, wishing him good night. Kyan also says good night. As Faye turns to leave, Kyan quietly thinks that apart from the person who took care of him in his previous life, no one has ever cared for him this much before. Now, it feels like there is one more person. Before leaving completely, Faye gently tells him not to push himself too hard and to rest properly. Kyan holds the glass of warm milk in his hand and stares at his reflection on its surface. As he looks at it quietly, his thoughts drift, and he wonders how, every time, he is the one who ends up being framed by Nevin. A memory slowly surfaces from his past. In that memory, Yeonwon is speaking on his behalf, insisting that Nevin never had any ill intentions toward him and questioning why Kyan always targeted him so much. The words echo faintly in his mind. Kyan shakes the thought away internally, deciding not to dwell on such insignificant people anymore, telling himself it is not worth it. He resolves firmly that he will never repeat the same mistakes and will not live like a loser again, unlike in his previous life. Meanwhile, Yoel is secretly peeping from behind a pole then from the door. He looks ahead cautiously and asks Nevin if he is sure that neither their mother, father, nor elder brother is home. Nevin replies calmly that their parents have gone to their grandparents' house and their brother has gone out for some work, adding that if Yoel is not coming in, he will close the door. Yoel immediately protests, saying not to do that, otherwise he will really end up sleeping on the streets tonight. Internally, he thinks that he originally planned to stay at Faye's place, but instead he was casually handed a $200 red envelope and dismissed. He wonders if Faye must have had some plan to take in that boy instead, which is why he was brushed off so easily. Nevin yawns and says he is sleepy and is going to bed. As he turns away, Yoel quickly stops him, holding up his mobile phone and telling him that what he saw today will shock him. Yoel thinks internally that fortunately he had secretly saved a backup of the photo before deleting it, even though he plans to remove it later since Kyan dislikes taking photos. He then shows the image and asks if the boy does not resemble both of their elder brothers, even adding that he also looks like their mother. He remarks that anyone who did not know better would think he was their long-lost or exiled brother. Nevin is suddenly shocked when he sees the picture. He leans in and looks closely, then murmurs in disbelief how it could be him. Internally, he wonders how Yoel even knows this person. Yoel notices his reaction and asks what is wrong, questioning whether Nevin knows him. Nevin slowly hands back the phone and states that the boy is his high school classmate, Kyan Lim. He immediately asks how Yoel got his photo. Yoel reacts with surprise, calling it a coincidence, and begins explaining excitedly. He mentions that this classmate is no ordinary person and asks if Nevin remembers his friend Faye Gu. Nevin replies that of course he remembers, but asks what this has to do with anything. Yeol then laughs and explains that he went to Faye Gu's place for a meal today, and there he met this boy on the road. He describes how Faye Gu completely changed his usual behavior, not only initiating a conversation but also personally inviting Kyan to lunch and carefully serving him food. Nevin reacts in shock and asks what. Yeol continues, saying that the best part is still to come after dinner. Faye even brought him home. He says anyone who saw it would be surprised. Nevin asks again if Yeol is telling the truth. Yeol confirms it confidently and adds that he thinks Faye Gu might actually fall in love this time. Nevin slowly clenches his hand, then relaxes it again. He calmly says that he understands, adds that he is sleepy, and says he is going to bed. He yawns as if uninterested. Yeol complains, calling him a brat for not showing even a little curiosity, then says he is also getting sleepy and will talk more later when he finds out additional information. Nevin replies with a good night. Yeol leaves. Left alone, Nevin stands still for a moment, his expression darkening slightly as he thinks to himself why it has to be Kyan Lim again. Nevin is lost in thought, his mind pulling him back to a past memory from a party. At that time, he had tried to take advantage of the relationship between the Gu and families. In that memory, he approaches Faye Gu and respectfully calls him Mr. Gu, attempting to get closer to him. He mentions that Yeol told him Faye joined the Gu group as a teenager and rose quickly to a key position, and he asks how Faye achieved it, even suggesting that he could teach him. Faye Gu responds coldly, stating that he is sorry and not available. Nevin recalls how he had felt rejected at that moment. Back then, he had consoled himself by believing that Faye treated everyone with the same cold attitude, so it was not personal. But now, the thought disturbs him. He wonders why that same man would show such unusual favor towards someone he considers worthless, a high school dropout with a gambler father. The question lingers in his mind. Why him? Back at Faye Gu's house, Kyan is lying on his bed, scrolling through his phone. He is reading information about Faye Gu and discovers that Faye studied at Meridian at the age of 16 and graduated with a master's degree from its highest institution at the age of 20. Kyan silently repeats the information in disbelief, thinking that Faye Gu, the chairman of the Gu group, studied at Meridian at 16 and completed a master's degree by 20. He reflects that it is dangerous to compare oneself with others because Faye is not only wealthy and handsome, but also a top academic achiever who seems to lead a disciplined and scandal-free life. He then pauses, thinking there might still be more to discover, and continues reading further. What he finds next surprises him even more. He reads that the chairman of the Gu group, Faye Gu, has been single for over 20 years and is rumored to be sexually indifferent. Another report mentions that a woman surnamed Lu once broke into his hotel room in the middle of the night and was ruthlessly thrown out within 3 minutes. Kyan stares at the screen and mutters in confusion, wondering what kind of information this even is. At that moment, the alarm rings. Kyan gets up, thinking that he is experiencing insomnia again. He walks to the door and opens it. Faye Gu is standing there, holding breakfast. He calmly asks if Kyan is awake and tells him to come eat. Kyan smiles slightly and agrees, saying okay. They both sit at the table together. Faye asks if Kyan did not sleep well. Kyan replies that he is still adjusting, so he did not sleep much. Faye gently tells him to rest more after breakfast. Kyan thanks him softly, calling him Mr. Gu again. Faye and Kyan sit quietly for a moment. Kyan internally reflects that although he had frequent insomnia in his previous life, last night he stayed up late reading gossip about Mr. Gu. He takes a bite of bread and suddenly thinks to himself, slightly puzzled, whether Mr. Gu is really sexually indifferent. Faye suddenly asks him what he is looking at. Kyan quickly responds that it is nothing. But before he can continue, Faye reaches out and gently wipes Kyan's mouth with his hand, calmly saying that the way Kyan is staring at him is illegal. Faye quickly says to him that he just thought Kyan Lim looked good-looking, so he took a second glance, then corrects himself again, saying it was nothing and just an accidental second look. Internally, Kyan panics and wonders what the hell he is even saying. He worries that Mr. Gu might think he is some kind of pervert. Faye Gu looks at him and asks calmly whether he looks good or not. Kyan pauses, then answers honestly that yes, he does look good. Internally, he adds that even in the entertainment industry, Faye's looks would not lose to anyone. He then quietly sighs and thinks that judging by Faye's completely lust-free expression, he is probably asexual. What a pity, he thinks. At the same time, Faye Gu watches him closely and wonders why Kyan is suddenly sighing after being asked such a question. He also notices that Kyan is looking at him with something like pity and compassion, and he becomes even more confused, thinking about what is going on in Kyan's mind. Faye starts to say something, but before he can continue, Kyan receives a message on his phone and immediately looks down to check it. The message reminds him that school will start soon. Another line mentions that he had his eye on a pair of sneakers that cost around $500. Kyan purses his lips slightly. Faye notices his expression and asks what is wrong. Kyan quickly replies that nothing is wrong, explaining that his brother texted him. He adds that his brother is actually the only family member he gets along with. But as he says this, a memory suddenly surfaces in his mind. He remembers a phone call from before, when he had said that he planned to officially quit the entertainment industry and wanted to go to a small town to rest. He had told them not to worry, and that once he confirmed his residence, he would inform them. On the other side of the call, the response had been cold, telling him not to call again and warning him that he would only drag them into trouble if people discovered their relationship. The call ended with a simple goodbye. Kyan's expression darkens slightly as he thinks that it was all just his wishful thinking. Seeing this, Faye Gu gently places a hand on his head and tells him that he does not have to share anything if he does not want to. Then he asks him again if he wants to go back to school. Kyan repeats softly, "School?" He admits that he has not figured it out yet. Faye calmly tells him to think about it and to tell him once he has decided. Kyan quietly agrees, saying okay, and internally he reflects that even though he does not have a loving family, there is still someone who cares about him. That thought makes him feel a little warmer inside. At the Gu Company building, Faye Gu sits in his office while his assistant stands in front of him, reporting that the financial statements for the month are ready and will be sent over immediately. The assistant also mentions that an overseas company has requested a video conference later. Faye Gu glances at his wristwatch and immediately says to postpone the meeting until tomorrow. The assistant is taken aback and asks for confirmation. Without hesitation, Faye picks up his coat and says he is leaving for the day. The assistant is stunned. He internally panics, thinking that the workaholic Mr. Gu, who usually works 7 days a week without stopping, has left work early. He immediately starts overthinking, wondering what could possibly be the reason. A date? No, impossible. Mr. Gu is not someone who would delay work for a woman. There must be some other reason. Yes, it must be something else. Uncle Shun respectfully approaches Faye Gu and informs him that Kyan Lim is expected to return around 9 in the evening. Faye immediately becomes attentive and asks where Kyan had gone. Uncle Shun explains that he wasn't told the details, only that Kyan left a contact number behind in case it was needed. He also offers to call and find out more, but Faye quickly asks him to simply forward the number instead before walking away. Watching him leave, Uncle Shun quietly reflects that Faye had come home earlier than usual, and it seems clear the reason is Kyan. He begins to realize that the young man may hold a far greater importance in Faye's life than he initially assumed. Later, the scene shifts to a crowded mall event area. A person dressed in a large bear mascot costume stands in the middle of a lively space, holding a bundle of colorful balloons. Children gather around excitedly, reaching out and asking for balloons, their voices overlapping in excitement. However, as the crowd becomes more chaotic, the children start pushing and teasing the mascot. The situation turns rough, with some of them laughing and treating the bear like a toy, making it difficult for the performer inside to manage the costume in the heat. Just as things escalate, Faye Gu arrives. His presence is immediately noticeable. Without hesitation, he steps forward and pulls one of the more disruptive children away from the crowd. His sudden intervention shocks the group, and the children panic, breaking into tears and running off while warning each other to escape. Within moments, the area clears out completely. The mascot slowly removes its head, revealing Kyan Lim underneath, visibly tired and sweaty, but finally relieved. He lets out a breath and comments that it's finally quiet. He then looks at Faye with a mix of surprise and ease, asking why he is there. Faye pauses, slightly thrown off by the casual way Kyan addresses him, but says nothing at first. Kyan quickly adds that Faye had handled the situation well just by showing up, though he immediately tries to soften it, not wanting to imply he is intimidating. Faye, however, focuses on him instead of the situation, watching him carefully as Kyan thanks him in a more formal tone. Faye asks when his shift will end, and Kyan tells that he is already done but still needs to return the costume and collect his pay before heading home. Without hesitation, Faye says he will wait. Kyan seems a little surprised but accepts with a small smile before heading back to complete his tasks. Faye remains behind, watching him carry the heavy costume away under the hot weather, his expression growing more thoughtful. He realizes how used Kyan is to exhausting work and uncomfortable conditions, as if hardship is something he has long stopped questioning. After some time, Kyan walks back toward Faye Gu with a drink in his hand. He casually calls out to him and explains that he got a cup of mango pomelo sago milk tea for him. He mentions that the shop is quite popular and, because of the heat, he thought Faye might like something refreshing. Faye accepts it and takes a sip. His expression remains calm, but he seems to approve of the taste. Kyan watches him and responds lightly, confirming it's good. Internally, Kyan reflects that he was only able to afford the drink because he received a call from his former workplace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to treat Faye at all. He also looks at the lemon tea in his own hand and reminds himself that he doesn't work as a mascot every day, so he needs to be careful with money. Despite that, he gently lets Faye try his lemon tea as well. After tasting it, Faye comments that the sour drink suits him more. Kyan blinks in surprise, then quietly wonders if he has unintentionally shared an indirect kiss just now, quickly becoming slightly flustered at the thought. Without saying much, Faye suddenly takes Kyan's hand and tells him to come along. Kyan asks if they're going home, but Faye replies that they're going somewhere first. Kyan agrees and follows him. They walk through the shopping mall together. As they move through the crowd, people begin noticing them. A few girls nearby start whispering to each other, impressed by their appearance, commenting that one looks mature and sharp while the other has a softer, more delicate charm, and together they stand out more than most celebrities. One of them suggests approaching them, while the others hesitate but continue watching. Kyan catches the attention and realizes the girls are looking in their direction. He turns slightly to glance at them. In that moment, his expression subtly shifts. A memory from his past life flashes in his mind. Harsh words from someone telling him he was unwanted, that he should disappear from the industry and leave everything behind. The contrast between then and now leaves him momentarily distant, as if the present crowd noise fades for a second in his mind. Kyan casually asks Faye Gu if he is planning to shop for clothes. Faye responds simply, telling Kyan to choose something for him. Kyan agrees, but warns jokingly that he shouldn't complain about his taste. Faye calmly assures him that he won't. While browsing, Kyan becomes focused. In his mind, he relies on his knowledge of future fashion trends and starts carefully selecting outfits, dismissing some pieces as unsuitable while approving others that he thinks will fit Faye better. Throughout this, Faye quietly observes him without interrupting. An assistant approaches Faye for instructions, but he dismisses them briefly, saying he will call when needed. The assistant steps back respectfully. Soon after, Kyan returns holding a suit and suggests it would suit Faye well, mentioning his build and how sharp he would look in it. Unexpectedly, Faye tells him to try it on instead. Kyan freezes, surprised, and tries to refuse, but Faye gently insists, saying the clothes are a small appreciation for the earlier milk tea treat. Still hesitant, Kyan is guided toward the fitting room. Inside, the atmosphere becomes quieter. Kyan thinks to himself that Faye was the one who asked him to pick clothes, so why is he now being pushed to try them on? Before he can fully process it, Faye unexpectedly follows him inside, closing the space between them. The sudden closeness catches Kyan off guard. Faye looks at him carefully and asks in a low voice if he was scared earlier at the mall incident. Kyan immediately denies it, avoiding the question and trying to change the subject, saying it's too warm inside. Faye apologizes softly but still insists he try the clothes first. At that moment, the assistant returns outside the fitting area and asks if anything is needed. Faye calmly instructs them to bring more options for Kyan. The assistant quickly agrees and begins selecting additional outfits, mentioning new designer pieces from a recent collection. After a few minutes, Kyan peeps out and says he is done. He steps out wearing the suit. Faye looks at him for a moment and quietly acknowledges that it suits him very well. Internally, he thinks that Kyan looks good in anything and that he should have picked even more outfits earlier. Kyan thanks him a little awkwardly. Without hesitation, Faye tells the assistant to pack everything, including the suit Kyan is currently wearing. The assistant confirms and begins processing the purchase. Faye then turns to leave, carrying several shopping bags. From behind, Kyan suddenly calls out, slightly stunned, realizing what just happened and how many clothes have been bought without him fully processing it yet. Kyan suddenly becomes distracted and accidentally bumps straight into a pillar while walking. Faye immediately notices and calls out to him, asking if he is hurt. Kyan quickly insists that he is fine, though he is clearly embarrassed. Nearby, a child walking with his mother points at him and laughs, calling him clumsy for walking into the pillar. Kyan hears it but forces himself to ignore it. Trying to move past the awkward moment, he urges Faye to continue walking and silently scolds himself for being so careless in front of him. Faye, noticing his distraction, gently suggests that if he keeps walking absent-mindedly, he might bump into something again. To prevent that, he naturally offers his arm. Kyan hesitates, but Faye guides him closer, and they walk together with Kyan lightly holding onto his arm. Kyan internally wonders if Faye is teasing him, but at the same time realizes he is probably right to be careful. They approach an elevator, but it is already crowded. Kyan looks at it and comments that it is full. From inside, someone impatiently calls out, telling them to hurry up and not waste time. The tone is rude and dismissive, making Kyan internally uncomfortable and irritated. He thinks to himself that the person has no manners, especially after seeing how carelessly they are acting. Before things escalate further, Faye gently holds Kyan's hand, grounding him. He quietly tells Kyan not to be afraid. Kyan looks tense, his expression uneasy, but Faye calmly tells him to lift his head and stay with him. Kyan slowly looks up and meets Faye's gaze, steadying himself. The elevator soon reaches the ground floor. People inside shuffle out, apologizing as they pass, and Kyan and Faye step out together. Even after leaving the building, Faye does not let go of his hand immediately. Outside the mall, they get into the car. As the vehicle starts moving, Faye offers Kyan a small plum candy, calling it something for brave people. Kyan takes it and thanks him, unwrapping it and tasting it as they drive. He then curiously asks if this is Faye's favorite candy. Faye calmly answers that he likes it, adding that he used to know someone who enjoyed it, so he got used to carrying it around. Kyan quietly responds, but his thoughts deepen. He wonders about that someone and assumes it must have been an important person to Faye if he still remembers their preference. At the same time, the simple candy makes him think of his own childhood. A memory surfaces, him as a child asking for sweets, only to be gently refused or told to wait because of limited means. Unlike others, he didn't grow up with many treats or luxuries. He lowers his gaze slightly, holding the candy a little more carefully now, as the contrast between past and present quietly settles in his mind. A memory from Kyan's childhood resurfaces. Young Kyan is seen collecting plastic bottles from the roadside, carefully stacking them together. He approaches a man and quietly confirms that he has brought more bottles again. The man tells him to place them with the previous ones and says he will be paid a small amount, just a few cents per batch. Kyan nods and agrees without complaint. Internally, he reflects on how he used to survive by collecting recyclables and small scraps just to earn a bit of pocket money. Another scene follows. He stands outside a small shop, carefully handing over his saved coins. He looks at the shelves with longing, but knows he cannot afford anything expensive. The only treat within reach was a simple plum candy. Cheap, slightly sour, slightly sweet, but to him it tasted amazing. He asks for a couple of pieces, carefully counting his coins, and receives the candy from the shopkeeper. Back then, he remembers wishing he could eat something like that every day. Back in the present, Kyan is seated in the car, the movement and warmth making him drowsy. Slowly, he falls asleep. Faye notices and quietly observes him for a moment before gently adjusting things so he is more comfortable, making sure he is safe as he rests. He softly reassures him to relax and sleep, letting him rest without disturbance. The next morning, Kyan wakes up in his bed, blinking in confusion. He sits up quickly, realizing he is no longer in the car. He looks toward the window, noticing the sunlight, and immediately becomes startled. He tries to piece together what happened the night before, but his memory is blurry. He wonders if Faye might have carried him back and immediately feels embarrassed at the thought. He scolds himself internally for sleeping so carelessly. Just then, there is a knock at the door. Faye Gu is standing outside. Kyan becomes instantly tense and flustered, trying to act normal as Faye steps in and calmly asks if he is awake. Faye also checks on him, asking if he still feels any discomfort from the earlier bump. Kyan quickly insists he is fine, though he is internally mortified that Faye still remembers such a small thing. Faye then casually suggests going downstairs for breakfast. Kyan agrees, still slightly dazed. Later, in the room, Kyan stands near the window and finally speaks up, awkwardly admitting that he probably fell asleep in the car last night and asking if he caused any trouble. Faye responds simply that he behaved well and didn't cause any issues. Kyan freezes slightly at the words, unsure how to interpret them, and becomes even more embarrassed. He quietly wonders why everything Faye says feels strangely overwhelming to him. Soon after, they sit together at the dining table for breakfast. Faye Gu asks Kyan if he needs to work that day. Kyan looks slightly surprised, then relaxes, and explains that there is no fixed work for him today. He mentions that the mall event yesterday was a temporary job arranged through a contact he met while job hunting, so he usually doesn't have to report daily. Faye nods and briefly mentions that he has a meeting later, but will be back soon. Kyan immediately tells him to go ahead and not worry about him staying alone. Before leaving, Faye calmly brings out a small orange cat and says it can keep Kyan company. Kyan's expression brightens instantly. He happily reaches out and takes the cat into his arms, admiring how cute it is. He asks if it belongs to Faye. Faye replies that he picked it up from the street about a month ago. Kyan gently teases the cat, giving it a simple name in his mind while Faye casually says it is just called Orange. Kyan finds the name surprisingly straightforward and very typical of Faye's personality. The cat meows repeatedly, acting lively and affectionate. Kyan laughs and comments that it seems very expressive and full of personality. Internally, he thinks the cat's behavior is so human-like that it would probably do well in a live stream. He casually mentions live streaming, prompting Faye to repeat the word with mild curiosity. Kyan then mentally reflects on how live streaming is just beginning to gain popularity at this time. He recalls how, in the future, it will become extremely influential, even overtaking traditional platforms, and how he once worked in entertainment and still has feelings for performing. He quietly decides that he doesn't want to give up on that part of himself. As he gets lost in thought, the cat meows again, pulling him back to reality. Faye calls his name, and Kyan suddenly stands up, saying he will return to his room, still slightly flustered as if trying to hide his thoughts. Uncle Shun observes this quietly from a distance, noticing Kyan leaving while still holding the cat. He comments that younger people should be allowed to enjoy themselves, and Uncle Shun calmly agrees. Later, in Faye Gu's office, his assistant brings updates, while Faye is focused on work. His phone suddenly lights up with messages from Yaelin. Yael sends teasing texts, hinting that he saw something interesting and repeatedly insists Faye would be curious. Faye replies briefly, calling the behavior childish, but Yael sends a live stream link anyway, saying he accidentally found Kyan streaming and thought Faye should see it. Faye opens the link. On screen, Kyan appears, holding a book and attempting to read aloud. He explains that his pronunciation is not perfect and asks viewers to bear with him as he practices. Hearing Kyan's voice, Faye pauses. His expression subtly changes as he watches, noticing how focused and earnest Kyan looks while reading. The assistant nearby notices Faye's unusual stillness, but does not speak. On the live stream, Kyan continues reading, carefully pronouncing each line, trying his best to improve. Faye keeps watching, completely absorbed, his usual calm demeanor slightly unsettled by how natural and engaging Kyan appears on screen. Kyan sits in front of his phone, takes a small breath, and greets the viewers. He introduces himself as a beginner streamer and politely asks everyone to be patient with him since it's his first time. Once he finishes speaking, a faint emptiness settles in him. For a moment, he feels as if there is no real audience at all, like this attempt is meaningless compared to his past life, where attention was something heavy and often cruel. That thought pulls him back into a memory from his previous career. He remembers standing on stage introducing himself with confidence, only to be met with mocking comments online and in person. People questioned why someone like him would even try, insulting him and treating his name like a joke. The contrast between that past humiliation and his current quiet live stream makes his chest tighten slightly. But then he exhales. He reminds himself that starting over is not failure, it's freedom. This time, he can grow slowly without pressure and simply get used to being in front of a camera again. He steadies his expression and continues. At first, the live stream feels almost empty, but gradually, comments begin appearing. Some viewers are surprised by his appearance, saying he looks unexpectedly good in real life. Others joke about the poor video quality, teasing him for looking like he is streaming through an old device, while still admitting that his visuals somehow still stand out. Kyan reads the chat with confusion at first, unsure whether people are joking or being serious. He calmly explains that he is not using any professional equipment, just a very cheap secondhand phone, and that he doesn't have a girlfriend or any special setup. The chat immediately becomes more active, throwing personal questions at him, asking about his age, his habits, even jokingly asking about his standards. Kyan, a little overwhelmed but honest, answers what he can and ignores what feels too intrusive. Then someone asks him to read something in English again, mentioning the book he had earlier. He hesitates for a moment, then agrees. Smiling slightly, he says he will try, but asks viewers to correct him if he makes mistakes. He begins reading carefully, focusing on pronunciation. As he continues, the chat becomes more excited. Some viewers send supportive messages, calling him charming and praising his voice. Others send virtual gifts in increasing numbers, surprising him completely. Kyan pauses mid-reading when he sees the flood of reactions. He blinks in disbelief as more gifts keep appearing, some users even sending large amounts repeatedly. He quickly becomes flustered and tells everyone they don't need to send so much, repeatedly thanking them while trying to stay composed. He jokes nervously that it's too much and he doesn't deserve it. Then another comment asks if he can sing. After a short hesitation, Kyan agrees. He softly sings a simple song, his voice steady but slightly shy at first, then growing more confident as he continues. The atmosphere in the chat shifts again. People become even more enthusiastic, praising his voice and saying they didn't expect him to be this talented. For the first time in a long while, Kyan feels something warm in his chest. He realizes it has been a long time since anyone sincerely appreciated his singing without criticism or ridicule. At the same time, Faye Gu watches the live stream quietly. He notices the change in Kyan's expression as he sings, how he slowly relaxes when he is focused on something he loves. Without realizing it, Faye murmurs to himself that Kyan seems to really like singing. Back on the live stream, the comment section suddenly explodes again when one viewer repeatedly sends large gifts in quick succession. Kyan is shocked, staring at the screen as the notifications keep piling up. He nervously tells the viewer not to spend so much and that he will end the stream soon because he has other things to do. Still overwhelmed and a little panicked by the attention, he quickly thanks everyone, waves goodbye, and ends the live stream abruptly. The screen goes offline, leaving him sitting in silence, still trying to process what just happened. Kyan sits in front of the camera even after ending the stream, still a little shaken. He stares at the screen and mutters to himself that he probably just scared off viewers because of the unexpected flood of gifts. He jokes awkwardly that instead of becoming a famous streamer, he might become the first one to run away from supporters because they were too generous. As he replays the moment in his head, he realizes he didn't properly thank the biggest sender and feels a bit guilty, hoping that person wasn't offended. Meanwhile, the comment section from lingering viewers and replays is full of jokes, people teasing that the tycoon donor might have scared the streamer away, others asking if the sender is okay, and some laughing about how dramatic the whole situation was. Kyan sighs, rubbing his face, still embarrassed but also slightly amused. Elsewhere, Faye Gu stands quietly, his expression unreadable but clearly tense. His assistant notices him and cautiously asks if he has forgotten something important, but Faye suddenly states that he is leaving for home. The assistant is stunned, unable to believe that the same work-focused boss has again left early, without explanation. She watches him go, confused and slightly unsettled by how often Kyan seems to be the reason for these changes. At the Gu residence, Faye arrives. The butler greets him respectfully, and Faye simply asks where Kyan is. He is told that Kyan is in the living room. Faye nods and heads inside. In the living room, Kyan is sitting on the sofa, holding the orange cat in his arms. The cat is relaxed, occasionally moving slightly as Kyan absent-mindedly pets it. Faye stops for a moment and observes him. In his mind, he reflects on what he saw earlier. The live stream, Kyan singing, the comments, and how quickly Kyan became overwhelmed by attention. He senses that Kyan is someone who enjoys expressing himself, yet also fears being watched too closely. He quietly wonders what kind of experiences could have made him like this. Kyan notices him and greets him naturally, still a little distracted. Faye walks closer and presents him with a small gift. Kyan opens it and realizes it is a smartphone. The model is high-end and clearly expensive. His expression immediately changes from curiosity to hesitation. He gently closes the box and says it is too valuable. Faye calmly places a hand on his head and tells him not to refuse things he gives him. Kyan hesitates and asks what if someone else gives him something instead. Faye's expression turns serious for a moment as he replies that he should be careful with such things, implying that people may not always have good intentions. Kyan quietly agrees, but internally feels uneasy, wondering why receiving things from Faye feels different from receiving them from anyone else. The thought lingers, confusing him. Faye notices his expression and asks what he is thinking about. Kyan quickly denies it, but then shifts the topic. He asks if Faye has heard of a talent competition called Tomorrow's Star, explaining that he is thinking about joining it because he wants to sing again and return to the stage. For a moment, the room becomes quiet as Faye looks at him, processing his words. Kyan stands inside Yiwa Entertainment, still slightly overwhelmed by how fast everything is moving. He had only asked Faye for advice, but instead, he was brought straight into one of the most influential entertainment companies under the Gu Group. While he processes this, he quietly realizes something even more shocking. Faye Gu isn't just connected to this company, he actually has authority over it. That thought makes Kyan even more confused about how casually Faye is handling everything for him. Across the room, a pink-haired trainer observes Kyan with interest. He comments to Faye that the new guy doesn't seem ordinary. Faye responds in a calm tone, saying he already gave instructions earlier. Kyan is to be assigned a manager and given an audition opportunity. The rest will depend on his own performance, and he doesn't intend to interfere further. The trainer immediately agrees without hesitation, welcoming Kyan officially and offering to guide him forward. He even shakes Kyan's hand, saying he'll help shape his future. Kyan, slightly nervous but polite, thanks him and introduces himself properly. Faye tells Kyan to stay and get familiar with the environment. He adds that he'll return around noon to take him for lunch. Kyan agrees and waves goodbye as Faye leaves. Once Faye is gone, the trainer's expression subtly changes. He finds it strange, almost unbelievable, that the usually strict and distant Faye Gu would personally bring someone here and show this level of attention. He mutters to himself, half amused and half suspicious, before turning back to Kyan. Then he says they should talk properly. Kyan immediately corrects him politely, saying he can just call him by name. The trainer explains that even though Kyan has Faye Gu's backing, he still needs to prove himself if he wants real resources and opportunities. He adds that if support is coming privately from Faye, that's another matter, but professionally, Kyan still has to earn his place. Kyan listens carefully and responds with quiet confidence. He says he understands the concern, but he intends to prove himself through his own ability and make sure the company doesn't regret signing him. His tone is steady, even a little firm for someone new. The trainer studies him for a moment, then nods. He says he will be watching his performance closely. Kyan, now more determined, begins practicing with full focus. He pushes himself harder than before, repeating movements, adjusting posture, and treating every second like a test he must pass. In his mind, he tells himself that this time he will not fade into obscurity. He will climb step by step until his voice is heard properly. At that moment, Faye is standing quietly outside the room. He watches Kyan through the partially open door. The trainer offers him water, but Kyan is too focused on practice to notice immediately. Only when he finally turns does he realize Faye is there. Kyan pauses, slightly surprised, and asks when he arrived. Faye calmly replies that it was just a moment ago, and casually mentions that Kyan's movements looked decent. Kyan thanks him, then hesitates before asking something important. He asks whether his presence in Yiwa Entertainment is because of their connection. For a brief moment, Faye doesn't answer directly. Instead, he studies Kyan and asks him a question in return, what Kyan thinks their relationship actually is. Kyan slowly explains what he means, choosing his words carefully. He says that Faye has been unusually kind to him, protecting him, guiding him, and taking care of things in a way no one in his life ever has. Not even his own family treated him with that level of patience or attention. The moment those words leave his mouth, Faye pauses. For a split second, something flickers across Faye's expression, almost like he is trying to interpret the meaning behind Kyan's comparison. A thought crosses his mind that feels oddly sharp. Does he see me like a parent? Kyan notices the change immediately. He quickly calls Faye's name, sensing something is off. Internally, he starts to worry that he said something wrong or crossed a line without realizing it. Faye, however, regains his composure almost instantly. He says everything is fine and suggests they should eat first since it's getting late. Kyan hesitates, then quietly agrees, deciding not to push the topic further for now. He tells himself he will take things slowly and not rush whatever this is between them. Later, they sit at a restaurant table for lunch. The atmosphere is calm at first. Faye casually recommends a steak, telling Kyan to try it and see if he likes it. Kyan nods and starts eating, still a little cautious, but trying to relax. Nearby, another group arrives. A man Yoanwon walks in with a woman, confidently taking a seat, as if he owns the place. The staff immediately attends to him, treating him with clear respect. Kyan notices him mid-bite. His expression changes instantly. Faye, sitting across from him, catches the shift in Kyan's face, but doesn't say anything at first. Yoanwon is handed a menu by the woman beside him. He flips it open casually, speaking with ease, completely comfortable in the space. Then, as if sensing something, he looks up. His eyes land directly on Kyan. For a brief second, both of them freeze. Recognition hits Yoanwon first. He calls out Kyan's name. At that exact moment, the air around the table changes. Faye's expression turns colder, his gaze shifting sharply toward Yoanwon. The temperature in his presence drops noticeably. Yoanwon stops mid-motion. The woman beside him asks what's wrong, but he dismisses it quickly, telling her to sit and that nothing is important right now. But internally, his thoughts tighten. He recognizes Faye Gu immediately, and more importantly, he realizes Faye is sitting here with Kyan. That combination doesn't make sense to him. Kyan, meanwhile, feels something heavy rise in his chest. A memory flashes back Yoanwon from before. The person who once pulled him up, made him believe in opportunity, and then just as easily pushed him down without hesitation. Kyan's grip tightens slightly on his utensils, but he says nothing. His expression goes distant for a moment as he tries to keep himself composed. He cuts into his steak more forcefully than necessary, lost in thought. Faye notices immediately. He leans slightly forward and asks if something is wrong with the food, then quietly offers his own plate instead, suggesting Kyan shouldn't force himself to eat something he doesn't like. Kyan blinks, pulled back to the present. He quickly shakes his head, forces a small smile, and thanks him softly. But his mind is still not at peace, because Yeonwon is sitting just a few steps away, and the past he tried to bury has suddenly walked right back into his life. Kyan steps away from the table, quietly telling Faye that he needs to use the restroom. Faye agrees, but his gaze lingers for a moment on Kyan's tightly held hands, as if he has already sensed something is wrong. He calls his name softly, almost as a warning, but Kyan only nods and walks away. Inside the restroom, Kyan locks himself in front of the mirror. He turns on the tap and splashes water onto his face, trying to calm his breathing. The sound of running water fills the silence as he stares at his reflection. His thoughts spiral. He reminds himself that this is not the same timeline anymore. In his previous life, Yeonwon didn't even acknowledge him until much later. Right now, they are essentially strangers. He repeats it to himself again and again, trying to steady his emotions. A stranger. Nothing more. When he turns around, Yeonwon is already there. Kyan freezes. Yeonwon notices his face and immediately comments, reaching out as if to check on him. He says something about his appearance being wet and offers a handkerchief or help. Kyan immediately refuses, his tone sharp and distant, and tries to leave. But Yeonwon grabs his sleeve. Kyan's patience snaps instantly. He raises his voice, demanding to be let go. Yeonwon freezes for a second, clearly shocked by the reaction. He quickly loosens his grip, stepping back with his hands raised. He tries to explain himself, saying he is a photographer, that he only meant Kyan has an interesting look, and that he didn't intend any harm. But Kyan doesn't relax. He coldly tells him to let go and leave him alone. Then Yeonwon's expression changes again, confusion turning into something more complicated. He suddenly asks why Kyan seems to hate him, as if they have met before. That question hits too close. Kyan's irritation spikes, but before he can respond properly, Yeonwon suddenly pulls him into a tight hug from behind. Kyan freezes completely. Yeonwon's voice breaks as he calls his name, repeating it like it hurts to say. His grip tightens as he admits, in a trembling voice, that he has missed him. The emotion is so raw, so sudden, that it doesn't match the situation at all. Kyan's mind races. This doesn't fit. This is not how things were supposed to happen. In his memory, Yeonwon was not supposed to recognize him like this, not now, not here. He struggles in the hold, demanding to be released, his voice rising in panic and anger as he warns him that he will call security if he doesn't let go. Yeonwon hesitates, still shaken, still holding on emotionally more than physically. And then, a sharp impact interrupts everything. Faye Gu arrives. Without hesitation, he pulls Yeonwon away and delivers a hard strike, forcing him back. His voice is cold and controlled as he orders him to release Kyan immediately. Yeonwon, still emotional and unstable, protests that this is a private matter and no one should interfere. But Kyan immediately cuts in, clearly and firmly, saying he does not know this person at all. That sentence changes the atmosphere completely. Faye's expression hardens further. He steps between them fully and warns Yeonwon not to come near Kyan again. The tension breaks only when Faye turns to Kyan, his tone softening slightly as he asks if he is hurt. Kyan holds his arm briefly, still shaken, and quietly says he is fine. He just wants to leave. Faye nods without hesitation. They leave the restaurant together in silence. Once they are outside, Kyan finally speaks again, his voice low and tired. He says he doesn't feel like eating anymore and asks to go home. Faye doesn't question him. He simply replies that he will take him home. Yeonwon stands at a distance, watching Kyan leave with Faye. For a moment, he doesn't move at all. His mind feels heavy, like something buried deep has just been pulled back to the surface. Memories crash into him. He remembers how, in his previous life, he had treated Kyan with indifference, sometimes even cruelty disguised as business. He recalls telling him to quit if he couldn't survive in the industry, speaking as if Kyan's presence meant nothing. He remembers laughing when Kyan struggled, dismissing him as someone who would never last. At the time, it all felt insignificant. Just another trainee. Just another failed attempt. But then the memories shift. He remembers leaving for an overseas business trip. He remembers hearing that Kyan had been forced out of the industry while he was gone. And when he returned, Kyan was already gone. No messages.
No trace. No explanation.
Just absence. Like he had never existed in the first place. He recalls searching, calling, waiting, hearing nothing but an unreachable number. And then Nevin tried to comfort him, saying Kyan was probably just avoiding attention, that he would return once things calmed down. Yoan believed it at first. He wanted to believe it, because the alternative was worse. But Kyan never came back. He didn't fade. He disappeared completely. Yoan jolts awake from his thoughts, as if waking from a long dream. Except it isn't a dream. It is memory. And realization. His expression twists with shock as understanding hits him all at once. He has been given another chance. A second life. And this time, he found Kyan early. This time, he could fix everything. Make up for what he did wrong. Stay by his side. Protect him properly. But then he looks up and sees Faye with him. The thought hits like a crack in his composure. If Kyan is here already, if he is already being guided, protected, claimed by someone else, then what does that make him? Yoan's expression tightens.
No.
He refuses to accept it. He already lost Kyan once. He will not lose him again. Not in this life. Not when Kyan is right in front of him again. He tells himself firmly that Kyan must still belong to him somehow, that whatever this distance is, it can be fixed. That feeling turns into obsession before he even realizes it. Meanwhile, Kyan walks beside Faye, still shaken. He quietly apologizes again, saying he is sorry for causing trouble. Faye immediately stops him. He tells Kyan calmly that nothing he did was wrong, and there is nothing to apologize for. Kyan nods, but still looks unsettled. He repeats that he truly doesn't know Yoan, that the man must have mistaken him for someone else. Faye watches him carefully, but doesn't press further. Instead, he simply says that if Yoan ever approaches him again, he should speak up immediately. Kyan agrees softly. After a moment, Faye's tone shifts slightly. He tells Kyan that he has already said thank you too many times. If Kyan really wants to repay him, he should do it properly, not just with words. Kyan pauses, confused, and asks what he means by properly. Faye doesn't answer directly. Instead, he lightly touches his own lips and says Kyan can think about it. Then he walks ahead as if nothing happened. Kyan stands frozen for a second. His mind immediately goes into chaos. He tries to interpret it logically, then emotionally, then panics internally. He shakes his head slightly, telling himself not to misunderstand. Faye is serious. Respectable. Not like that, right? Before he can spiral further, a voice interrupts him. A boy steps into his space confidently, speaking in a slightly sharp tone. He criticizes Kyan for being distracted and questions how he plans to compete in tomorrow's stars if he's not taking training seriously. Kyan blinks. The boy introduces himself Louis Liu. He mentions he is a strong trainee, a dancer and singer, and also the younger brother of Sean Liu, who apparently asked him to guide Kyan around. Kyan studies him for a moment. Then his expression subtly shifts, because he recognizes something familiar in him. Not his face exactly, but his presence. And Kyan thinks quietly to himself, so it's him. Louis Liu stands with a straight posture, eyes sharp as he studies Kyan carefully. And Kyan wonders about him, that the trainee who debuted as the lead position on Tomorrow's Star in his previous life, and he became one of the top stars alongside Nevin, but unlike Nevin, and he never put on a facade, he even dared to show anger to those he disliked in front of camera. When Kyan introduces himself and offers a handshake, Louis only glances at the hand for a second before turning his head away, as if already evaluating him beyond surface level. He says he already knows how Kyan got here, that Faye Gu personally brought him in. Kyan confirms it simply. Louis hums, as if that alone explains everything. He replies that if Faye personally brought him, then Kyan must have something worth noticing. But he makes it very clear that none of that matters once they step onto the stage. On stage, everyone is a rival, even him, and he will not go easy on anyone. Kyan lowers his hand calmly and replies that he understands and thanks him. But instead of feeling intimidated, he studies Lewis quietly. In his mind, he recognizes him immediately. This is the same trainee who, in his past life, rose to the top through Tomorrow's Stars. A performer known for being brutally honest on camera, never hiding his emotions, never pretending to be polite when he wasn't. Unlike many polished idols, Lewis was real, even when it made him controversial. Kyan thinks to himself that no wonder he remained popular despite his temper. People eventually respect sincerity more than perfection. He decides that meeting him like this might actually be a good thing. He even feels slightly relieved, like he has made his first real, clean connection in this life. He tells himself he should mention this to Faye later, almost like sharing something small and positive. After practice ends, a man approaches him. He introduces himself as Kyan Lim, Faye Gu's assistant, and explains that Faye is occupied today, so he has been sent to escort Kyan home. Kyan's expression changes slightly. He had expected Faye to come himself, but he still nods politely and thanks him. They leave together. Inside the car, the city lights pass by quietly. Kyan sits near the window, thinking, when he casually asks about Faye's schedule. Kyan Lim hesitates for a moment before answering. He explains that today is Faye Gu's father's death anniversary, and he usually spends the day privately paying respects.
Kyan goes quiet.
The words sink in deeper than expected. Later that night, rain falls heavily over the city. At the Gu residence, Faye returns alone. The butler greets him as usual, but immediately notices something is wrong. Faye is unsteady, quiet, distant, and clearly not fully in control of himself. Before anyone can properly react, he loses balance slightly, and the butler quickly steps forward to support him, calling out in concern. Downstairs, Kyan happens to be awake. He hears movement and comes out to check, unable to ignore the commotion. When he sees Faye like that, drained, soaked from the rain, barely standing, he immediately understands. The butler explains quickly that Faye rarely drinks, but today was different. Kyan doesn't ask more questions. He simply steps forward and says he will help. Together, they guide Faye upstairs. The room is quiet except for the rain outside. Kyan gently sits him on the bed, noticing how exhausted he looks even in unconscious composure. He hesitates for a moment, then reaches out to remove Faye's coat, so he won't get cold. Just as he does, Faye's eyes open slightly.
Dazed.
Heavy. Unfocused. But the moment he sees Kyan, his expression changes. He lifts a hand and touches Kyan's face, as if confirming he is real. And he quietly says his name. Kyan lies beside Faye, quietly watching him sleep. There's something different about him tonight. His usual cold, controlled aura is gone, replaced by a softer, almost vulnerable side. Kyan softly calls his name, but Faye only frowns slightly in his sleep. Kyan realizes this day must be affecting him deeply. It's his father's death anniversary. His expression softens, and he decides to stay by his side, just like Faye had once stayed with him in another lifetime. Soon, the room fills with quiet breathing as Kyan eventually drifts off too. Some time later, Faye opens his eyes. He notices Kyan sleeping beside him, completely unaware. There's a faint warmth in his gaze as he watches him. He thinks of him as foolishly kind, still as soft-hearted as ever. Leaning down, he gently presses a kiss to Kyan's forehead, silently promising that this time, he won't lose him. In his sleep, Kyan shifts closer, instinctively rubbing his head against Faye's chest. Then suddenly, Kyan wakes up. He freezes the moment he realizes where he is. The solid warmth beneath him, the closeness, it hits him all at once. He had fallen asleep on Faye.
Panic sets in.
Embarrassed, he carefully gets out of bed, trying not to wake him. He quietly slips out of the room, hoping Faye is too drunk to remember anything from last night. He closes the door behind him and lets out a long breath, wishing everything would just be forgotten. A couple of hours later, Kyan assumes Faye has already left for work. But when he goes downstairs, Faye is sitting at the dining table, calmly having breakfast. Kyan stops in his tracks, completely caught off guard, and Faye calls him for the breakfast. Trying to stay composed, he joins him at the table. His mind is restless, and he cautiously tries to figure out whether Faye remembers anything. Faye seems completely normal, even slightly confused, as if nothing unusual had happened. Relief washes over Kyan. He quickly brushes it off, pretending that nothing happened at all. But just when he thinks he's safe, Faye casually mentions waking up with a numb arm, like something had been resting on it all night, and asks what happened. Kyan smiles and says nothing happened and tells he fell asleep as soon as he got home. Then he takes the sip of water thinking that it feels like he doesn't remember it, thank goodness. And Faye tells, however, he just woke up with his right arm number, like something had been on it all night. Kyan coughs, and Faye suggests him to slow down. Kyan nearly chokes. Trying to hide his panic, he awkwardly explains it away, suggesting it might have been from sleeping in an uncomfortable position. Faye doesn't move away. Instead, he slowly stands up and walks closer, his gaze sharpening slightly. There's a hint of suspicion, or maybe teasing, in the way he looks at Kyan now. And Kyan suddenly feels like maybe nothing was actually forgotten after all, doesn't remember anything. Definitely. Kyan holds his glass of water a little too tightly, trying to act casual as he speaks. He tells Faye that he should really sleep properly next time, on his back instead of, well, whatever happened last night. Faye listens quietly for a moment, then replies in a calm, almost effortless tone that sleeping like that isn't so bad when there's someone there to hold on to. Kyan freezes mid-sip. His grip tightens slightly around the glass. For a second, he just stares at Faye, unsure if he heard correctly, or if his mind is once again adding meaning where there isn't any. Then he quickly looks away, telling himself to calm down.
He's just talking about sleep.
That's all. Stop overthinking. But somehow, the words don't feel simple. Faye smoothly changes the topic, bringing up the upcoming audition for Tomorrow's Star. He asks how Kyan's training is progressing. Kyan answers honestly, saying it's going fine and that he's slowly catching up with the others. Inside, he reflects that his singing and dancing skills are still not fully recovered from his previous life, maybe only around 70%, but he is confident he'll return to his full level with time and discipline. Faye listens, then reminds him of something he once said, why Faye brought him into Yihua Entertainment. Before Kyan can answer, Faye finishes the thought himself. He says it was because Kyan has potential. Kyan's fingers tighten slightly at those words. He looks up. Faye meets his gaze calmly. Kyan responds softly, saying he won't disappoint him. Faye simply replies that he believes in him. That single sentence settles in the room more heavily than anything else. A knock comes at the door. Uncle Shin enters, announcing that Faye's luggage is ready. Kyan's expression shifts immediately. He asks if Faye is going somewhere. Faye explains that he will be leaving for a business trip for a week. Then he casually adds that if Kyan is fine with it, the driver will take him to training during that time. Kyan quickly shakes his head, saying he'll manage on his own and that Faye shouldn't worry about him. He tells him to take care on the trip. Faye nods in response. As Faye speaks briefly with the butler, Kyan watches from a distance. A strange feeling builds in his chest, something like discomfort mixed with awareness that he won't be seeing him for a while. Before he can think too deeply about it, Faye turns back. He pauses for a moment, then walks over. Without warning, he pulls Kyan into a brief, steady embrace. He tells him simply to do well at the audition. Then, just as quickly, he lets go and leaves. Later, in the car, Faye checks his phone. A message from Kyan appears. Just a few words, simple, direct, slightly hesitant. He forgot to say he will miss you. Faye reads it without changing his expression, but his gaze softens almost imperceptibly. The driver, sitting nearby, notices the faint shift and cautiously asks something. Faye replies lightly that it's nothing, just that someone at home is a little clingy. Then he tells the driver to start the car. But the faintest curve remains at the corner of his lips. At the same time, at the in-residence, another atmosphere is unfolding. Nevin is greeting someone at the entrance. A pink-haired young man steps in confidently, responding casually, as if he owns the place. He is introduced as a top figure in the entertainment circle and a key name in the industry. His first question is sharp and immediate. He asks where that troublemaker is, the one who once raced overseas and caused chaos. Nevin responds calmly, saying he is probably out with friends again, as usual. But the pink-haired man's expression suggests this visit is not just social. And somewhere, the past and present are beginning to quietly collide again. Jae-in leans back on the sofa, speaking casually with a hint of frustration as he talks about the younger brother's carefree lifestyle. He compares him with Nevin, praising Nevin's discipline and personality, while clearly showing he's disappointed with his own sibling. Nevin stands nearby, listening quietly. His fists tighten slightly, though his expression remains controlled. Jae notices it and asks what's wrong. Nevin quickly covers it up, saying nothing is wrong, but then he changes the topic. He tells Jae that he has signed up for the Tomorrow's Star audition. Jae reacts with surprise, questioning why someone already in acting would enter a singing and dancing competition. He points out that Nevin already has a stable path and doesn't need to compete in such a program. Nevin steps slightly closer, explaining calmly that he just wants to challenge himself. He reminds Jae that even he studied acting but still expanded into music and performance, becoming successful in multiple areas. Nevin says he wants to become someone like that as well. Internally, Nevin's thoughts darken for a moment. He tells himself that Jae is the real benchmark, the standard everyone looks up to, and that the position of successor or true recognized son cannot be taken by anyone else. Not by his younger brother. Not by anyone. Jae lightly taps Nevin's forehead, calling him spoiled in a teasing tone, then agrees to support him, but makes it clear he will treat all contestants equally and won't show favoritism. Nevin immediately responds that he'll rely only on his own abilities. Jae nods, telling him to work hard, and says he will be watching his performance. Before the conversation ends, Nevin mentions something casually. He says a former high school friend of his has also joined the audition. Jae becomes mildly interested and asks who it is. Nevin explains that the person's surname is Lim. They were close in school, though that person dropped out later due to family difficulties. Nevin adds that he never saw him perform before, so he is curious why he suddenly joined a talent program now. Jae listens quietly and says he'll keep an eye out for him. But internally, he thinks that if this person is truly talented, he might become an obstacle for others in the competition. Nevin thanks him politely. A short time earlier, a flashback plays. Nevin receives a phone call from someone in his company informing him that a trainee named Kyan Lim has secured a spot in the Tomorrow's Star audition after significant effort from the management. The moment Nevin hears the name, his expression shifts. He repeats it under his breath, surprised and unsettled. His thoughts turn sharp. He tells himself that Kyan always manages to reappear in his path at the worst possible time. Meanwhile, inside Yuhua Entertainment, Kyan is still training. Trainer watches him from a distance, arms crossed. At first, he had expected Kyan to be average at best, but the longer he observes, the more his opinion changes. Kyan is not just keeping up, he is improving fast. Focused. Consistent. Serious. Trainer clicks his tongue quietly, impressed despite himself. He admits internally that this is not someone who should be underestimated. Trainer eventually tells the trainees to take a break, reminding them that the audition is tomorrow and they should not exhaust themselves. Kyan stops and politely greets Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu responds briefly, then turns to the other trainees and tells them to learn from Kyan's attitude, calling him disciplined and respectful. Then, almost casually, he adds a slight jab at one of the trainees, telling him to take notes instead of acting careless. Kyan, slightly embarrassed by the attention, just lowers his head modestly. But inside, he understands something clearly now. Everyone here is watching everyone else. And tomorrow is not just an audition. It is the beginning of competition where nothing will be given for free. Mr. Liu approaches his brother and speaks in a stern but familiar tone, telling him that he has come only to remind him to do his best and warning him not to embarrass him. Then, shifting his attention to Kyan, his tone softens slightly as he praises him and tells him to perform well tomorrow. Kyan responds calmly, assuring him that there is no need to worry and that they will give it their best. Mr. Liu observes him for a moment, thinking to himself that Kyan is aiming for a leading position in the future and already has strong singing and dancing skills, so there is no chance he will embarrass anyone. At that moment, Kyan's phone rings. When he checks it, he sees an incoming call from his mother. He hesitates briefly before answering, softly calling her Mom, while internally realizing that this is the first time she has contacted him since his rebirth over the past half-month. On the other side, his mother immediately questions why he hasn't been calling home and mentions that John said Kyan even hung up on him when he tried to contact him. Kyan explains that he has been very busy lately and asks what the reason for her call is. His mother then explains that she accidentally fell while cooking and now cannot even walk properly. She adds that his father is rarely home, and John is staying in the dorm, so she asks Kyan if he can come home and take care of her for a few days since he is free. Kyan agrees without hesitation, though internally he reflects that it is only in situations like this that she thinks of him. At night, Kyan prepares himself and leaves. After some time, he arrives home and opens the door. His mother greets him warmly, saying he is finally back. Kyan replies briefly, asking where she is injured. She shows him her right foot, confirming it is the one causing her pain, and saying it hurts badly. Kyan sits beside her and carefully offers to check it. His mother brushes it off, insisting it is not serious and just swollen. She then suddenly remembers something else and tells him that John's yard position was kept in his room, but she cannot find it anymore, asking him to help search for it. Kyan sighs quietly but agrees. He tells her to stay seated while he goes to look for it. He starts searching through drawers and around the room, questioning whether she might be mistaken because he cannot seem to find it. Just then, he hears a sudden thud behind him. Before he can react, he turns around, but it is already too late. When he moves toward the door, his mother shuts it and locks it from the outside. Kyan immediately realizes what has happened and rushes to the door, knocking hard while calling out to her, asking why she has locked him in and demanding to be let out. From outside, his mother responds firmly that she is doing this for his own good. She says she has heard he is participating in some talent show, and since he knows nothing about singing and dancing, he should stop pursuing something meant for people from wealthy backgrounds. She insists she has always taught him to stay grounded and avoid shortcuts or crooked paths, believing there are no easy ways in life. Kyan, still at the door, asks in disbelief whether she truly has no intention of letting him out today. His mother replies that she has no choice and tells him to stay in his room for the day. She adds that there is food in the drawer and that she will let him out tomorrow. Kyan then asks how she even knows about the audition. His mother simply replies that it does not matter and repeats that she will not harm him. Kyan, exhausted, finally gives in and asks her to stop. He slowly sits down inside the room, his expression dulling as he mutters that everything is supposedly for his own good. His thoughts drift backward. He remembers his childhood, his mother's voice telling him that children will gain weight if they overeat and that he should eat less, always insisting it was for his own good. The memory lingers, leaving him silent in the locked room. Kyan recalls his mother's past words again, remembering how she used to tell him to forget about school because he would still need to work after finishing his studies, suggesting that he should start earning earlier instead. She would always insist that she was doing everything for his own good. Sitting helplessly near the door in the present, Kyan's expression darkens. He reflects on everything he has been told over the years and feels as though he has already heard enough of these so-called for your own good reasons. A bitter thought crosses his mind that he should never have returned home, because this place has never truly felt like home to him. Just then, his phone rings. It is Faye calling. Faye tells him that Uncle Shen informed him Kyan had gone to his parents' house. Kyan briefly coughs, hiding his tension, and replies that it is nothing serious. He explains that his mother injured her leg, so he came home to check on her and says he will return tomorrow morning. Faye asks if that is really the case. Kyan reassures him, saying yes, and then gently tells Faye that it is getting late and he should rest early. Faye responds in a calm tone, telling him to sleep early as well and to work hard for tomorrow before wishing him good night. Kyan returns the farewell and ends the call. Alone again, he thinks to himself that he cannot afford to cause Faye any trouble, especially while Faye is still away on a business trip. Meanwhile, his mother stands outside the room, listening as everything falls silent. She sighs in relief and assumes that he has finally given up. She walks away and makes a phone call, telling the person on the other end that she has done as instructed and Kyan is now locked inside the room. She assures them not to worry. The person on the call responds briefly and asks to meet if she is free. Kyan's mother hesitates, then says she would like to meet as well. The man replies that he has been busy lately and suggests they talk later, adding that he'll hang up if there is nothing more to discuss. She quickly agrees, saying she can wait and suggesting a meeting later at the Wee house. Inside the room, Kyan quietly begins tying pieces of cloth together and fastening them to the door, his eyes focused and determined. He thinks that if he can reach the tree outside, he can climb down safely. He grips the makeshift rope tightly, counts himself in, and prepares himself. With a silent breath, he begins lowering himself from the terrace. Step by step, he climbs down carefully until he reaches the tree, landing with a soft thud. A small breath of relief escapes him as he whispers that he has made it. He then checks his phone, only to realize it has run out of battery. Exhausted, he mutters that his phone is dead. At the same time, a car speeds along the road. Inside the vehicle, Faye sits quietly, staring ahead with a sharp, uneasy feeling. He recalls Kyan's voice from earlier and senses that something was not right. He suddenly instructs the driver to step on it. The driver immediately obeys. As the car moves faster, Faye suddenly notices Kyan standing near the roadside. His expression shifts instantly in shock. He orders the driver to pull over. Nearby, Kyan stands close to a food stall, staring at the food with a tired, hungry expression. He mutters that he is starving. Suddenly, a voice questions what he is starving for. Kyan turns around and freezes. It is Faye. Kyan is stunned and immediately asks why Faye is here, reminding him that he was supposed to be on a business trip. Faye wipes his face, looking at him with a mix of concern and disbelief, and asks why Kyan is in such a condition, saying he has only been gone for 2 days. Kyan thinks to himself that he must look awful right now. He reflects that he danced all day yesterday and did not even shower, and he wonders if he smells bad. It seems a bit concerning to him, so he leans slightly and sniffs himself. Faye notices this and tells him to stop sniffing, assuring him that he does not stink. Kyan responds with a low growl and tells Faye that his phone is dead, asking if he could buy him 2 buns. Faye agrees without hesitation. After a while, they are sitting together. Faye carefully inserts a straw into the cup. Kyan eats the bun and Faye offers him his coffee. He tells Kyan that it is hot and that he should sip it slowly. Kyan thanks Faye and takes a sip. As he drinks, Kyan thinks that Faye Gu cares about him even though they are not related by blood. In contrast, his own closest family keeps using the dumbest excuses to hurt him again and again, treating him like a fool. The thought overwhelms him, and he begins sobbing. Faye Gu notices him crying, calls us softly, and pulls him into a hug. He reassures him that he does not need to worry because he is here, and he tells him not to cry. 10 minutes later, Kyan sits on a bench and apologizes to Faye for causing him trouble again. At the same time, he thinks to himself that he has already been reborn once, yet he is still crying like a child. He criticizes himself, thinking that Kyan Lim is becoming more useless as he gets older. Faye Gu gently reminds him of something he had said before, asking if he remembers that if anyone bullies him, he is to tell him. Kyan admits that he is sorry for not telling him the truth last night. He then explains that his mother lied about falling down, frightening him into coming home. Faye asks how he managed to get out. Kyan explains that he climbed down from the tree outside the balcony. Faye immediately asks if he was hurt. Kyan says no, But Faye keeps checking on him and questions why he did not say anything if he was hurt so badly. Kyan becomes surprised when he notices the injury on his leg. He reacts in confusion and, in his thoughts, realizes that he must have been injured while climbing down the tree earlier. He understands that he did not feel it at the time because he had no sensation of pain. Faye continues to ask if he is hurting anywhere else and wonders why he did not say anything earlier. Kyan replies that he thinks that is all and that it does not hurt that much. Faye insists that he needs to take him to the hospital right away and tells him that he should not do such risky things again. He adds that if something like this happens again, he should come to him. Kyan agrees. After a while, they are at the hospital. The doctor treats his wound, carefully dressing it and advising him to be careful not to get it wet. The doctor explains that it will itch when it scabs over and strictly warns him not to scratch it. Kyan acknowledges that he understands. As Faye watches him, he begins to think deeply. He recalls that when he first noticed the wound on Kyan's leg earlier, Kyan's expression had been full of surprise, clearly showing that he did not even know he was injured. He had been speaking normally, without any sign of pain, as if he could not feel it at all. Faye finds this strange, especially since the wound had been bleeding badly, and he wonders how Kyan could not feel something like that. Faye steps closer to him. Kyan then tells him that his wound has been taken care of and suggests that they should head back. Faye asks why he did not call him earlier. Kyan simply starts laughing and replies that it is just a small cut and that he can walk by himself. Faye does not respond verbally. Instead, he quietly sits down in front of him and gestures for him to come onto his back. Kyan hesitates and says that he is dirty. However, Faye insists again. Slowly, Kyan gives in and climbs onto his back. Faye begins walking, carrying him. As he rests there, Kyan thinks to himself that Faye's back feels so warm. Kyan looks at Faye and asks if he rushed back overnight because of him. Faye admits that he did. Kyan tries to apologize, but Faye immediately stops him and tells him not to say sorry to him. Kyan pauses and simply responds that he understands. At the same time, Kyan thinks to himself that Faye is like a mind reader who always knows what he is thinking. He reflects on how Faye rushed back just for him and no one else, and he begins to wonder if that means he is special to him. Then he remembers something and asks how Faye found out where he lives. Faye apologizes and explains that he had someone check his information previously. Hearing this, Faye silently thinks to himself about Kyan's family situation. He considers that the father is a scumbag, the mother is selfish and always favors the younger son, and that she forced the older one to be obedient and responsible while making him drop out early to work. He regrets that he did not find Kyan sooner. Kyan, however, tells him that it is okay and says that just as Faye told him not to apologize, he also does not need to say sorry either. Faye agrees. After a brief pause, Kyan begins to open up. He tells Faye that when he was little, he often wondered if his mother was really his biological mother. He explains that otherwise, he cannot understand why she never showed him any love, as all of it was reserved for his younger brother. Faye responds bluntly, saying that they are ugly while Kyan is good-looking and that they do not even look like a family. Kyan reacts with confusion and mild curiosity, asking what he means by that and wondering if he is being complimented on his looks. He then playfully asks how good-looking he actually is. Faye answers simply that he is the best-looking. Meanwhile, Nevin is on a phone call, his tone filled with irritation. He scolds the person on the other end, saying that something must be wrong with them if they cannot even keep an eye on the person they are supposed to watch. On the other side, there is Kyan's mother, who apologizes anxiously. She explains that she never thought he would climb down from the balcony and admits that she does not know how he is doing now. She worries aloud about what would happen if he is hurt. Nevin cuts her off sharply, saying that he does not want to hear any of it. He coldly tells her that if she cares about himself, she should find him on her own. He then emphasizes again that she is not his mother and warns her not to go around claiming such a relationship. On the other end, the woman is left stunned, still emotionally attached to him, but Nevin ends the call without hesitation. Just then, someone calls out to him from behind, asking who he was talking to and why he seems so angry. When Nevin turns around, he sees that it is Jae. Nevin asks when he arrived. Jae replies that he just got there. As Jae observes him, he thinks to himself that something feels off, wondering if he really saw that correctly and questioning how his usually obedient brother could have such a gloomy expression on his face. Nevin quickly approaches him, masking everything with a smile. He casually explains that he was just rehearsing lines with a classmate and mentions that he is playing a nasty villain. Jae accepts the explanation and says that he understands. Nevin then asks if he is heading out and whether he is going to the Tomorrow's Stars audition. Jae confirms that he is on his way to the audition and says that he has to go. Nevin tells him to go ahead and that he will see him later. As Jae leaves, Nevin's expression shifts again, and he begins thinking to himself that Kyan is definitely going for the audition today and might even run into Jae. However, he dismisses the concern, reasoning that it does not matter even if Kyan manages to audition. Considering his family background, Nevin believes there is no way Kyan has received any proper training in singing or dancing, and he is certain that Kyan will not make it. Kyan tells Faye that he should go home now and that he can go inside with Liu. Louis, who is standing beside him, agrees. However, Faye points out that Kyan's leg is injured and that he cannot dance, asking Louis to keep an eye on him. Louis assures him that he will. Hearing this, Kyan begins to think to himself, wondering how Faye already knows that he was planning to dance behind his back. Faye then tells Kyan to call him if he needs anything and warns him not to push himself to do things beyond his limit. As he says this, he gently pats Kyan on the shoulder. Kyan nods in agreement and responds that he understands, watching as Faye leaves. In his thoughts, he realizes that Faye has even arranged for someone to watch over him so that he would not overexert himself. Meanwhile, Faye receives a call. On the phone, he brings up the family he had previously asked to be investigated. The person on the other end acknowledges and asks for his orders. Faye instructs him to find a way to obtain the DNA samples of Yuelin Zhou and Johnson Lim as soon as possible. The caller agrees. After ending the call, Faye thinks about Kyan and resolves firmly that regardless of whether those people are his biological parents or not, he will never allow anyone to bully Kyan again. At the audition venue, Kyan sits in the waiting area among other candidates. He thinks to himself that if he does not dance, he might not pass the audition, but if he insists on dancing, his wound could reopen, and Faye would definitely be worried. Louis notices his expression and questions whether he is thinking about dancing again. Kyan reacts with slight confusion. Louis then points out how badly his leg is injured and reminds him that he was specifically told to look after him. He warns that if Kyan does anything reckless, he will inform Faye. Kyan tries to downplay the situation, saying that it is not really that serious. Louis questions him again, clearly unconvinced. Inside, Kyan thinks to himself that Louis is watching him too closely. He realizes that even if he did try to dance, Faye would probably find out before the interview even ends. Just then, someone calls out that Kyan Lim is next. Kyan immediately responds, announcing his presence. Louis tells him to go ahead. Kyan stands up, ready, and walks into the audition room. Inside, a group of interviewers is seated. One of them comments that the previous candidates were not good enough, saying that their singing and dancing abilities were average and their looks were not attractive either. When he picks up Kyan Lim's file, he reads aloud that Kyan has only been practicing for 14 days. He remarks that although Kyan looks quite good, it is hard to believe he has trained for less than half a month and questions whether this is serious. Another interviewer expresses doubt, questioning how just anyone can be selected. However, he also notes that Kyan's clean and fresh appearance is quite appealing. Looking more closely, he wonders if Kyan resembles Mr. N. Another member agrees, saying that they do look somewhat alike, and asks for Mr. N's opinion. Mr. N, who is also present, remains silent for a moment. Kyan enters the room fully, and one of the interviewers gestures for him to come in. As he walks in, Mr. N observes him carefully and thinks that Kyan looks simple yet lovable. Mr. N then addresses him, confirming his name and pointing out that according to the record, he has only been practicing for less than half a month. He asks if Kyan knows how to sing and dance. Kyan replies that he does. and then allows him to begin his talent performance. Kyan acknowledges respectfully and announces that the song he will perform is Never Lost Love. He then begins singing, expressing through the lyrics a longing filled with emotion, asking where his beloved is hiding, what is on their mind, and why they still cannot let go. He continues, conveying that he was given a love he never wanted to lose, and that for the rest of his life, he believes the journey of love is like a vast, starry sea. As Mr. watches him, he thinks that although Kyan lacks refined technique, his vocals are strong and filled with deep emotion. To his surprise, he realizes that Kyan is not bad at all. After finishing his song, the entire panel begins clapping, praising the performance and remarking that it was very good. Kyan politely thanks them. Mr. then asks if, in addition to singing, he can also dance. Kyan replies that he can, but explains that he hurt his left leg and cannot dance for the time being. As he listens, Mr. begins to think to himself that he is not sure if he is imagining it, but he feels that Jae does not exactly like him. He then asks Kyan how he got injured and wonders if it was from a fight. Kyan denies it and explains honestly that he fell while climbing a tree that morning and accidentally scratched his leg, adding that he does not fight. Hearing this, the panel members begin coughing awkwardly, yet they cannot help but think that the boy's honesty is unexpectedly cute. Mr. smiles and comments lightly that someone who likes climbing trees can head out now and wait to be notified about the next steps. Kyan agrees and leaves the room. As he walks out, he thinks to himself that he might have embarrassed himself and believes that there is no way he has any chance now. Kyan arrives at Faye's office. At the reception, a woman greets him and asks how she can help. Kyan politely says that he is looking for Faye Gu, correcting himself to address him as Mr. Gu. The receptionist asks if he has an appointment. Kyan admits that he does not, but mentions that he just called Mr. Yang. She apologizes and informs him that he cannot meet Mr. Gu without an appointment. As she observes him, she assumes internally that he is just another person trying to take a shortcut to success by clinging to Mr. Gu. She wonders if people do not know that he has no interest in anyone and thinks it is a shame since the boy has such good looks. At that moment, Faye's assistant, Mr. Yang, appears. He acknowledges Kyan with a nod and asks what brings him there. Addressing him as Mr. Lim, Kyan replies that he is here to see Faye. Mr. Yang informs him that Mr. Gu is still in a meeting and offers to take him upstairs first. Kyan agrees and thanks him. Mr. Yang offers to help carry his bag, but Kyan politely declines, saying that he can carry it himself. Watching this interaction, the receptionist becomes confused and wonders what is going on. She realizes that the boy is not there to cling to Mr. Gu and questions who he really is, especially since even Mr. Yang is treating him with such respect. After a while, Kyan sits on a sofa in the waiting room. Mr. Yang offers him some cake, explaining that Mr. Gu is still in a meeting but should be done soon. Kyan accepts and thanks him. Mr. Yang then asks if he would like anything to drink and mentions that there is a cafe downstairs, but Kyan replies that he is not thirsty. Soon, Faye enters the room. As soon as he sees him, he calls out Kyan. Kyan looks up at him and asks if he has finished his meeting. Faye confirms that he has and asks why Kyan came without telling him. He questions why he did not inform him in advance. Kyan explains that he wanted to surprise him and thought it would ruin the surprise if he told him beforehand. At the same time, he reflects internally that Faye had left for another business trip right after sending him to the audition previously, then rushed back that morning to change clothes before heading straight to the office for a meeting. He realizes that it has already been 10 days since they last saw each other. Faye acknowledges that Kyan did manage to surprise him and then asks about his injury. Kyan replies that it is almost healed. Faye immediately kneels down to check his leg and says that he wants to see it. Mr. Yang coughs lightly at the scene. Faye notices and asks if there is something else he wants to say. Mr. Yang quickly replies that there is nothing and excuses himself, saying that he will be on his way and that they should continue. As he leaves, Mr. Yang thinks to himself that Faye is as gentle and warm as a spring breeze toward the person he cares about, yet as cold and ruthless as autumn wind toward his subordinates, exactly as expected of Mr. Gu. Kyan then tells Faye that the doctor said he is recovering well and that just a couple more days of applying the cream should be enough. Faye responds that it is good to hear. Kyan then shares the main reason for his visit, telling Faye that he passed the audition and can now join the program. Faye reacts with clear approval, saying that he is amazing. Kyan then asks if Faye has had lunch and mentions that he brought some food for him, offering it. Faye looks at him and asks if he made it himself. Kyan responds that he is only doing what he was told, reminding Faye that he had said he should repay him through actions. As Faye takes the bag of food from him, Kyan adds that he only knows how to cook simple meals and hopes that he does not mind. Faye replies that it is delicious. Hearing this, Kyan thinks to himself with slight confusion, wondering why Faye is complimenting his cooking when he has not even tasted it yet. Faye then casually suggests that perhaps there is another way Kyan can repay him. Kyan reacts with confusion, asking what he means. In response, Faye points toward Kyan's lips. Seeing this, Kyan's thoughts begin to race. He wonders if Faye wants him to kiss him and questions whether this is not too sudden. Faye, noticing his hesitation, asks if he does not understand and says to forget it as he is about to move on. Before he can finish, Kyan suddenly leans forward and kisses him. As soon as he does it, Kyan begins to second-guess himself. He looks at Faye and wonders if that was really okay, trying to read his expression and questioning whether he misunderstood the situation. Realizing what he has done, he immediately apologizes, his face filled with embarrassment. He says that he still has other things to take care of and decides that he should leave, turning around quickly. However, Faye reaches out, grabs his arm, and stops him, asking where he is going. He pulls him back into his arms. Kyan stumbles slightly, unsure of what to say. Faye then lifts his hand and gently wipes Kyan's face. As he does so, Kyan notices that what Faye is wiping away are crumbs from the cake around his mouth. Faye then points out that Kyan was the one who initiated that action, questioning why he is now acting shy. Kyan quickly denies being shy, but inside, he realizes the truth. He understands that Faye was not hinting at a kiss at all, and was simply trying to point out the cake crumbs on his lips. The realization makes him feel even more embarrassed. Faye then asks, with a hint of amusement, if that was really his way of repaying him. Kyan hurriedly explains that it was not intentional and admits that he thought Faye wanted him to do that. Faye reacts with confusion and asks what exactly he thought he meant. At that moment, Kyan feels overwhelmed with embarrassment and thinks to himself that he wishes he could disappear somewhere, convinced that he might die from humiliation. Faye then questions if that is truly how Kyan sees him. Kyan immediately denies it, insisting that Faye is a gentleman and that he is the one who misunderstood and had impure thoughts. He apologizes again, saying that Faye can scold him as much as he wants. Instead, Faye gently takes hold of his hand and tells him that he is wrong, admitting that he is not a gentleman. Kyan looks at him in surprise, unsure of what he means. Faye simply pats his head and tells him that he'll understand later, but for now they should eat. Kyan quietly agrees. Half an hour later, they are back inside his bedroom. Faye removes his coat while Kyan stands behind him. Kyan tells him that he should go and relax in the lounge and says that he will head back now. Before he can leave, Faye suddenly pulls him back and gently pushes him onto the bed. He leans closer and admits that he is a bit tired, asking if Kyan would mind taking a nap with him. Kyan agrees. They both lie down on the bed, and Faye expresses his satisfaction softly. As Kyan looks at him, he begins to think that the last time Faye held him like this to sleep was when he had been drunk. As Kyan looks at him, he thinks to himself that this time Faye is completely sober. After a while, sleep overtakes him. Later, Faye slowly rises, looking down at the sleeping Kyan. He notices how Kyan is clinging to him, holding onto his neck, and he thinks to himself that he is such a clingy kid. Inside the office connected to the lounge, Faye is now seated at his desk. He asks whether the DNA samples of Johnson Lim and Yuelin Zhou have been obtained. Mr. Yang stands in front of him and informs him that he was just about to report that the person assigned to the task collected them that morning. Faye hands over another sample and instructs him to run a paternity test at the hospital. Mr. Yang agrees immediately and says that he will head there right away. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. Mr. N enters and greets Faye, remarking that he is still busy working and calling him an amazing man. Faye calmly asks what brings him there. Mr. N explains that he just finished an in-person event nearby and happened to be passing by, so he decided to stop in and say hello. He adds jokingly that otherwise, he was worried Faye might forget about him. Faye responds dryly that he would like to forget, but unfortunately, he keeps seeing a certain celebrity in the entertainment headlines every day. Mr. N steps forward, laughing, and comments that it seems his popularity has not declined yet. At that point, Mr. Yang excuses himself, saying that he will step outside. Mr. N agrees and mentions that he will leave soon after having a quick chat with Faye. Faye offers him a glass of water. Observing this, Mr. N comments that something seems off about him today. As he watches him, he thinks to himself that Faye appears to be in an unusually good mood, even pouring him water, and he jokingly wonders if the sun has risen in the west. Faye replies that he is perfectly normal. Mr. N disagrees, insisting that he does not seem normal and that it looks like something has happened. Faye remains silent. Mr. N continues, saying that Faye cannot live his life with nothing but work. At that very moment, the door behind them creaks open slightly. While Mr. N continues speaking, warning that if Faye keeps this up, he will end up alone forever, he suddenly turns and notices someone at the door. Kyan stands there. As Kyan sees him, he immediately recognizes him and thinks to himself that it is Jae-in, wondering what he is doing here. Mr. N also recognizes him and points out that he is the one from the audition earlier. Before anything more can be said, Kyan abruptly shuts the door and leaves. Mr. N turns back to Faye and asks if he should not explain what is going on. Faye answers calmly that it is exactly what he just saw. Hearing this, Mr. N is stunned. He thinks to himself in shock that he always wondered why Faye lived like an ascetic, staying away from everything. Now he realizes that all those beautiful women who tried to get close to him were the wrong gender from the start. He then directly asks Faye if he really likes men, like that one just now. Faye responds by asking if that person looked like a girl to him. Mr. N remarks that Faye did a good job hiding this. Faye, however, dismisses the conversation and tells him that since he seems busy, there is nothing more to discuss and that he can leave now. Mr. N reacts with disbelief, pointing out that Faye is kicking him out right after dropping such a shocking revelation and questions whether he still considers him a friend. Faye clarifies that he is not kicking him out, but simply stating that if he stays, that person will not come out again. Understanding the situation, Mr. N finally agrees to leave. However, before going, he insists that later that night, Faye should meet him and drink 10 glasses of alcohol as punishment for not telling him something so important. Faye declines for now, saying that not today, but perhaps in a few days. He then reminds him to close the door on his way out.
Cộng hòa 47.
While sitting in the lounge, Kyan thinks to himself that embarrassing incidents keep happening to him today, and he should have checked the almanac before leaving the house. At that moment, the door opens and Faye appears. Seeing him, Kyan calls his name, but immediately checks behind him to see if someone else has come with him. Faye tells him that Jae-in has already left and asks why he seems afraid of him. Kyan quickly denies being afraid and explains that Jae-in is the mentor of Tomorrow's Stars and was present during his last audition, so he was simply surprised to see him there. He then thinks to himself that, come to think of it, Faye knows Jae-in's older brother, so it is normal for them to know each other. He wonders whether Nevin and Faye also know each other. Faye then tells him that their families have been close friends for a long time and that Jae-in is his childhood friend. Kyan responds that he understands. Faye then adds that he will introduce them properly someday. Kyan agrees casually. After some time, Kyan starts a live stream from home while holding books in his hands. Viewers flood the chat with comments, calling him handsome, lovely, and cute, saying they missed him and requesting him to recite classical texts like Pipa Shing, The Road to Shu is Hard, Red Cliff Ode, and Li Saw, with some even spamming messages asking for more. Kyan wonders aloud why they prefer hearing him recite texts while other streamers are asked to sing and dance. The comments quickly respond that his voice is too soothing. Some say they have made his previous recitations their alarm clock ringtone, listening every morning. Others claim it helped them pass language tests and improve their courses significantly. Kyan laughs softly and agrees, saying that he will recite Lee Saw today and asks them to correct him if he makes any mistakes. The viewers enthusiastically agree. After a few minutes, he begins reciting. The comments once again flood in, praising his soothing voice and saying they are making Lee Saw their next ringtone. They joke that they no longer need to worry about language studies because of him. Then Kyan speaks again, his tone turning slightly serious as he tells them that he has something to share. He explains that due to some personal reasons, he may not be able to do live streams for a while. At the same time, he thinks to himself that he cannot use his phone during the Tomorrow's Stars recording and wonders if anyone will still be waiting for him when he returns. The comments immediately react with panic and sadness, insisting that they cannot go even a day without his voice, calling it emotionally unbearable and begging him not to abandon them. Some send virtual gifts and joke nervously about whether he has a girlfriend or is in a relationship, accusing him of suddenly being in a spring mood and leaving them. Kyan quickly denies it, saying that it is not like that and that he's simply participated in it. Before he can finish, someone from outside calls out saying, "Kyan, I'm coming in." The comments instantly explode again, teasing that someone is at home and joking that he is like a child caught by his parents while playing games, saying he should have at least warned them or taken a screenshot of his expression. In a flustered hurry, Kyan abruptly ends the live stream, saying that's all for today and goodbye. The chat continues to flood with laughing messages, calling the situation hilarious and saying he looks like a kid whose parents caught him midstream. He quickly shuts off the live completely. A moment later, Faye enters the room holding a bowl of fruit. Kyan turns toward him and asks if there is anything he can help with. Faye simply tells him to have some fruit. Kyan thanks him and takes the bowl. Then Faye leans closer and whispers in his ear that he is holding the book upside down. Kyan looks down and realizes it immediately, quickly flipping it the right way. Internally, he wonders why he always ends up doing something stupid in front of Faye. Faye then lightly says that he will stop teasing him and asks if he wants to hang out with him. Kyan repeats the words in surprise, asking if he means hang out, and thinks to himself that he has been here for a long time and, aside from necessary social interactions, he has never seen Faye engage in any recreational activity. Faye confirms and asks if he wants to go. Kyan immediately becomes happy and agrees. Faye tells him to go get changed and says he will wait downstairs. Kyan responds that he will, agreeing excitedly as he gets ready. At night, Faye and Kyan arrive at a nightclub together. As they enter, a girl greets them respectfully and addresses Faye as Mr. Gu, welcoming him and guiding him inside, asking him to follow her this way. Faye replies calmly that it is fine and follows her. Kyan walks beside him and quietly asks Faye if they are going to meet someone. Faye simply tells him that he'll find out later. The girl leads them to a private room and opens the door for them. Inside, 3 young men are already sitting, Jae-in, Yeon-in, and Nevin. Nevin immediately stands up and greets Faye excitedly, calling him brother Faye Gu and saying that he is finally here. At the same time, he holds Kyan's hand in greeting as well. Faye responds casually and acknowledges him. Nevin then looks at Kyan in surprise and says that he did not expect it to be him, telling him to come in. Kyan silently looks at him, still processing the situation. Nevin continues, saying that he has not seen Kyan since he dropped out of his senior year and that he was surprised to see him here, calling it impressive. Kyan responds that yes, he did not expect to meet him so soon, and thinks to himself that this reunion has happened too suddenly. Faye quietly observes Kyan, and then gently releases his hand from Nevin's grip. He explains to Kyan that Jae-in and Yeon-in are his childhood friends, and that Nevin is their younger brother. Kyan nods, and says that he understands. Yeon then steps closer to Kyan and casually asks how he is doing. He comments that Kyan seems to be living under Mr. Gu's protection, and then asks how he is handling the cold. Kyan looks confused and asks what he means by cold. Yeon-in explains dramatically that the icy aura Faye emits is enough to make people feel like they are facing death. Hearing this, Faye becomes slightly annoyed. Yain and immediately moves away toward Jae-en and jokingly asks him to protect him. Jae-en, unimpressed, tells him he is useless. Jae-en then turns to Kyan and casually greets him, asking if his leg has healed and saying it has been a long time. Kyan replies politely that he is fine now and thanks him for asking. Jae-en relaxes and says they are not in an audition right now, so there is no need to be formal. He adds that since Kyan is the same age as Nevin, he can just call him brother if he does not mind. Kyan follows the suggestion and calls him Big Brother and as soon as he says this, Yain bursts into loud laughter, mocking the title and repeating Big Brother and teasingly. Kyan looks slightly unsure and turns to Faye, asking if he said something wrong. Faye calmly replies that there is nothing wrong with it and that he can call him that. Jae-en then points out that Kyan can call both of them casually, asking why only he is being called Big Brother and jokingly questioning if he looks that old. Kyan quickly explains that he did not mean it like that. Yain continues laughing and comments that Kyan is very honest and straightforward. Finally, Jae-en sighs lightly and says he was only teasing him, then invites everyone to sit down. Nevin looks at everyone in the room, observing the interactions carefully. Faye tells Kyan to sit down and Kyan agrees and takes a seat, quietly watching the group. As he observes them, Nevin thinks to himself that Yain and Jae-en are being unusually friendly toward Kyan, and even Jae does not seem to dislike him. Even Faye Gu, who has always had a cold personality, is treating him with a certain level of affection. Nevin feels irritated internally, thinking that Kyan is clearly beneath him in every way, yet somehow still manages to steal attention that should not belong to him. After sitting down beside Kyan, Nevin speaks to him and says that he heard Kyan has also joined Tomorrow's Stars. He suggests that they can practice together from now on and maybe even debut together. Kyan, hearing this, thinks to himself that if he remembers correctly, Nevin never participated in this survival show in his previous life and had debuted through acting instead. He finds it strange that things are unfolding differently this time. Nevin continues speaking, saying that he remembers Kyan could not sing or dance at all before and asks when he learned. Internally, he thinks that it is strange that someone who could not even sing or dance managed to pass the audition and assumes that Kyan must have taken a shortcut by clinging to Faye Gu and getting in through the back door. Kyan calmly replies that he indeed never learned before, but after leaving school, he casually picked it up by watching TV. Nevin thinks to himself that it is impossible to perform on stage without proper training and assumes that Kyan's skills must be exaggerated. He further believes that Kyan must have used some trick to get Faye Gu's attention. Kyan then politely tells Nevin that his singing is very good and that learning casually is impressive, calling him very talented. Yain immediately joins in and says that he also loves singing, although he is still not at the level of professional singers and dancers, and that he will continue working hard to improve. Kyan responds that Yain's singing voice is very infectious and that, although his technique is not yet at a professional level, he has a bright future ahead. Yain thanks him. At that moment, Faye silently offers Kyan a glass of juice and gently takes the glass from his hand, telling him to have it. Kyan looks at him and responds slightly hesitantly, saying, okay. Seeing this, Nevin thinks in shock that Faye Gu, who normally looks cold and strict, is acting like a worried parent. He mentally questions whether this is really the same Faye Gu he knows. Out loud, Nevin comments that Faye is being too strict and says that Kyan is an adult who can drink. Faye calmly replies that Kyan is injured and that alcohol would be bad for his recovery. Kyan looks slightly disappointed and thinks to himself that he has already recovered. Nevin suddenly stands up and says that he understands, then suggests that he will drink with his brother instead and offers to pour him a drink. Faye agrees without resistance. Nevin then turns to Faye and asks how he and Kyan met. Faye replies briefly that it is a long story. Nevin insists that he wants to hear more since it is still early. Faye then turns to Kyan and asks if he is bored. Kyan quickly replies that he is not, just that he is not used to this kind of environment. Faye tells him that they will leave soon and asks him to eat some fruit in the meantime. Kyan agrees and thanks him. Nevin watches this and says to Kyan that brother Faye is very good to him. Kyan responds simply that it is true. Nevin clenches his hands, feeling increasingly uneasy, and thinks to himself that it is strange how cold Kyan is toward him despite the fact that he was once his only friend in high school. He begins to suspect that Kyan might have found out something. Out loud, Nevin says that he is relieved to see Kyan doing well and adds that he would not have dropped out of school in the first place if it had not been for that lousy gambler. He further explains bitterly that the gambler was a terrible person who once entered their classroom, dragged Kyan out, prevented him from continuing his education, and even slapped him multiple times in front of teachers and classmates. Kyan gulps down the drink angrily and states that it is all in the past and there is nothing more to say. He then sharply calls out Nevin's name in frustration. Yeon also looks upset and asks Nevin what is wrong with him today and why he is suddenly talking so strangely. Nevin quickly changes his tone and apologizes to Kyan, saying that he got carried away in anger and did not mean to bring up anything painful. He insists that he is sorry for upsetting him. He then tells Kyan not to be angry with him and says he will drink 3 shots as punishment. After that, he starts drinking heavily, gulping down the alcohol one after another. Soon after, he lets out a faint sound and suddenly leans onto Faye's shoulder, claiming that he is feeling a little dizzy and will get up in a moment. Seeing this, Kyan thinks angrily that Nevin is not the only one who can act and decides to respond in kind. He also pretends to feel dizzy and tells Faye that it has become unbearable. Faye immediately turns toward him and asks if he is feeling better now. Kyan quickly responds that he is fine. Nevin watches this scene closely and clenches his hand in irritation. He then reaches out and grabs Faye's shoulder again, trying to maintain his position. Faye ignores him and instead supports Kyan, telling Jaein to take care of his brother because he is drunk. Jaein steps forward and asks Nevin to come over, questioning why he drank so much. At the same time, Yeon comes closer and says that he is also there for him. He tells Nevin not to lean on Faye because Faye is unbelievable and instead offers himself as support, saying he can lean on him as much as he wants. Nevin, however, remains silent. Jaein then apologizes to Faye, explaining that Nevin is not in his best condition today and has caused trouble for them. Faye calmly responds that Kyan is also drunk and says he will take him home first. Jaein agrees and tells him to hurry and take his darling home, adding that he cannot stand watching this anymore. Faye lifts Kyan into his arms and says they are leaving first. He tells Kyan to go home, and Kyan agrees softly. As they leave, Jaein comments to Nevin that the situation is clearly going wrong and that Faye Gu is not acting like himself at all. Yeon adds that Faye is no longer the same person he used to be. Nevin leans against Jae and shoulder in silence, while Jaein sighs and calls Faye an old fox, saying he has a real talent for taking away cute and innocent guys like that. Nevin quietly says Jae's name in response. Nevin keeps thinking to himself in distress, wondering why everyone's attention is always on Kyan Lim. He repeatedly questions why everyone seems to like Kyan so much and what is so special about him. Overwhelmed by jealousy and confusion, he suddenly breaks down and starts crying. Jae notices his state and asks him why he is crying and whether he is hurt. Nevin quickly denies it and says that he is fine, but admits that he feels like he has upset Kyan. He adds that Kyan does not seem to like him anymore, even though they used to be close friends. Yeon responds by telling him that this is not true and that Kyan is not that kind of person. He explains that Kyan is just a little introverted and advises Nevin not to overthink things. However, Yeon also reminds Nevin not to bring up Kyan's parents in front of him next time. He adds that although Nevin may have been trying to defend Kyan, to others it could look like he was intentionally rubbing it in. Nevin immediately apologizes. Yeon accepts the apology and says it is fine, explaining that he knows Nevin did not mean any harm, but he should be more careful in the future. Nevin agrees. Meanwhile, Faye is walking while carrying Kyan in his arms. Kyan tells him that he can walk on his own, but Faye calmly insists that he is drunk. Kyan looks at him and thinks to himself that he was only trying to provoke Nevin and that he can actually hold his liquor quite well. Faye then asks him if he was upset. Kyan admits that he was. Faye asks if it was because of Nevin and Kyan confirms it. Faye then asks whether Nevin used to bully him before. Kyan replies that it was not exactly bullying, but rather that Nevin repeatedly took away everyone he cared about. Kyan then asks Faye directly if he likes Nevin. At the same time, he recalls in his previous life how, no matter how hard he tried, everyone seemed to prefer Nevin, his friends, his boyfriend, even his mother. In his memory, it always felt like only Nevin mattered in their eyes. Faye immediately replies that he does not like Nevin. Hearing this, Kyan lets out a small sigh and asks him who he does like then. Faye responds by asking if he really wants to know. Kyan says that he does. Faye leans closer to him and tells him that if he wants to know, he should kiss him. Kyan wraps his arms around Faye's neck and agrees, saying that this time Faye was the one who asked for it. Faye confirms it. Kyan thinks to himself that he is not misunderstanding anything, then leans in and kisses him, telling him to go ahead and speak. After that, Faye continues kissing him, and the moment lingers as they remain close while the interaction continues for several minutes. Kyan looks visibly nervous and calls Faye a bully. Internally, he thinks that Faye asked for a kiss, but it lasted so long that he was almost out of breath. Faye looks at him and asks if he remembers the answer now. Kyan, confused, asks what he means. Faye studies him quietly and thinks that Kyan has already forgotten the questions so quickly, assuming the alcohol has finally started affecting him. He then asks him, calling him a drunkard, whether it hurts anywhere. Kyan replies that it does not. Kyan steps closer and whispers into his ear that he wants to tell him a secret. Faye asks what secret it is, and Kyan replies that he was born without a sense of pain. At that moment, a car arrives on the road. The driver announces that Mr. Gu's car has arrived. Faye remains silent, still looking at Kyan. Kyan tells him that they should go home. Faye agrees. After some time, they reach home, and Faye carries Kyan to the bed, placing him down gently. He tells Kyan that they are home and reminds him that he is not done with his secret yet. Kyan, already sleepy, hums in response. Faye asks again what he was born without. Kyan sleepily replies that he is tired and wants to sleep. Faye watches him curiously and softly mutters "kid," then turns to leave. However, Kyan suddenly grabs his coat and tells him not to go, asking him to stay and sleep with him. Faye turns back to look at him and agrees. He lies down beside him, holding him gently, and tells him that he will stay there and wishes him good night. Kyan hums softly while looking at him. Faye thinks to himself that Kyan is usually obedient and understanding, but whenever Nevin deliberately approaches him, he becomes a different person, pulling at his clothes and taking the initiative to come closer. Faye interprets this as jealousy and thinks that Kyan must like him too. After a while, Faye's phone rings. Faye answers the call, and the person on the other side informs him that the DNA test results he requested have been completed. They report that the parents and child are not biologically related. Faye remains silent for a moment and then calmly says that he understands. He thinks to himself that this is probably a good thing for Kyan, as there is no biological connection to parents like that. He then adds silently that there is one more thing he needs to investigate. Meanwhile, Kyan wakes up and rubs his eyes, muttering that his head hurts. Faye turns toward him and notices he is awake. He watches him and thinks that he will wait until he uncovers the full truth and finds Kyan's real parents before making any further moves. Kyan yawns sleepily, while Faye continues thinking that otherwise it would feel like an empty joy. Kyan suddenly looks at Faye in surprise and asks why he is in his room. Faye responds by asking if he remembers anything from last night. Kyan repeats "last night" and begins thinking back. He recalls that he was in a bad mood and drank, then saw Nevin leaning on Faye's shoulder while drunk. He remembers feeling upset, telling Faye he felt sick, and being carried away in front of everyone. After that, his memory becomes unclear. He thinks that in his past life, he had developed a high alcohol tolerance from attending various drinking parties with his agent, but now he seems to have forgotten that he is still a lightweight. He then apologizes, saying he was completely wasted last night, and asks Faye if he did anything strange while drunk. Faye places a finger on his lips and asks what he would even do. Kyan replies that he does not know and becomes anxious, thinking that something bad might have happened. Faye calmly tells him not to worry, and says he simply fell asleep and did nothing. Kyan asks again if that is true. He then wonders internally why Faye keeps touching his lips. Faye responds by asking if he actually wanted something to happen. Kyan quickly flinches and denies it, saying he will go wash up and tries to leave. Kyan stands with Louis Liu, holding a suitcase and preparing to leave. However, he does not look well and appears unusually listless. Louis notices his condition and asks what is wrong with him. Kyan quickly replies that he is fine, but internally he blames himself for everything. He thinks that he made a fool of himself in front of Faye the other day, which is why he has been avoiding him. Since he is moving into the Tomorrow's Stars dormitory today, he never even got the chance to properly say goodbye. He wonders if Faye will miss him after some time. Standing in front of their room, Louis suggests that they should go inside since they're already late, adding that hopefully they will not get annoying roommates. Kyan agrees quietly. They enter the room together. Inside, they find Nevin and another boy already present as roommates. Nevin immediately brightens up and says that he was worried about who his roommate would be and is relieved to see that it is Kyan, adding that they can practice together from now on. Kyan looks visibly upset upon seeing him. Louis quietly asks if Nevin is his friend. Kyan replies that he is just a high school classmate. Nevin steps forward and extends his hand toward Louis, introducing himself politely. However, Louis does not shake his hand. Instead, he introduces himself as Louis Liu and says he has heard of Nevin before, adding a polite greeting but with a cold tone. Internally, he thinks that Faye even called him earlier to keep an eye on Kyan and warned him about Nevin. Nevin responds, asking if Louis knows him. Louis simply replies that he does not. At that moment, the other boy in the room steps forward, shakes hands with Kyan, and introduces himself as Yan Liu, a trainee at UA Entertainment. He mentions that they have met before and greets him warmly. A girl then enters the room and speaks to everyone, saying that since everyone seems to know each other now, they are officially trainees of Tomorrow's Stars. She explains that to ensure full focus on training in the coming days, all phones and electronic devices must be confiscated. She adds a friendly reminder for everyone to call their families before handing them over. Hearing this, Kyan repeats the words silently in his mind, "Call your family?" Everyone sits on their beds afterward. Kyan sits with his mobile phone in hand, while Louis sits beside him and watches Nevin closely. Nevin is on a call with his mother, speaking emotionally. He says that he misses her, that he has just arrived but already wants to go home. He also reminds his father not to drink too much and tells them to listen to each other. As he speaks, his voice breaks and he begins crying. Louis watches him carefully. Nevin continues speaking tearfully, saying that he loves them too. Seeing this, Kyan thinks to himself that he sometimes envies people like Nevin, people who have loving parents and supportive family members. To him, it feels like Nevin has everything he could possibly need. Louis suddenly turns to Kyan and complains about Nevin's emotional behavior, asking why Kyan is just sitting there watching him cry on the phone. He tells Kyan to call his own family immediately. Kyan asks if he really can. Louis replies that of course he can. Maybe they're even waiting for his call. Kyan agrees softly. At the same time, in another place, Faye is attending a business meeting where a representative is presenting financial details of the last quarter. Suddenly, Faye's phone starts ringing. Faye immediately stands up and tells the room to take a 10-minute break while he takes the call. Everyone in the meeting agrees, though they are surprised internally, wondering who would make the cold and strict boss pause a meeting to answer a call. Faye steps out and answers the phone, saying Kyan's name. Kyan explains that the crew will be confiscating their phones soon, so he is calling in advance and asks if he has disturbed Faye. Faye calmly replies that he has not. Kyan hesitates and then says he has something to ask. Faye responds with a simple, Kyan asks if Faye will miss him while he is away. At the same time, he thinks to himself that Faye is the only one who truly treats him well and that he should be brave enough to ask. Faye immediately replies that of course he will. Kyan softly says that he will miss him too, then coughs slightly. He adds that he is now living in a 4-person dormitory with Louis, who is kind and caring. Faye suddenly asks what he means, and then asks directly who is better, him or Louis. Kyan immediately replies that Faye is the best in his heart and that no one can compare to him. He says that it is time to hand over his phone and quickly says goodbye. After the call ends, Kyan looks at his phone and lets out a soft sigh. At that moment, someone announces that Mr. N has arrived. Mr. N enters the room and looks over all the trainees, asking whether they are all living together now. Everyone respectfully addresses him as Mr., and Nevin then asks Jay what brings him there. Jay replies that he has come to check on them, adding that they should not address him casually here as he is acting in an impartial role. Nevin immediately responds that he understands and calls him Mr. N. Along with Jay, a lady accompanying him speaks up and informs them that besides checking their phones, they will also inspect their suitcases for any prohibited items. She instructs them to start with Kyan Lim. Kyan responds politely and agrees. When his suitcase is opened, it is found full of books. The lady reacts in surprise, saying it looks like he has come to prepare for college entrance exams rather than a talent show, joking that the fear of exam pressure is returning. Kyan explains that since phones are not allowed, he planned to read books in his free time. Internally, Kyan thinks that having returned 5 years into the past, he wants to make up for all his regrets from his previous life. If possible, he even wants to retake the entrance exam and get into a better university. He also recalls hearing from Nevin that Nevin dropped out of high school and had assumed he simply did not like studying, but now he suspects there might have been another reason behind it. Jayan tells Kyan that the upcoming training will be very intense and he may not have much energy left for studying, but encourages him to still do his best. Kyan thanks him respectfully, calling him Mr. N. Nearby, Louis Liu and Yan Lu talk quietly. Yan comments that Kyan and Mr. N look somewhat alike, almost like brothers standing together. Louis agrees but adds that Nevin looks nothing like Mr. and Yan also remarks that at first he thought Kyan might actually be Mr. N's brother, but clearly he is not. Jayan then tells everyone to step back as he goes to check the other dorms, and Kyan politely says goodbye to him. Nevin watches Kyan closely, feeling a strong wave of jealousy. He thinks to himself that he cannot let Kyan stay in this place for too long. Later, during a promotional photo shoot setup, the manager announces that they will begin taking group photos since the trainees have been living together for 2 days. She adds that if the photos perform well, they may gain popularity through couple hype marketing. Hearing this, Nevin immediately places his hand on Kyan's shoulder and suggests pairing with him, saying they went to the same high school and are good friends, so they would look good together on camera. Kyan internally reacts with disgust, thinking he would rather die than be shipped with Nevin. At that moment, someone calls out to Kyan from behind the equipment. When he turns, he is shocked to see Yeonwon. The manager introduces him as their photographer, Mr. Won, and asks if he and Kyan know each other. Both Kyan and Yeonwon deny knowing each other. However, Yeonwon adds that he saw Kyan during casting reviews and was impressed by him. The manager remarks that Kyan's looks stand out in this batch and then leaves the shoot in Mr. Won's hands. The photo shoot begins, and Mr. Won focuses his camera on Kyan while observing him closely. Internally, Yeonwon thinks that Kyan was never part of the talent show in his previous life, but now everything has changed so much that it makes him suspect Kyan might also be someone who has been reborn. After the shoot ends, Louis Liu tells Kyan that they should head back. Kyan agrees, but says he will go to the restroom first. As he walks away, someone suddenly grabs his hand. It is Mr. Won. Kyan immediately looks at him in anger. Mr. Won tells him they need to talk and says they are in the same situation. Kyan coldly responds that if he already knows that, he should not have the courage to appear in front of him. He thinks bitterly about how Mr. Won once dated him, knew he and Nevin were incompatible, yet still chose Nevin while he was left alone and suffering. Mr. Won then apologizes, saying he was wrong, that he should not have trusted Nevin and's words, should not have doubted Kyan, and should have been there for him when he was sick. Kyan interrupts him and says it is enough and everything is in the past. Mr. Won suddenly confesses that he still loves him deeply and asks for one more chance. Kyan replies firmly that he no longer has feelings for him. Mr. Won refuses to believe it. At that moment, Louis appears and, startled, Mr. Won awkwardly asks Kyan if he has fallen into the toilet bowl. Lewis immediately asks what is going on, and Kyan calmly replies that nothing is wrong. Kyan tells Mr. Wen firmly that he should please pretend not to know him next time. He releases his hand and thanks him for everything. Mr. Wen looks visibly upset, but Kyan does not stay to engage further. He turns to Lewis and says they should go. Mr. Wen calls after him, but Lewis immediately notices the tension and asks Kyan what is going on, even questioning if he was being bullied. Kyan calmly replies that nothing like that happened and tells him again to leave. However, Lewis internally senses that something interesting is going on. Quietly, he takes out his phone and sends a message to Faye Gu, jokingly telling him that he now has a love rival. At the same time, online discussions around the promotional video for tomorrow's stars explode in popularity. Viewers praise Kyan, commenting that they have decided he is their husband, and no one can take him away from them. Some users complain that Nevin looks different from his brothers and that his makeup seems too heavy and unattractive. Others ask who the new boy is, saying he is very good-looking. Many viewers compare Kyan's delicate features to Jaein, saying he resembles him more than anyone else and is extremely attractive, expressing excitement for his performance. Kyan also comes online and sees the attention. Lewis tells him that Mr. Gu has likely already seen the promotional response and that Kyan has strong audience appeal. Comments continue flooding in, praising him for his visuals and performance and saying they have fallen for him. Meanwhile, Faye is watching the video. Lewis mentions something while observing his reaction. Faye simply says that Kyan is naturally the best and that it is normal for everyone to like him. Lewis internally thinks that love has made Faye blind and decides he should not have asked him. Lewis then makes another call, mentioning that Kyan is already attracting attention even before debut, and even a fan has chased him to the promotional venue. He also notes that the photographer who shot the promo video is clearly influenced by him and that Kyan is becoming extremely popular. At the same time, the manager arrives and informs Kyan that his phone will be collected soon. She tells him the first promotional video has been released and praises his performance. As a reward, she allows him half an hour of phone use, after which she'll collect it again. Kyan thanks her politely. He immediately connects a video call with Faye. On the call, Kyan greets him respectfully, but Faye immediately teases him, saying that it seems he has become distant, now calling him Mr. Gu. Kyan quickly denies it and says he misses him, but then hesitates and explains that it has just been a long time since they last saw each other. Faye calmly replies that he misses him too. Kyan softly responds, but then tries to hide part of his face from the camera, explaining that he has just finished training, is sweaty, and does not look attractive. Internally, he thinks he finally gathered the courage to express his feelings properly, but the timing is wrong, and he wishes he looked better. Faye reassures him, saying he looks good, and asks if the training was hard. Kyan says it was a bit difficult, but he is happy. He then excitedly tells Faye to watch the Tomorrow's Stars official site because the preliminary stage received a lot of attention, and he even got an A grade. Faye responds that everyone adores him and that he is amazing. At that moment, the manager returns and reminds Kyan that his time is almost up. Kyan tells Faye that he has to go. Faye tells him to do his best, and that he will, but then pauses. Kyan asks what he means. Faye simply says nothing, tells him to practice well, and ends the call. After the call disconnects, Faye sighs quietly and thinks to himself that if he does not go and see Kyan soon, he might lose him to someone else. Nevin remarks that he thought Lewis would already be there, but instead he himself has arrived earlier. Lewis responds sarcastically, saying that it is good for him, since others are busy practicing so hard that they do not even have time for a proper shower. Yet Nevin still has time to do his makeup, which he finds impressive. Nevin calmly explains that it is only for visual appearance and does not take much time, adding that he has been practicing regularly. Soon after, a few boys approach them and call out to Nevin. One of them mentions that they passed by the assessment room and heard that Nevin has passed, calling it impressive. He also says he had expected Lewis to take the lead position instead. Another boy adds that Nevin acted quickly and asks whether Mr. N showed him favoritism. A third boy expresses jealousy, admitting that he often makes mistakes in his moves. Nevin responds politely, saying it is not very difficult, and encourages them to practice harder, adding that he saw them dancing well earlier. He also tells Kyan to keep up the good work. Kyan suddenly interrupts and asks if they are done, reminding them that practice will resume. His blunt tone shocks the other boys, who silently think that Kyan Lim is surprisingly bold for speaking like that to Nevin and that they are unsure whether Nevin will punish him for it. However, they also find the situation satisfying, especially since Nevin's behavior has been questionable and seems influenced by his brother. Nevin quickly apologizes, saying he has interrupted their training time and should leave, but internally he seethes with anger. He thinks Kyan Lim has publicly humiliated him despite his kindness and believes Kyan has no right to show him such disrespect, especially considering his background. Lewis approaches Kyan and comments that Nevin is clearly overdoing his act. He reassures Kyan not to worry, adding that Mr. J is known for his principles and would not treat Kyan unfairly because of Nevin's influence. Kyan simply replies that he is not worried. Looking at Nevin, he internally reflects that he never provoked him in his past life, but was still heavily victimized, so this time he sees no reason to tolerate it again, especially since he has nothing left to fear. After some time, Kyan performs his dance evaluation. Mr. J observes his performance carefully and praises him, saying it is clear he has practiced a lot, as he is very familiar with both singing and dancing parts. He congratulates Kyan on passing the test. Kyan thanks him respectfully. Mr. J then asks how much time he has been practicing daily since receiving the assignment. Kyan replies that he practices around 15 hours a day, and not only him but Lewis and the others also train hard every day except during meals and sleep. Mr. J acknowledges his hard work and talent, saying he is sure Kyan will achieve great things even if he is not placed in the lead position. He then allows him to leave. As Kyan exits, another member sitting with Mr. J questions what is wrong, pointing out that Nevin completed the test first and performed excellently, so it is strange that Mr. J looks unsettled. Mr. J simply responds that nothing is wrong, but he appears conflicted. Meanwhile, outside the room, Kyan tells Lewis that he has also passed. Lewis replies that they are likely going to remain supporting roles behind Nevin anyway, so passing or failing does not make much difference. Kyan responds that this is only the lead position for the theme song and not a final judgment, so there are still more opportunities ahead. However, Lewis angrily says that anyone can take this small position except that fucker, adding that they have trained so hard over the past few days while Nevin has been resting, eating, putting on makeup, using masks, and secretly playing on his phone. He expresses frustration and disbelief that Nevin could pass like that. Kyan calmly asks what Lewis plans to do about it. Lewis admits he does not know. At the same time, Jayan enters Nevin's room. Nevin greets him and asks what brings him there so suddenly. Jayan replies that he wants to ask a question. Nevin asks what it is. Jayan then questions Nevin, saying he knows Nevin's strengths and asks how he managed to learn such a difficult theme song in such a short time. Nevin immediately reacts defensively, asking what he means and whether he is being accused of cheating. He insists that he learned everything through hard practice and questions how Jayan can doubt him, asking if that is truly how he sees him. Jayan states that he has already reviewed the surveillance footage from the dance studio. He explains that Nevin was learning the theme song too quickly and, even when he had just started practicing, his movements looked too smooth and effortless, as if he had already learned them beforehand, which he considers impossible for a beginner. He then tells Nevin that he is giving him 2 minutes to think and confess. Nevin, under pressure, admits that he had accidentally seen Jayan's email containing the theme song video about half a month before the show began. He confesses that he could not resist watching it, so he secretly copied the video. He quickly clarifies that he did not intend to cheat and only wanted to secure the lead position, so he would not embarrass Jayan. Jayan responds coldly, questioning whether Nevin is saying he cheated just to obtain the lead position. He says he does not understand why Nevin would still want to participate in the show under such circumstances, and emphasizes that now that he is in it, he should rely on his own strength, work hard, and prove himself honestly rather than using dishonest methods. Nevin pleads and says he would not do it again and asks Jaein not to be angry with him. Jaein replies that he has already said he treats all contestants fairly and impartially, and there is no special treatment even for him. He then states that because Nevin cheated, his test results will be nullified. He releases Nevin's hand and turns away. Nevin, shocked, asks how Jaein can do this to him and reminds him that he is his brother, asking whether he does not love him the most. Jaein replies that both matters are separate. He says he only wants Nevin to take this as a lesson and reflect on his actions. He firmly tells him to leave. Nevin calls out to him again, but Jaein coldly responds that it is enough and orders him to get out. Left alone, Nevin thinks bitterly to himself that things have turned out this way. He believes Jaein used to love him the most and was never angry with him no matter what he did. He concludes that everything has changed ever since someone else appeared, and he blames that person entirely. Meanwhile, Louis is sitting on a chair when he receives a message from Faye Gu saying that he will arrive in a minute and instructing him not to tell Kyan yet. Reading it, Louis thinks that things have already reached their limit. At that moment, Kyan appears and asks Louis why he is still practicing so late, even though he already passed the test. Louis asks him the same question. Kyan explains that Jason Joe and others were struggling with certain parts, so he stayed to practice with them for a while. Louis comments that it is very kind of him. Kyan replies that he has nothing else to do anyway since there are no new assignments for now. Internally, he thinks about what he said to Faye on the phone the other day and wonders what Faye thinks about it whenever he is free. Louis begins to say something, but Kyan interrupts and says he has a question. Louis asks what it is. Kyan steps closer and whispers in his ear, asking how one can tell if someone likes them and how a person would behave if they like someone. At that moment, they hear footsteps approaching. Louis immediately responds by asking if Kyan is trying to find out whether someone likes him, mentioning Faye Gu's name. Kyan is shocked and quickly denies it, becoming nervous. At that moment, Faye Gu appears. He looks at Louis and suggests coldly that they should find out by testing it. Kyan is stunned and asks in confusion what he means. Without warning, Louis stands up and moves toward Kyan. Kyan asks what he is doing, but Louis places a finger on his lips, signaling him to stay quiet. Then, suddenly, Louis leans in and kisses him. At that exact moment, Faye Gu reacts violently and shoves Louis away. Kyan looks at Faye in shock and asks why he is there. Faye grabs Kyan's hand and tells him to come with him. Watching this, Louis thinks to himself that Faye is extremely direct and aggressive in his actions, and reflects that men really are all the same. He also considers that, after all, Kyan is still his cousin. Faye walks through the hallway, holding Kyan's hand tightly. Kyan asks where he is taking him, and internally thinks that Faye must have misunderstood the situation with Louis and is angry, as he has never seen him act like this before. A man standing nearby notices them and greets Faye Gu, saying he heard he had arrived and offers to show him around. However, Faye ignores him completely and continues walking. The man calls after him in confusion, wondering where he is going, and thinks it is strange that Faye suddenly appeared and is now leaving again, especially since he seems to be holding a trainee with him. After a while, they exit the building. Kyan tells Faye that trainees are not allowed to leave the dorm building and asks him to stop for a moment. Faye presses Kyan against the wall and looks at him closely. Kyan tries to explain in a hurry, calling his name and attempting to clarify that nothing happened between him and Louis. However, before he can finish, Faye suddenly kisses him. After a few moments, Faye pulls back and calmly tells him to remember to breathe next time. Kyan becomes extremely embarrassed, thinking to himself that Kyan Lim is becoming too embarrassing and that he almost became the first person to faint just from a kiss. Faye then asks what had happened earlier in the dorm. Kyan immediately starts crying and tries to explain that it is not what Faye thinks. He says Louis did not actually kiss him. Instead, Louis only placed his fingers in between deliberately just to provoke a reaction and show something to Faye. Internally, Kyan realizes that Louis must have noticed Faye arriving at that moment and intentionally acted that way as a kind of test. He understands this now, but he had not expected Faye's intense reaction and wonders whether he should thank him or not. Kyan then clenches his hand and tells Faye that he only likes him, which is why he would never kiss anyone else. He then asks if Faye feels the same and thinks to himself that Faye must like him too, considering how forceful he was earlier and that he should take this chance. Faye holds his chin and reveals that he had planned to confess after the show ended, but he could not wait any longer. He adds that many people like Kyan, so sooner or later he would belong to someone anyway, and it does not matter whether it is now or later. Kyan insists that Faye has not answered his question yet. Faye looks directly into his eyes and finally says that he likes him and wants to go out with him, then asks what Kyan feels. Kyan immediately replies yes, saying he feels the same. Faye gently kisses his forehead and praises him, calling him a good boy. Kyan becomes flustered again and wonders why Faye is speaking to him as if he is a child, even though he is already grown up. He realizes that in his excitement over the confession, he has forgotten they are still at the entrance of the building. Embarrassed, he pushes Faye slightly and tries to pull away. Faye holds his arm and asks why he is leaving, questioning whether he has no conscience since he came specially to see him. Kyan reminds him that trainees are not allowed to leave the building and notices that the director might even be watching from the entrance. He feels overwhelmed, thinking his brain might explode if he stays with Faye any longer, and that everything that happened tonight feels sudden and dreamlike. He says he needs to calm down. Faye then tells him to answer one more question before he goes. Kyan asks what it is. Faye asks directly who he belongs to now. Kyan is shocked by the straightforward question. Faye hums slightly, waiting for an answer. Kyan nervously calls his name. Faye then adds that since Kyan is now his, he should keep his distance from others, especially Louis, from now on. Kyan quickly responds that Louis does not actually like him and only acted that way as a test. He insists there is nothing between them and wonders internally why Faye is still bothered despite his explanation. He reassures himself that he and Louis are only friends. Faye replies that he understands and did not misunderstand them. However, internally, he reflects that no one is really interested in the so-called arrogant king and stupid beauty pairing, and he thinks sarcastically about online fans shipping Kyan with Louis, recalling comments about them being a perfect match, Louis carrying Kyan's luggage, and their interactions being cute. He dismisses it as bad eyesight from online fans and decides not to take it seriously. Faye tells Kyan to just listen to him. Kyan agrees and thinks to himself that Faye is indeed the jealous type, but finds it somewhat cute. He then says he should go back and explain everything to the director, since the cameras may have recorded what happened in the dorm and it could affect Faye. Faye reassures him that it is fine and that he will handle everything. He tells Kyan to focus only on practicing and not to worry about anything else. Kyan tells him to return safely as it is late and the road is long. Faye responds briefly that he will. Kyan turns to leave, then suddenly stops and comes back, saying he forgot something. Faye asks what it is. Without warning, Kyan pulls him in and kisses him passionately. Kyan gives a light goodnight kiss and casually says he is leaving now before turning to go back. At that moment, the director approaches Mr. Gu and begins speaking politely, addressing the situation between him and the trainee Kyan Lim. However, Faye Gu interrupts him mid-sentence and calmly states that Mr. Lau should already understand what just happened. Mr. Lau smiles politely and responds that of course he understands and reassures him not to worry. He adds that Kyan Lim has been performing very well, and if he had known earlier about his connection to Faye Gu, things might have been arranged differently. Faye immediately interrupts again and makes it clear that Kyan should not be treated specially because of him. He insists that everything should remain fair and unbiased. Mr. Lau quickly agrees, saying that they have always maintained fairness and impartiality and that he should not worry. Internally, Mr. Lau reflects that many artists in the industry try to gain favor by attaching themselves to powerful figures, openly or secretly, but Faye's attitude is refreshing. He even considers whether to give Kyan Lim more screen time due to his talent, as it might save them trouble in the future. Meanwhile, Kyan returns to his room, where Louis notices him and teases him, asking why he's back so soon. He jokes that Faye Gu is clearly not easy to deal with. Kyan immediately warns him to stop talking nonsense, reminding him that there is a camera in the room. Louis laughs and asks what he is so afraid of, telling him his expression already gives everything away. He insists on knowing what Faye Gu did. Flustered, Kyan hides under the blanket and says he is going to sleep. Louis complains that he is no fun and then turns back to his phone. At the same time, Louis sends a message to Faye Gu jokingly asking if he should not thank him. Faye, sitting in his car, receives the message, reads it, and simply replies thanks along with a small money transfer. When Louis sees the amount, he becomes furious and complains that this is all he gets, even though Faye Gu is the president of the Gu Group and one of the richest men in the city. He angrily calls him petty and complains that he might really end up stealing his guy because of this treatment. Just then, Louis receives a call from Faye Gu. Surprised, Louis sarcastically assumes Faye has finally realized how poorly he treated him as a matchmaker and is calling to apologize. However, Faye immediately asks him to put Kyan on the phone. Louis reacts in frustration, calling him names in his mind and wondering how someone can be so blunt. Still, he turns to Kyan and shows him the phone, saying the call is from Faye. Kyan takes the phone and thanks him quietly before answering, saying hello. Faye asks if he is going to sleep soon. Kyan replies that he will in a little while. Faye reminds him that he already gave him a goodnight kiss, but he has not properly said goodnight yet. Kyan responds softly, unsure what to say. Faye then wishes him goodnight and tells him to rest well, adding that he is very happy today. Kyan also wishes him good night in return, saying he feels the same. After the call ends, both of them fall asleep. Later in the night, there is sudden movement in the room. Someone is tapping and shaking Kyan awake. When Kyan opens his eyes, he sees his roommate and asks what is going on. The roommate looks serious and asks if they have seen Nevin return to the dorm tonight. Kyan immediately becomes alert and thinks that something must be wrong, wondering what Nevin is doing out in the middle of the night. At that moment, Jaein enters the room looking anxious and announces that Nevin is missing, and they do not know where he has gone. Internally, Jaein thinks that he may have been too harsh earlier and that Nevin, who was never criticized before, must be deeply hurt and emotionally shaken. He quickly apologizes for disturbing them and tells Kyan to go back to sleep. Kyan calmly replies that it is fine and says that since Nevin did not return to the dorm today, he will also go back to sleep if there is nothing else. He lies back down. The roommate looks at him in disbelief and comments that it is impressive how someone can still sleep so peacefully even when Nevin is missing. Kyan sleeps soundly while his roommate watches him in disbelief, thinking internally that he is unbelievably shameless and wondering if Kyan even realizes that he is the one being discussed. At that moment, Jaein arrives and tells Yeonlu to go and rest as well, saying that everyone is already exhausted from practice. He adds that he and the staff will continue searching for Nevin. Yeonlu immediately replies that it is fine and insists on joining him, saying he is also worried about Nevin. Jaein smiles slightly and thanks him. Yeonlu casually responds that it is nothing and tells Mr. and not to mention it, but internally he thinks that if Jaein is not even willing to properly consider Nevin, then he is wasting a good opportunity to gain favor. He also looks at Kyan and considers him foolish for missing such chances. Meanwhile, Nevin is sitting alone behind a structure, sobbing heavily. His body shakes as he breaks down in complete distress. Suddenly, Jaein arrives and calls out to him. He asks why Nevin is hiding there. Jaein approaches him and says he was extremely worried. Nevin immediately admits that he was wrong and pleads for forgiveness, promising that he'll never do it again. He begs Jaein to forgive him. Jaein holds him and tells him gently that he is not angry anymore, asking him to return with him first. Nevin then asks anxiously if his test results can be kept and not cancelled, explaining that everyone already knows he was in the lead position, and if it is suddenly revoked, everyone will find out he cheated and he will be humiliated. Jaein releases him and questions whether other people's opinions are really that important. He asks if Nevin only took first place to impress others. He warns him not to make things difficult for him. Nevin calls out to him again. Jaein turns away and tells him to come back with him. He says they must face his mistakes and accept the consequences together. He adds firmly that if Nevin does not even have the courage to admit his wrongdoing, then he does not deserve to be part of his family. Nevin is left silent, processing his words. Meanwhile, Faye Gu is sitting in his office, asking about the progress of an investigation. A man standing before him reports that he has spoken to the neighbors of Mr. Johnson Lim and Mrs. Yuelan, who confirmed that their eldest son was born in a hospital in October. Faye asks if Kyan was not adopted later. The man confirms that Yuelan did give birth at that time and suspects the matter may be linked to the hospital where she delivered. However, since it happened 19 years ago, it will take time to investigate properly. Faye then asks which hospital she gave birth in. The man replies that it was Nanching First People's Hospital. Faye immediately instructs him to drop all other tasks and focus entirely on this case, asking for updates as soon as there is progress. The man agrees and leaves. Left alone, Faye thinks to himself that he had always assumed Kyan was simply an adopted child, which explained his mistreatment in that family. But now the situation seems far more complicated than expected. He wonders where Yuelan's biological child is now, why Kyan was separated from his parents, and who his real parents truly are. Meanwhile, Kyan is sitting with Louis while eating. Louis asks him sarcastically if he is really that happy being with Faye Gu. Kyan casually replies yes, then thanks Louis for what happened earlier, saying that without him they might not have been able to express their feelings so soon. Louis stares at him in frustration, thinking that this sudden love development is irritating, and wonders what he is supposed to do now that everything has changed so quickly. Kyan then asks if Louis is okay after being kicked by Faye the previous day. Nearby, other boys are talking, with one mentioning that Nevin went missing last night and that Mr. and the staff searched for him late into the night. Another asks what happened, but the first admits he only heard it from the dorm manager and does not know the full details. Louis turns back to Kyan and asks what trouble Nevin caused this time. Kyan replies that Nevin did not return to the dorm last night and that everyone searched for him for a long time. He adds that Louis probably did not know because he was already asleep. He says he is not sure whether they have found him yet. Louis comments that Nevin is probably feeling guilty and wonders how he even managed to secure first place. Kyan suddenly coughs and thinks to himself that someone is coming. Nevin appears nearby, looking toward Louis before smiling lightly. He greets them and asks if Kyan and Louis slept well last night. Kyan replies that he slept pretty well, then casually remarks that Nevin does not look very good. Nevin quickly responds that he is completely fine and asks if they misunderstood something about him. Kyan questions him, asking if that is really the case. Nevin firmly insists that he did not return to the dorm last night because he was not feeling well. At that moment, an announcement echoes through the area, calling everyone to head to the training room as the test results are about to be released. Kyan immediately reacts and tells Louis they should go check it out. They start walking forward, while Louis questions the rush, saying the lead position has already been decided anyway. Nevin follows behind them, looking visibly anxious. Soon, the results board is displayed, and the rankings shock everyone. It shows first place as Louis Liu, with a failed status, second place as Will Zhong and Jared Liu, and Nevin in place third, while Kyan Lim is listed after them. The boys around them stare at the board in disbelief. One of them questions what is going on, asking how Nevin could not be first place and whether there is a mistake in the list. Louis comments coldly that Nevin was not feeling guilty at all, he was simply too embarrassed to return to the dorm after being exposed. Kyan immediately pulls him slightly and tells him to lower his voice, reminding him that the cameras are still rolling. As Kyan moves closer to Louis, the moment is captured on camera. Immediately, online comments begin flooding in, excitedly reacting to the arrogant king and stupid beauty pairing. Fans gush that it is true love, calling Louis perfect boyfriend material and saying Kyan is too cute, especially when he grabs Louis's sleeve. Many viewers declare themselves new fans of their pairing and say they are heavily shipping them. Faye Gu is watching these live updates and his expression grows increasingly tense. His assistant stands behind him and carefully asks what is wrong. Faye suddenly asks if there is any way to break up a CP pairing quickly. The assistant is shocked and asks what he means by breaking a CP. Meanwhile, social media continues to explode with discussion, questioning how Nevin could fail the test. Some users defend him, saying he was sick and did not fully participate in the assessment, which affected his ranking. Others argue that if he had not been sick, his result would have been much better. Many fans also praise Kyan, saying he is adorable and has completely captured their attention. Nevin watches these updates silently, his expression darkening. Internally, he thinks that most of his screen time for this episode has been reduced, even though he pretended to be sick for 2 days. He admits to himself that he may have fooled the audience, but not the trainees. Kyan Lim sits nearby and hesitates before speaking. He tells Nevin that he is not sure if he should say this, but there are rumors spreading that his result is being cancelled due to cheating. He adds that people are being too harsh. Nevin immediately asks who said that. Kyan Lim admits he is not sure, but suspects it might be Louis and Kyan, since they were talking earlier and seemed unconvinced about his result. He adds that people are saying Nevin only got first place because others performed better and that he might have cheated. Nevin's expression hardens. He assumes it must be them and thinks bitterly that Louis and Kyan were mocking him before the results were even announced and must have deliberately spread rumors about him cheating. He feels anger rising, believing Kyan is constantly taking things away from him, attention, scenes, and now reputation, and wonders why everything always seems to be stolen from him. Kyan Lim tries to calm him, saying it is only a rumor and suggesting they go to see the song selection announcement instead. Nevin agrees quietly. Meanwhile, Kyan and Louis are discussing the upcoming stage selection. Kyan explains that Class A will choose their favorite song for the official performance and form groups. He says he wants to choose a song called The Whale That We Came an Island as he likes it and feels it suits his style. He asks Louis what he thinks. Louis replies that he will choose the same song. Kyan is slightly surprised and says he thought Louis would pick something more intense. Louis responds that he wants to try something different and that repeating the same style is boring. Kyan agrees. At that moment, Nevin approaches them and asks if they have also chosen that song. He says it is his favorite as well, and it seems they will be on the same team from now on. He adds that although he is not as skilled as them, he will try his best not to drag them down. Louis simply scoffs and tells him that in that case, he will have to step up his game. Nevin tells them that although he failed the previous test due to being sick, he still wants to prove himself through his effort and asks if that is okay. The director agrees, saying it is open to everyone and the others will vote. Nevin then suggests that Louis and Kyan should focus more on the theme song since they're already top-ranked and will likely have many shots later. Kyan reassures him not to worry about them, while thinking to himself that in his past life he never fought for anything and ended up with nothing, so this time he wants to live differently and try whenever possible instead of being weak and humiliated again. Louis, however, tells Nevin he should worry about himself instead of whether he'll get sick again like last time, which makes Nevin visibly angry as he believes the center position is the true spotlight and he cannot let anyone take it. The director then claps and announces that all three Kyan, Louis, and Nevin will sing a chorus and perform the same dance, after which the remaining trainees will vote for the lead position. After 20 minutes of performances, Nevin feels confident, believing he performed smoothly without mistakes and still has a chance. However, when voting begins, 2 trainees choose Kyan and 1 chooses Louis. They explain that Kyan's performance was the most sensational and emotionally resonant. The director then announces that Kyan has won the lead position. Kyan thanks everyone and promises to work hard. Next, the director announces that the captain position will be chosen. Anyone interested may raise their hand. Nevin immediately raises his hand, thinking he must secure either the lead or captain role to stay competitive with Kyan. When he notices no one else volunteering, he realizes he may be alone, but the director then reveals that since there is still interest, voting will proceed. Unexpectedly, Louis raises Kyan's hand, saying Kyan should compete for captain. Kyan is shocked and looks at Louis, while Nevin questions whether Kyan can handle both lead and captain responsibilities. Louis confidently replies that he can and Kyan agrees, deciding to try a new role despite lacking experience. Kyan thinks to himself that this may be better than allowing Nevin to gain more control. Nevin, frustrated, insists he was always class president and team captain before and can manage leadership well. During voting, one trainee supports Nevin, another supports Kyan due to his teaching ability, and the third abstains, saying both have strengths. Lewis, when asked, bluntly says he chooses Kyan. When Nevin accuses him of bias, Lewis coldly responds that he is indeed biased and that Kyan is his choice. Nevin breaks down, saying he only wanted to be friends and did not mean any harm. At that moment, Jayan arrives and asks what happened. Seeing Nevin crying, he becomes concerned and reviews the footage. He feels Lewis's words were too harsh and realizes he may have been overprotective of Nevin, which has made him unable to handle even small setbacks. Lewis, however, steps forward and states bluntly that he simply does not like Nevin and is speaking the truth. He adds that if Nevin cannot handle honest criticism, then he should not be in a talent show and should go home instead. Nevin is surprised after hearing the compliment, but Jayan steps in and tells him that while tolerance among teenagers is important, disliking someone is not a reason to target or insult teammates. He announces that Lewis will be punished by cleaning the practice room after today's training and warns him not to use verbal attacks on teammates again. Lewis responds simply, agreeing to the punishment. Kyan then speaks up, saying he is partly responsible for the situation and asks to share the punishment as well. Jayan considers it and decides that both Kyan and Lewis will clean all the training rooms together that night before leaving. Kyan agrees without hesitation and urges everyone to hurry back to practice, since they are already behind schedule. Jayan watches Kyan closely and thinks that he is loyal, hardworking, quick to adapt, and has strong organizational skills, clearly a promising trainee. He also wonders what connection Kyan really has with Nevin. Later, while cleaning, Kyan checks the progress and says they're almost done. Lewis agrees, continuing quietly. Jayan returns and is surprised that Lewis is obediently cleaning the floor. Lewis, slightly sarcastic, asks why he is surprised. Jayan replies that it is unexpected and asks if Lewis has realized his mistake. Lewis calmly says he is not, which makes Jayan laugh and tell him to keep cleaning until he does. Jayan then asks Kyan to speak with him privately. Lewis immediately objects, saying he is the one who caused everything, not Kyan. Jayan reassures him that he is not there to punish anyone further, only to talk. Kyan tells Lewis to go ahead and rest, promising to call him if needed. Lewis agrees and leaves. Alone with Jayan, Kyan is asked about the incident. Jayan explains that since Kyan is closest to Lewis, he wanted to understand the situation better. Kyan honestly admits that Lewis spoke harshly to Nevin because of him, since Nevin had approached him in a way Lewis did not like, and Lewis stepped in to protect him. He asks Jayan not to misunderstand Lewis. Jayan listens carefully and realizes the situation is more complicated than he assumed. He also finds himself conflicted, unsure of what exactly is going on between the trainees, but assures Kyan that he will not make unfair judgments and will apologize if needed. Kyan politely refuses, saying Jayan is not the one who needs to apologize, and then takes his leave. As he walks away, Jayan calls after him, but Kyan continues on. Jayan is left thinking deeply, sensing an unusual attachment forming, though he cannot clearly define it. Later that night, Kyan returns to the dorm, assuming everyone is asleep. He pauses at the door instead of entering immediately, then sits outside, lost in thought. He reflects that having a supportive family is a blessing, but he feels he has no one like that. His thoughts drift into a painful memory of being bullied by classmates who beat him while mocking his helplessness, saying even his parents would not care. He relives the fear, the pain, and the loneliness of that moment, feeling abandoned and unloved. In the midst of this memory, a figure appears calling his name, Faye. Kyan looks up at him and softly responds, saying his name. The door opens and Lewis comes out of the room. He sees Kyan sleeping at the doorstep and immediately wakes him, holding him up. Kyan opens his eyes slowly and looks at him. Lewis. Lewis asks why he was sleeping outside the door. Then he thinks to himself that something feels strange. He was sure he had left the door unlocked. So why was it locked when he came out earlier? Lewis then speaks more seriously. He blames himself, saying that Kyan probably caught a fever because of him. He explains that he originally wanted to wait for Kyan to return before sleeping, but he got distracted on his phone and fell asleep without realizing it. Kyan weakly replies that he is fine, but Louis immediately insists on taking him to the hospital. Kyan refuses, saying there is no need. At that moment, Jaein arrives and sees them outside. He asks what is going on so early in the morning. Louis tells him that Kyan slept in the corridor all night and has now fallen sick. Jaein quickly sits beside Kyan, checks his temperature, and confirms he has a high fever. He tells them to help Kyan up so he can take him to the hospital. Louis immediately says not to bother, insisting he will carry Kyan himself. Jaein hesitates and asks if he is sure, since he is not properly dressed, but Louis tells him to mind his own business and that he'll be back soon. He then slams the door and leaves. Jaein carries Kyan on his shoulders and gently asks why he slept in the corridor. Kyan explains that the dorm door was locked and he could not get in. Jaein asks why he didn't knock, and Kyan replies that it was late and everyone must have been asleep after training, so he didn't want to disturb them. Jaein sighs and calls him silly, telling him not to do something like that again because people would have understood. Kyan quietly agrees. As Jaein carries him, Kyan thinks to himself that despite Jaein being Nevin's older brother, his warmth feels comforting, completely different from the way Louis or others feel. He even wonders why it feels so safe and compares it to Faye, realizing it is a different kind of comfort. Meanwhile, Louis storms into the dorm and starts kicking beds, waking everyone up. The roommates complain, asking what is wrong with him so early in the morning. Louis ignores them and walks straight to Nevin, grabbing him by the collar. He demands to know why Nevin locked the dorm door last night. Nevin looks confused and denies it, asking what he is talking about. Louis tightens his grip and warns him not to pretend innocence. At the hospital, Kyan lies on the bed, weak from fever. Faye stands nearby, watching him quietly. He then places candy in Kyan's mouth. Kyan tastes it and thinks it is sweet plum candy. Faye sits beside him, still watching him closely. Kyan slowly wakes and looks at him in surprise. Was not he on a business trip? What is he doing here? Faye replies softly that he had a dream. He dreamed Kyan was crying, so he came back immediately to bring him candy and make him feel better. He then pulls Kyan into a tight embrace. Kyan softly tells Faye that he is always so kind to him that he doesn't even know how to repay him. Faye immediately responds, telling Kyan that he didn't come to take repayment. He came because he wants Kyan to be well, not because he expects anything in return. Kyan replies that he is actually doing fine and thinks to himself that even though he has no family to love and protect him, he still feels like he has the best Faye in the world. Faye, however, is unconvinced and tells him that if this is what fine looks like, then it means getting hospitalized. Kyan insists it was only a slight fever and that he is already recovering. Faye tells him to stay still for the 4 infusion. Kyan agrees and lies back under the blanket. Faye then mentions that Jaein told him Kyan had slept in the corridor all night. Kyan hesitates and internally wonders why. Even though he isn't doing anything wrong, Faye's calm tone still makes him feel like he is being questioned. Faye notices his hesitation and says that if he doesn't want to talk about it, he will ask Louis instead. Kyan quickly stops him and explains everything honestly, that he came back late, the dorm door was locked, and that's why he fell asleep in the corridor. He then hesitates and calls out, Faye. Faye gently tells him to rest and says he will come back later. Kyan quietly agrees. Later, Faye sits with Jaein. Jaein is surprised, saying he can't believe even Faye can act like this, rushing over immediately after hearing Kyan was sick and even bringing candy for him. Faye simply replies that the 4 might be uncomfortable and Kyan likes sweet things. Jaein teases him, saying he is acting like an overprotective father, and asks if they are now a couple. Faye calmly replies, yes. Jaein is shocked and asks if he is serious. Faye simply asks, why not? Jaein laughs, pats his shoulder, and tells him that if he is serious, he should treat Kyan well and stop acting so cold. Faye replies firmly that Kyan is already his anyway. Jaein complains that he is not trying to steal him, so there is no need for declarations like that. Jaein then leaves, joking that he can't stand the sour smell of love. Before he goes, Faye suddenly brings up the dorm door incident. He asks why it was locked. There were only 4 people inside, so no one could have known Kyan wasn't back yet. He asks Jae-in to investigate it carefully. Jae-in becomes serious and asks if Faye suspects someone did it on purpose. He thinks it over. Louis wouldn't do it. Nevin has always been well-behaved despite being competitive, and the others don't seem likely. He concludes it might have been an accident, especially with cameras around. Faye, however, says he will get someone else to look into it if needed, because he won't allow anyone to hurt Kyan. Jae-in agrees and decides to investigate. Later, Jae-in gathers the roommates and questions them. Louis says he suspects Nevin of locking the door intentionally. Nevin denies it, saying he only closed it casually when going to the toilet. Another trainee confirms Nevin didn't know Kyan was still outside, but Louis still refuses to believe him and almost attacks him before Yan intervenes. Nevin steps forward and says it's all his fault and asks them to blame him if they want. Yan supports him, saying he did it to protect Nevin. Louis coldly remarks that at least Nevin finally admitted something. Jae-in steps in firmly and stops the fight, saying that even if it was a mistake, violence is not acceptable. He orders Nevin to continue cleaning and reflect on his actions properly, reinforcing that everyone must maintain discipline no matter the situation. Nevin looks at Jae-in anxiously and asks about Kyan's condition, saying it was his fault for being inattentive. Jae-in replies calmly, asking him directly whether, when he closed the door, he truly didn't know Kyan hadn't returned yet. Nevin immediately reacts, asking if Jae-in is suspecting he locked it on purpose. Jae-in denies it and says he didn't make any accusation, but Nevin becomes defensive and insists that the question itself shows doubt. He admits he did close the door, but says it wasn't intentional and he has already apologized. What more do they want from him? Jae-in tells him again that he only wants the truth. Internally, he reflects that surveillance footage shows Nevin did go to the bathroom and close the door, but he also glanced at Kyan's bed before leaving, suggesting he likely knew Kyan wasn't back yet. Nevin, frustrated, insists he is telling the truth and asks why no one believes him. He accuses Jae-in of trusting outsiders over his own brother and says that Kyan is the reason Louis is targeting him. He claims that if Kyan hadn't influenced Louis, none of this would have happened. Jae-in firmly responds that Kyan is not like that. Nevin, hurt and angry, says he has nothing more to say since no one believes him anyway, and turns to leave. Jae-in calls after him, but he does not stop. Later, Jae-in contacts Faye and explains that Nevin insists it was not intentional. He apologizes on Nevin's behalf and asks Faye not to hold it against him. Faye replies that it is fine for now, but warns that if it happens again, he will handle it himself. Jae then agrees and hangs up uneasy. He then reflects that Nevin had earlier tried to present Kyan in a negative light before the interviews, possibly to influence opinions against him. He wonders what has changed between the two boys since Kyan's arrival. Meanwhile, the performance stage is set. Kyan's group performs, and the audience reacts wildly online and in person. Comments flood in praising Kyan's visuals, voice, and stage presence. Fans are completely captivated, calling him elegant, angelic, and flawless. Even the mentors are impressed. After the performance, the director praises the team, saying they did exceptionally well, and gives special praise to Kyan, saying he is now a fan. Jae-in also compliments the group, especially Kyan. Kyan thanks him politely. Online comments continue pouring in, praising Kyan while also noticing Nevin's lack of spotlight and how Louis overshadowed him earlier. Some fans defend Nevin, saying he still deserves support. Soon, the ranking announcement begins. Only the top 8 will advance. The results are revealed. Nevin places 7th. The audience reacts online, surprised but pleased that he's still advanced. The announcement continues until the top positions are revealed. 2nd place, Kyan Lim. 1st place, Louis Liu. Louis steps forward and, in a teasing gesture, pinches Kyan lightly, reacting to the result with his usual bold confidence. Kyan becomes emotional and thinks to himself that it isn't a dream, he has truly achieved 2nd place. He whispers Faye's name in his heart, overwhelmed with happiness. Meanwhile, Faye is in his office when he receives a call from Kyan. He answers immediately. Faye, I'm not disturbing your work, am I? Kyan asks softly. Faye replies calmly, telling him that he still hasn't understood their relationship clearly. Kyan pauses in confusion, and Faye continues, saying that he is now his boyfriend, so he can call anytime without hesitation. It will never be a disturbance. Kyan becomes emotional, tears forming in his eyes. He then shares the news excitedly, saying he got second place and many fans voted for him. He admits he never expected so much support and feels truly happy. Faye responds warmly, telling him he is amazing and that many more people will come to love him. Kyan agrees and says he will work even harder in the future. Faye casually adds that he should surpass Louis Liu one day. Kyan reacts awkwardly and internally decides not to let Louis know about this conversation. At that moment, the dorm room door suddenly opens and Louis walks in, shouting, asking if Kyan has fallen into the toilet because he is taking so long. Kyan quickly says he will be out soon and tries to end the call. Before he can, Faye stops him and asks, before you hang up, what do you say to your boyfriend? Kyan freezes, then softly, emotionally says that he misses Faye and loves him a lot. He wonders nervously if this is normal or if Faye will tease him, but tells himself it should be fine since they are dating. Louis keeps knocking outside, impatiently telling him to hurry up. Kyan ends the call and comes out. Louis looks at him and asks why his face is so red, joking that he looks constipated. Kyan quickly denies it, saying it is just stuffy inside. Louis shrugs and shows him the trending comments and videos online. The reactions are intense. Some fans are furious at Louis for making Nevin cry, while others criticize the contestants and the show. The situation is becoming chaotic online. Kyan watches quietly as Louis explains that the elimination and ranking clips have been released and Nevin's supporters are angry. Kyan immediately feels guilty and says it might be his fault that Louis is being criticized. Louis, however, shrugs it off and says he doesn't care about online hate. He bluntly says he just finds Nevin annoying. Kyan tells him to stop checking comments so often because it will ruin his mood. Louis replies confidently that he is in a good mood and doesn't care what people say. He adds that criticism only motivates him to become stronger. Kyan reflects on this and remembers his own painful past, when online hate and insults once made him feel worthless and alone. Now, however, he reminds himself that things are different. He is no longer alone. He has Faye and people who support him. He smiles slightly and agrees with Louis, deciding to focus on improving himself instead of negativity. At a flower shop, Faye arrives and calmly asks the florist to pack a bouquet. The florist asks if it is for a loved one, and Faye simply replies yes. The florist smiles and says his lover must be very lucky. Faye gives a quiet thanks, his expression soft but unreadable. Just then his phone rings. He answers. A voice on the other end says urgently that good news. He found information about Kyan Lim's adoption from the hospital records back then. Faye immediately demands a full explanation over the phone about what had been discovered regarding Kyan's past. The person on the other end hesitates, calling the situation unbelievable, but Faye doesn't wait. He abruptly leaves, gets into his car, and orders the driver to return to the office at once. Back at the office, his manager informs him that a guest is waiting in the reception area. Faye heads there and finds a woman introduced as the nurse who had been mentioned earlier in the call. She stands nervously, and Faye calmly asks her to sit before he sits opposite her and asks her to explain everything from the beginning. The nurse begins recounting events from nearly 2 decades ago, when she was working in the maternity ward during a major hospital emergency caused by a traffic accident that overwhelmed the facility. 2 women were placed in the same ward after giving birth. One came from a loving, well-off family with a supportive husband and children, while the other had a husband who neglected her completely and struggled financially. Over time, the neglected woman grew resentful of the other's happiness and family situation. Driven by desperation and pressure related to her own personal circumstances, she offered money to the nurse to secretly exchange the newborns. The The nurse admits she accepted the money at the time due to her father's critical medical condition, even though she knew it was wrong, and she later lived with deep guilt and regret for years. Faye becomes visibly shaken as he processes the truth, realizing that Kyan's life had been altered by this exchange. He thinks about how Kyan should have grown up in a loving environment but instead suffered hardship and emotional pain because of this decision made for a small amount of money. He instructs his manager to secure a recorded confession so that the truth is officially documented. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone approaches Kyan and informs him that a person is looking for him, leaving him confused about what is about to happen next. Kyan walks out of the building with the director, still unaware of what is waiting for him. He asks who wants to see him, but the director only tells him that he will understand once he arrives and asks him to come along. Soon they reach the roadside where a car is parked. Inside is Faye. The director hands Kyan his work permit, tells him to proceed, and then leaves. Kyan thanks him and approaches the car. Faye immediately calls him closer and Kyan enters, sitting beside him. Faye pulls him into a tight embrace, and in his mind he feels regret and guilt, wishing he had found Kyan and protected him much earlier. Kyan notices something is off and asks what happened, but Faye simply says nothing is wrong. To change the mood, he gives Kyan a bouquet of flowers as a celebration gift for his success. Kyan is pleasantly surprised and thanks him, saying he loves them. Faye gently asks if he can kiss him. Kyan agrees, slightly confused but accepting it as something natural in a relationship. Faye holds his face and kisses him softly. After a moment, he pulls away and lightly teases Kyan about still needing practice with kissing and breathing properly. Kyan feels embarrassed but relaxed. Faye then asks if he is hungry and hands him a box of pastries he bought from a well-known bakery on the way. Kyan smiles and opens it, sharing it with him, offering him the first bite. They eat together casually, the tension easing for a moment. While they are sitting together, Faye suddenly becomes thoughtful and gently brings up a question about Kyan's background, suggesting that there may be something unusual about his biological family. He pauses, deciding not to say anything further for now, and instead tells Kyan to finish eating and that he will explain later once everything is confirmed. Faye is sitting in a restaurant when Yoel suddenly approaches from behind and grabs him in an emotional outburst. He breaks down, complaining that he has been under intense pressure lately, forced by Jay and their parents to keep working in the company and spending long, exhausting days stuck in the office. As he holds onto Faye, Faye calmly adjusts his grip and, almost absent-mindedly, pulls a few strands of hair from Yoel's head. Yoel immediately reacts in pain, wondering why his scalp feels like it has been pulled, but Faye dismisses it casually, telling him he is just imagining things. Trying to shift the conversation, Yoel finds it odd that Faye suddenly invited him for a meal and questions his unusual kindness, hinting that something seems off. Instead of responding directly, Faye asks him about his relationship with his younger brother. Yoel confirms that his younger brother is Nevin and describes him as a good and obedient person. When Faye continues asking about his family, Yoel explains that Jay is biased, often giving him mixed treatment with concern for Nevin but less fairness toward him. He also adds that his parents have always favored Nevin since childhood, while he, as the middle child, has often felt neglected and treated unfairly. He then questions why Faye is suddenly asking such personal things. Without giving a clear answer, Faye stands up, puts on his coat, and casually says that he was only curious before preparing to leave. Yoel tries to stop him, but Faye ignores him and walks away, leaving him confused and irritated. Yoel watches him leave, wondering what he is planning and deciding not to think too much about it, even though he feels something is strange. After a moment, a waitress approaches Yoel and informs him that Faye has canceled the earlier order and asks if he would like to place a new one. Frustrated, Yoel mutters angrily under his breath, calling Faye insulting names as he realizes he has been left alone. The next day, in Faye's office, his manager arrives and hands him the DNA test results he had requested earlier. Faye takes the report and thanks him before reading it carefully. The document confirms that both parties are biologically related by blood. On seeing this, Faye clenches the papers tightly, crushing them in his hand. His manager cautiously asks if everything is all right, but Faye calmly replies that he is fine. In his thoughts, he silently promises that Kyan will receive everything he truly deserves. Meanwhile, Kyan is sitting in his room when his phone rings. He sees that it is his father calling. Looking at the name, he recalls how distant and bitter their relationship has been, remembering years of neglect, drinking, gambling, and emotional abuse. To him, the word father feels like something painful from his past, so he decides there is no need to stay in contact anymore and blocks the number. As he lifts his gaze again, he notices Nevin on another call with his mother, speaking lightly and laughing. At that moment, Kyan's phone rings once more. This time it is Faye calling him. Faye appears suddenly in front of Kyan, making him visibly excited. Kyan asks how he arrived so quickly and feels surprised at how clingy Faye seems, especially since they only met yesterday. Faye steps closer, places a hand on Kyan's head, and says that he has something very important to tell him. Kyan immediately asks what it is. Faye then carefully brings up the possibility that Kyan may not be the biological child of his current parents. Kyan hesitates and admits that he has occasionally had such thoughts before, but he has always believed that his parents gave birth to him in the hospital. He recalls how differently his mother treated him compared to his younger brother and wonders about it, but he never had any real answers. Confused by this sudden topic, he asks why Faye is bringing this up all of a sudden. Faye then reveals that he has already investigated the matter. He takes out documents from his wallet and explains that there are multiple DNA test reports confirming that Kyan is not biologically related to Johnson Lim and Jo. He also admits that he looked into this without asking Kyan first. Kyan takes the reports with trembling hands, unable to process what he is seeing. He repeats in shock that it cannot be possible and struggles to accept that the people he believed were his parents are not biologically related to him. His mind flashes back to his mother's past words about suffering through childbirth and sacrifices, making the truth even more confusing and painful. He quietly asks if it is really true. Faye confirms it is real. Kyan is shaken, his thoughts spiraling as he questions how this could happen, why he was never told the truth, and who his real parents are. He wonders if they abandoned him, and why his life was built on such a lie. Faye then explains that he did not reveal everything earlier because he was still searching for Kyan's biological parents, and now he has finally found them. Kyan immediately becomes emotional and asks if Faye is really saying he has found his real parents. Faye tells him to calm down and take a breath, warning that he needs to prepare himself mentally for what comes next. Kyan's mind darkens with fear as he considers the possibility that his real parents may no longer be alive. Despite this, he insists that he can handle the truth and asks Faye to tell him everything. Faye then produces another set of documents and reveals a second DNA report involving Kyan and Yoel, and Kyan reacts in shock, repeating Yoel's name and trying to understand why his DNA would even be tested with him. He recalls that Yoel is related to Nevin's family and wonders what connection could exist between them. As he reads further, he learns that he and Yoel are biologically related as brothers and share the same parents. Faye confirms it directly, stating that Yoel and Jay are Kyan's real brothers and that Kyan is, in fact, part of the In family's youngest son. He urges Kyan not to deny it, as the evidence is clear. Kyan is stunned and struggles to accept it, saying he never imagined such a truth and cannot understand how it could be possible. His mind races with confusion as he repeats the question of why he is part of the In family. He then suddenly thinks of Nevin and asks whether Nevin is also related to him. His thoughts darken further as he recalls how Nevin had taken everything from him in his past life, leaving him isolated, and he wonders in disbelief whether Nevin might also be connected to his real family. Faye calmly tells Kyan that Nevin is not related to the In family and is actually the biological son of Johnson Lim and Jo. He explains that the identities of the two children were switched at birth. Kyan reacts in shock and asks how something like that could even be possible. Faye admits that it is difficult to accept, but insists that it is the truth. He explains that Kyan and Nevin were born on the same day, which made the switch possible. In a gentle, protective gesture, Faye pulls Kyan closer and kisses his forehead while Kyan breaks down emotionally and cries. Faye continues, revealing that Jo had bribed a nurse at the hospital to secretly exchange the babies. Kyan is devastated and repeatedly asks why she would do something so cruel, questioning what reason she could possibly have for swapping him with Nevin. Faye coldly describes her as selfish and heartless, and adds that he has already found the nurse involved in the incident, Cassie Chin. He shows Kyan a video in which the nurse confesses everything, apologizing and admitting that she was responsible for the switch and expressing deep regret for what happened. As the video plays, the nurse tearfully apologizes again, saying she wishes she could face the child she wronged and express her remorse directly. Faye gently tells Kyan that he does not need to hold back his emotions and reassures him that he is there for him. He holds Kyan as Kyan breaks down completely, crying uncontrollably and expressing pain over how his life was stolen from him. Kyan sobs that his entire life changed because of this selfish decision, and he cannot understand how someone could do this just to give their own child a better life. He begins to connect the truth to his past, realizing why Yuel and Joe always treated him unfairly while showing excessive care and affection toward Nevin. Everything that once felt confusing now becomes painfully clear. Faye reassures him again, promising that he will not let those responsible go unpunished. He explains that both the Gu and in families have long-standing ties and assures Kyan that his biological parents are kind people who will surely love and accept him. Kyan hesitantly asks if they will truly accept him. Faye confidently replies that they will, promising that Kyan will finally find happiness and belonging when he returns to his real family. He even suggests meeting Jay first if Kyan feels more comfortable, since he is already familiar with him. Faye takes Kyan's hand and begins guiding him forward, but Kyan suddenly stops him. Faye asks what is wrong. Kyan's thoughts become overwhelmed. He wonders how he could possibly fit into the Yin family when he is nothing more than a stranger by blood. He fears that even if they accept him, they would never be able to give up Nevin after raising him for 19 years. The idea of replacing Nevin feels impossible to him, and he struggles with the emotional weight of the truth. He finally tells Faye that everything is happening too fast and that he is not ready to face the Yin family yet. He asks for time to think. Faye immediately pulls him into a comforting hug and tells him it is fine, assuring him that they will not go anywhere until Kyan is ready. He tells him to take all the time he needs and to speak only when he feels prepared. In his thoughts, Faye decides it is better to let Kyan calm down after such a sudden shock. He also begins to question Nevin's role in everything, wondering whether Nevin is truly unaware of the truth or if there is something more hidden. Kyan apologizes for being difficult, but Faye gently tells him that he is the most well-behaved and gentle person he has ever known. Kyan shyly replies that he is already 19 and not a child anymore. Faye leans his forehead against Kyan's and softly tells him that when he is with him, he hopes Kyan can always remain free, safe, and unburdened like a child who does not have to carry the weight of the world. Kyan hugs Faye tightly and silently thinks that he is grateful he still has him, because this man always shows up when he is at his worst, no matter what has happened in the past or even in another life. Faye gently tells him that it is getting late and suggests he should go home and rest early, reminding him to call if he needs anything. Kyan hesitates, thinking that if he returns home now he will have to face Nevin and all the emotions tied to him. Sensing his hesitation, Faye suggests that if he does not want to go back, they can stay at a nearby hotel for the night and return in the morning instead. After a brief pause, Kyan agrees. Later, they arrive at the hotel room. Kyan stands in front of the mirror, staring at his reflection in silence. Faye asks if he is hungry and offers to get him something to eat, but Kyan replies that he is not hungry. Inside, he feels suffocated, thinking about how Nevin has taken over his original identity and lived in his place all these years, and how everything from his past life feels like a heavy stone pressing against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, someone knocks on the door and informs them that the ice pack Faye requested has arrived. Faye receives it and thanks the staff. Kyan softly calls out to Faye, but before he can say anything more, Faye walks over and notices his swollen eyes from crying. He reminds Kyan that he has practiced the next day and gently tells him to come over so he can help him with the swelling. Kyan agrees and sits on the couch. Faye tells him to lie down on his lap and Kyan, after a brief hesitation, agrees and thanks him. He lies down, and from that angle, he quietly observes Faye, thinking that this is the first time he is seeing him so closely. He notices how flawless and handsome he still looks from every angle. Faye tells him to close his eyes, and Kyan complies. As he closes them, Faye gently places the ice pack over his eyes while watching him. He softly calls him a silly boy, noting how overwhelmed he had been earlier that he did not even notice there is only one bed in the room. Kyan suddenly becomes aware of the situation and realizes it, slightly startled. Faye asks what is wrong, but Kyan quickly says it is nothing. Faye then lies down on the bed and casually tells him to sleep early, since it is already late. Kyan agrees and climbs onto the bed as well, lying down carefully. Faye jokingly asks if he plans to sleep under the bed in the middle of the night. Kyan immediately says no, still tense and overthinking everything, trying to convince himself that it is okay. Before he can settle his thoughts, Faye pulls him closer and wraps him in his arms. Kyan becomes nervous, his body stiffening slightly, and softly calls his name. Faye, holding him comfortably, simply tells him good night in a warm, affectionate tone. The next morning, Kyan and Faye are sitting inside a car as it stops near their destination. The driver informs them that they have arrived. Kyan, still sleepy, rests his head naturally on Faye's shoulder. Faye gently calls him, and Kyan wakes slightly, responding in a drowsy tone and asking if they have reached. Faye tells him that once he is back, he should rest properly, and adds that they can discuss everything else after he has had time to think it through. Kyan agrees quietly. Faye then holds him a little tighter and reassures him that no matter what happens, he will always stand by his side. Kyan simply responds that he understands. Kyan steps out of the car after saying goodbye. As he comes out, he notices Louis already waiting nearby. Kyan immediately asks why he is there. Louis casually says he was just passing by, but in his thoughts he recalls that Kyan did not return home last night and assumes Faye must have taken him away again. Looking at Kyan, he asks if he cried and whether Faye did something to him. Kyan quickly denies it, saying that it is not what he thinks. Louis steps closer, grabbing his shoulder and warning him in a harsh tone, implying that he will regret trusting Faye so much. Kyan pushes his hand away and tells him to keep some distance. He then mentions that he has something to say and informs Louis that Faye had actually asked him to keep distance from him. Upon hearing this, Louis becomes irritated, hiding his frustration while thinking that Faye is being ungrateful despite everything he did to bring him and Kyan closer. He assumes Faye must be jealous, especially since people online are constantly shipping Louis and Kyan together. He smirks to himself, thinking he should push things further to provoke a reaction. Kyan suggests they should go back, and Louis agrees outwardly, though he privately decides to escalate his behavior in order to test Faye's reaction and enjoy the situation. At that moment, Nevin appears with another trainee. The trainee mentions practicing together later for the upcoming second public performance, since they are in the same team. Nevin agrees politely. As they pass by, the trainee notices Kyan and greets him. For a brief moment, Kyan and Nevin make eye contact, but neither of them speaks. They silently walk past each other. The trainee calls Nevin to hurry along. Kyan internally reflects that their relationship has become completely strained since Louis and Yoon's conflict. He decides it is better this way. At least Nevin will not deliberately approach him or pretend to care anymore. He accepts that peaceful distance is the best outcome for now. 2 weeks later, the results of the second public performance are displayed. Kyan Lim secures first place, Louis Liu comes in second, and Nevin in places sixth. Louis congratulates Kyan warmly, praising his performance. Kyan modestly replies that he just got lucky and says Louis will surely surpass him next time. Louis confidently responds that of course he will and casually asks Kyan to call him for the next practice session, saying he cannot allow him to train alone in secret anymore. Kyan agrees. Other trainees also congratulate Kyan, and he thanks everyone politely. Meanwhile, Nevin watches silently with a jealous expression. Jay approaches and pats Kyan on the shoulder, congratulating him and praising his outstanding achievement for securing first place. Kyan thanks him respectfully. Jay tells him to keep it up while briefly glancing at Lewis with a sharp look. Lewis notices the stare and immediately questions what it means. Jay walks over and places a hand on Kyan's shoulder, praising him lightly while saying that coming in second place is still good and telling him to keep up the hard work. Then he moves toward Nevin. Nevin greets him softly, and Jay responds by placing a hand on his head, asking if he is still upset. Nevin quickly denies it, saying everything is fine. Watching this, Kyan thinks to himself that Jay is truly a good older brother, and for a brief moment he wonders what it would have been like if Jay had been his brother instead. But the thought tightens in his chest as he clenches his hand. Jay then tells Nevin that finishing in 6th place is still progress, and that he is satisfied with him. Nevin responds politely, but internally he questions what kind of progress this really is, especially since Kyan has now surpassed him in every way. He fears that if things continue like this, he will fade into the background and no one will notice him anymore. Later, Kyan checks his phone and sees the latest voting results for the Star Most Popular Trainee ranking. Kyan Lim is in first place with 119,865 votes. Louis Liu is just behind him with 118,976 votes, followed by Will Zhong with 74,563 votes, Jason Zhou with 46,320 votes, and Nevin with 34,520 votes. Comments are flooding in online, cheering for Kyan and expressing how difficult it is to choose between Kyan and Louis. Some fans even wish they could vote for both, while others question why Nevin's votes are so low despite his cute appearance. A few comments criticize him harshly, saying he relies too much on his brother Jay and would not have made it far on his own. Nevin reads these comments in silence, feeling a mix of frustration and insecurity building inside him. Meanwhile, Kyan sighs and says he is exhausted. Jay remarks that only someone with strong discipline could handle such intense training every day. Kyan then speaks with Louis about the upcoming 3rd public performance, saying he wants to work even harder. Louis replies that Kyan is already leading and admits he has never seen anyone train as intensely as he does. Kyan expresses gratitude, saying he is happy to be part of the show, meets so many people, and gains supportive fans. Louis responds lightly, saying it is refreshing to hear him speak so sentimentally, and Kyan laughs in return. Nearby, Nevin softly calls out and asks to pass through. Kyan steps aside and allows him to pass. As Nevin walks away, Louis quietly comments to Kyan that Nevin has been acting strange for the past 2 days, staying in his dorm and skipping practice, as if he has given up. Kyan dismisses it, saying they should focus on their own matters, but Louis remains suspicious and warns him to be careful in case Nevin is planning something behind the scenes. Kyan agrees. The next day, Kyan and Louis are heading upstairs together. Louis complains that his legs are still sore from training and asks why Kyan is rushing so much, questioning if he is really that hungry for breakfast. Kyan replies that they should eat quickly and return to practice. Suddenly, a boy coming from the opposite direction bumps into Kyan. In an instant, Kyan loses balance and slips from the stairs. Louis immediately shouts his name in panic. Kyan falls down the stairs heavily. Louis rushes to him and holds him, desperately calling his name and asking him to wake up. The boy who caused the accident looks shocked and terrified, repeatedly apologizing while noticing that Kyan is bleeding and not moving, panicking about what he has done. Louis immediately yells at the trainee who caused the accident, ordering him to call an ambulance at once and warning him that if anything happens to Kyan, he will not be forgiven. The boy panics, quickly taking out his phone and calling for emergency help. At the same time, Faye is in an important business meeting when his phone suddenly rings. Seeing Jay's name, he answers immediately. Jay informs him in a serious tone that Kyan has been injured. Without a second thought, Faye abruptly stands up, cuts the meeting short, and says there is an emergency. The manager agrees, but the room is left in confusion as everyone notices Faye's rare and visible panic. The employees whisper among themselves, saying they have never seen him react like this before. Outside, Jay is standing with the trainee who caused Kyan's fall. The boy keeps apologizing repeatedly, insisting it was his fault and that it happened accidentally. Faye arrives shortly after and immediately asks about Kyan's condition. Jae explains that the doctor said there is no serious danger, but Kyan has not regained consciousness yet. When the boy sees Faye, he recognizes him as Gu and becomes even more nervous. Faye does not respond to him at first and instead walks straight into Kyan's hospital room. He stands beside the bed, looks at him quietly, and softly calls his name. Then he takes Kyan's hand and gently kisses it, holding on as if trying to reassure him. Outside the room, Faye overhears the conversation between Jae and the trainee. The boy continues to apologize to Jae, insisting he did not mean to cause any harm. Jae questions him sharply, asking why he was running on the stairs in the first place if he had been told Kyan was nearby. The boy admits he was rushing and did not notice Kyan, repeating that it was not intentional. Just then, Faye steps out and his presence immediately changes the atmosphere. The boy, shocked, realizes the situation has become far more serious than he expected and begins to panic, thinking about Faye's influence and power. Faye tells Jae that he wants to speak to the trainee alone. Jae agrees and steps aside. Now alone with Faye, the trainee continues to defend himself, saying again that it was an accident and that he never meant to hurt Kyan. Faye calmly reminds him that he is a trainee under a 5-year contract with the company and says he is giving him one chance to tell the truth properly. The boy, terrified, begins to break down. He finally confesses that he was not acting alone and that Nevin was the one who instructed him to cause an injury to Kyan before the 3rd public performance, so Kyan would not be able to go on stage. He explains that Nevin used his family's influence over his parents, who work under the in-group, to pressure him into obeying. He recalls how Nevin warned him that if he refused, his parents' jobs could be affected. The boy admits he only intended to cause a minor injury, like a sprain, and never expected Kyan to fall down the stairs and end up seriously hurt. He repeats that he is deeply sorry and that he should not have listened. After hearing everything, Faye's expression darkens. His hand clenches tightly, and anger builds inside him as he processes what he has just learned. The 3rd public performance of Tomorrow's Stars begins with a host welcoming everyone to the stage and introducing the first performance team. The atmosphere is lively and energetic as the audience settles in. Among the crowd, a man speaks to the woman beside him, commenting on how lively the event feels and wondering when Nevin will appear on stage. The woman replies that during their last phone call, Nevin had mentioned he might be in the 2nd group. She also recalls that Nevin finished 6th in the previous performance and wonders if he will improve this time. The man responds that ranking is not as important as a trainee's growth, and the woman agrees. They are revealed to be Nevin's parents. Nearby, 2 girls are also talking. One expresses disappointment, saying she had come specifically to see Kyan and is upset that his injury might ruin his chances in the competition. The other suspects there is more to the incident, questioning how Kyan could have been injured so coincidentally right before the performance. She suggests that someone may have harmed him, out of jealousy. The first girl wonders if Nevin could be involved, pointing out that he is the only trainee who seems to have conflict with Kyan. The second girl agrees. Nevin's mother overhears their conversation and immediately becomes angry, rejecting the accusations and saying it is outrageous for people to speak about her son like that. She has also seen online rumors claiming Kyan was injured after being knocked down, with someone named Sean Lee allegedly responsible. She questions what that has to do with Nevin. Her husband gently calms her down, reassuring her that Nevin is a kind and well-behaved boy who would never do such a thing. He suggests they focus on the performance instead, as Nevin's group will be appearing soon. After a moment, she agrees. The show continues and Nevin's group takes the stage. He performs confidently, singing and dancing while fans in the audience cheer loudly, praising his looks and talent and encouraging him enthusiastically. After the performance ends, the host thanks all the contestants and announces that it is time for the results. The 3rd place winner of the 3rd public performance is announced as Nevin. Nevin immediately thanks the audience repeatedly, expressing gratitude. His parents proudly react, saying he waved at them and praising his improvement. His father proudly states that Nevin has made great progress and finished 3rd this time, asking if he would like to say something to the audience. Nevin takes the microphone and thanks everyone for their support, saying he is grateful that hard work has paid off. He also gives a special mention to his parents, who have always supported him silently. He then walks toward them, and the show invites his parents onto the stage for a celebratory hug. Nevin's mother steps forward and praises him warmly for his performance. Jae is seen watching from the side with a satisfied expression. Suddenly, Kyan appears on stage, breaking the celebratory moment. He looks directly at Nevin and asks if he is sure those people are really his parents. Nevin freezes, staring at Kyan in shock and confusion, wondering why he is there and what he means by such a question. He also worries that Kyan may know something he shouldn't. The audience immediately reacts in confusion, whispering and questioning what is happening, as Kyan's sudden appearance causes a stir. Fans begin calling out his name, supporting him while others are confused about the interruption. Jae looks at Kyan in disbelief and asks what is going on. The director panics and shouts, demanding to know why Kyan Lim is suddenly on stage. At that moment, Faye steps forward calmly. When the director questions him, Faye tells him there is no need to stop the show and instructs everyone to continue watching while he remains composed in the middle of the unfolding chaos. The director quickly regains composure and responds to Faye, saying he understands the situation. He then addresses everyone, instructing the staff and contestants to stay in their positions, not to panic, and not to do anything reckless. Although he appears outwardly calm, he privately thinks that he no longer needs to worry about the show's popularity, as the unfolding drama is drawing even more attention. Nevin then approaches Kyan and questions why he is there. He asks if Kyan is not supposed to be resting in the hospital and why he has come to the stage. Kyan replies firmly that he is there because he does not want people like Nevin to take his place unfairly or continue without consequences. At this moment, a flashback begins from the previous day. Kyan is shown lying in a hospital bed while Faye sits beside him. Faye asks if he is awake and checks on how he is feeling. Kyan weakly responds, calling Faye's name. Faye tells him to stay still, reminding him that he fell down the stairs and injured his head and arm. Kyan asks how serious his condition is and what time it is. Faye offers him water and tells him it is already evening. He asks if Kyan is hungry or still in pain and whether his headache has improved. Kyan, worried, brings up the public performance scheduled for the next day and insists that he cannot stay in the hospital and must return. Faye immediately stops him, saying that his injuries are serious and he cannot participate in the performance. Kyan, looking distressed, insists that he is fine and that it does not hurt that much. Faye calmly but firmly tells him that his arm is broken and that the doctor has confirmed it will take at least 2 months to heal. Kyan repeats in shock that it is 2 months, realizing that by then the show will already be over. He breaks down emotionally, realizing that not only can he not perform in the upcoming public stage, but he may also miss future recordings. He questions desperately why, after working so hard and training day and night, he had to get injured at such a critical moment. Faye responds that there will always be more opportunities in the future. He then brings up the truth, revealing that Nevin was behind the incident and had someone push Kyan down the stairs on purpose. He asks Kyan what he intends to do now. Kyan reacts in shock, asking how that is possible. Faye then adds that there is something he has not told him earlier, that Nevin already knew the truth. He knew long ago that Kyan was the real younger son of the Yin family. Kyan is stunned, repeating that Nevin knew this from the beginning. He begins to connect everything, realizing that in his previous life as well, Nevin may have harmed him because of this hidden truth. He concludes bitterly that Nevin targeted him because he knew about his real identity. Faye then speaks calmly, acknowledging Kyan's fear that his biological family may favor Nevin over him. However, he questions whether someone like Nevin should be allowed to remain within the Yin family at all, and tells Kyan that the outcome can only be changed if he chooses to act. Kyan slowly agrees, saying Faye is right. He then emotionally asks if Faye will stay with him no matter what happens. Faye assures him that he will always be by his side. Returning to the present, Nevin laughs nervously and denies everything, saying he does not know what Kyan is talking about. He insists the show is still ongoing and suggests they discuss this privately later, while attempting to pull Kyan away from the stage. Lewis immediately grabs Nevin's hand and questions his reaction, pointing out that such behavior only looks convincing when done in front of the audience. Kyan steps forward and insists that Nevin should clarify everything right there, in front of everyone. Nevin, now visibly panicking, tells Kyan that he is not there to cause trouble and accuses him of disrupting the show simply because he cannot perform. He calls for the staff to intervene immediately and demands that Kyan and Lewis be removed, claiming they are maliciously interrupting the live recording. At the backstage area, the staff quietly discuss the situation among themselves. One of them asks what they should do now, and the other replies that they should just stay put since the director has already instructed them to stay out of it. They decide to simply sit back and watch everything unfold on stage. Meanwhile, on stage, Lewis holds up a recording and tells Nevin that they should listen to it. Nevin immediately refuses, but Lewis plays it anyway. The recording plays clearly, revealing a man identifying himself as Sean Lee. In the audio, he confesses that he deliberately bumped into Kyan, causing him to fall down the stairs, and admits that everything was instigated by Nevin. The audience reacts in shock, whispering in disbelief as they recognize the voice. Many express anger and disgust, saying they did not expect Nevin to be capable of something like this. Others say they suspected there was more to Kyan's accident all along. A few question whether a single recording is enough to prove anything, but the atmosphere has already turned tense and divided. Nevin immediately denies everything, insisting that he has done nothing wrong. He claims he has no conflict with Kyan and questions why Sean Lee would try to frame him. Lewis sharply responds, saying Nevin is acting exactly like a criminal trying to escape responsibility. Kyan then steps forward and says he should be the one asking Nevin questions. He expresses how he has always wondered why Nevin kept targeting him despite having no real personal conflict. In his mind, he reflects that even in his previous life, Nevin had pushed him to the edge, and now he finally understands the reason behind it. Kyan states clearly that Nevin is jealous of him. He accuses Nevin of being afraid that his real identity as the family's true son would be exposed, and therefore Nevin tried every possible way to destroy him before the truth came out. Nevin reacts angrily, demanding to know what Kyan is talking about and telling him to stop making baseless claims. Kyan then reveals another layer of the truth, saying Nevin should be grateful to his real mother, who bribed hospital staff 19 years ago to swap their identities. He explains that because of that act, Nevin has been living as a wealthy young master all these years. The audience erupts in shock. People begin discussing wildly, unable to believe what they are hearing. Some question whether Kyan is truly the real son of the family, while others point out how similar Kyan and Jay look, suggesting they might actually be brothers. The crowd becomes chaotic, with conflicting opinions spreading rapidly. Jay's father, watching from the audience, turns to his wife in confusion and asks what is happening, saying that Kyan is their son. His mother responds that she does not understand either. Jay himself stands silently, recalling Kyan's earlier words and becoming increasingly unsettled as he starts questioning everything he thought he knew. Nevin tries to defend himself, insisting that Kyan's claims are nonsense and demanding proof instead of accusations. In response, Kyan raises his phone and says that if proof is needed, he has it. He plays a video. The video shows a nurse confessing the truth. She introduces herself and admits that she worked in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the First People's Hospital in South City 19 years ago. In the recording, she confesses that a woman named Yuelanjo begged her to help swap the babies, and she expresses deep regret and apology for what she did. Hearing the name Yuelanjo, Jay's mother visibly reacts, recalling the past. She remembers how she once vacated a hospital ward for a distressed and vulnerable woman at that time, realizing with horror what may have actually happened. The audience becomes even more shocked, overwhelmed by the revelation. Many express sympathy for Kyan, saying it is heartbreaking if everything is true. Others question how something like this could remain hidden for so many years. The discussion intensifies, and the public begins to see Nevin in a completely different light, as suspicions solidify into belief that he may not be the real heir after all. Nevin stands frozen amid the chaos, as the truth he tried to hide begins to unravel completely in front of everyone. Nevin suddenly raises his voice at Kyan, insisting that this is all an attempt to smear his name again. He demands that the recording be handed over to him immediately, refusing to accept what is being played. But the recording continues, revealing another shocking claim. A voice states that Nevin had already known Kyan's true identity 2 years earlier. It further says that the speaker personally went to tell him about it while they were still at school. Nevin immediately reacts, insisting that the voice is fabricated and untrustworthy. At that moment, a flashback begins. 2 years earlier, Nevin is shown at school when a man suddenly appears in front of him. Nevin asks who he is and what he wants. The man calmly responds that he is Nevin's biological father and claims that the truth has been hidden for 19 years. Nevin dismisses him instantly, calling him insane and refusing to believe anything he says. The man then insists that he is telling the truth and even offers a strand of his hair for a DNA test as proof. He claims that Nevin's mother did something unimaginable without informing him, and now that Nevin is living as a wealthy young master, it is only reasonable that he should provide some financial help in return. The scene shifts back to the present, where the same man's voice continues in the recording. He complains that after all these years, the child he raised in hardship has forgotten him completely and is unwilling to give him even a small amount of money, unlike Kyan, who was also raised by him but at least endured scolding and beatings. Nevin immediately denies everything, shouting that it is not true. However, the recording continues, revealing even more damaging statements. The man admits that Nevin gave him tens of thousands of dollars 2 years ago and instructed him to stop Kyan from continuing school, calling Kyan an obstacle. He adds that Nevin believed it was better for Kyan to start earning early so the money could be used more freely. He then further confesses that he has said everything willingly and asks for the remaining payment of $15,000. The audience erupts into chaos. Shock spreads rapidly as people react in disbelief, saying they cannot believe how far things have gone. Many express sympathy for Kyan, while others criticize Nevin harshly, calling his actions heartless and cruel. The atmosphere becomes completely divided, with the Yin family also being discussed heavily by the crowd, who feel shocked that they unknowingly raised someone like this while their real son suffered elsewhere. Faye watches Kyan silently and calls out his name with concern. Kyan calmly apologizes to the audience for taking up so much of the show's time and explains that he only wanted to clarify everything publicly. He then turns away from the stage. Nevin's mother rushes forward, calling out to him, insisting that he is still their son. His father hesitates for a moment before also trying to follow, but the situation is already out of control. Nevin desperately tries to stop them, insisting that everything is a lie and urging them not to believe it. However, they pass by him without responding. The audience's anger rises again, and voices begin shouting at Nevin, demanding that someone like him does not deserve to remain an idol. The director orders the staff to control the situation and prevent the crowd from becoming chaotic. The host quickly announces that calm must be restored and insists that the show must continue, moving on to the voting segment, although the audience is clearly uninterested at this point. Meanwhile, Kyan is seen moving through the hallway in a wheelchair. Lewis walks beside him, urging him to slow down because his injuries are still not fully healed. He asks if Kyan is alright and why he looks so pale, suggesting he should rest. At that moment, Faye appears. Without hesitation, he steps forward and gently pulls Kyan into his arms. Kyan softly calls his name, relieved to see him. Faye replies that he has been there all along and asks if Kyan is feeling uncomfortable. Kyan says he is only a little dizzy but otherwise fine, adding quietly that he missed him and wishes for him to stay by his side. Faye gently tells Kyan that they should head back now. Kyan agrees without hesitation. As they leave together, Lewis watches them quietly, feeling a strange sense of invisibility, as if he is being left out of the situation. Faye thanks Lewis for keeping Kyan company and informs him that they are leaving. Lewis casually replies that it is fine and tells them to go ahead. As he watches them walk away, he tries to convince himself that Kyan needs comfort right now and that he will be the bigger person and forgive the distance that was unintentionally created between them. At that moment, Jay's father is seen nearby. He approaches Lewis and urgently asks where Kyan is and why he is not with him. Lewis thinks to himself, wondering where this man has been all this time and how he could not even recognize his own younger brother's situation. Jay also steps forward and asks Lewis to explain. Lewis replies that his cousin has already taken Kyan back to the hospital. Jay immediately understands and asks if he means Faye. Lewis confirms it. Hearing this, Jay becomes deep in thought. He reflects on Faye, realizing that he had always thought of him as a lifelong bachelor who finally found someone important in his life. He never imagined that the person Faye was so closely connected to would turn out to be Kyan, his own younger brother. Jay realizes that Faye must have known the truth for a long time, but only revealed it now. At that moment, Jay's parents arrive in a rush, asking where Kyan is and whether anyone has seen him. Jay looks at them and calls them Mom and Dad, trying to reassure them. His mother anxiously insists that they must find Kyan immediately. Jay quickly tells them not to worry because Kyan is safe and currently with Faye. Confused, his mother asks about Faye, referring to him as Queenie's son. She wonders how they ended up together. Jay explains briefly that it is a long story and suggests they go to the hospital immediately, as that is where Kyan likely is. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Faye helps Kyan lie down on the bed. Kyan thanks him quietly. Faye reminds him to be careful and not to put pressure on the back of his head injury. Kyan acknowledges it and agrees. Faye then mentions that Jay has already texted him and that Jay and Kyan's parents are on their way. He says they are extremely worried about him. Kyan reacts with surprise, asking if that is true. Faye confirms it and assures him that he'll meet them soon. Kyan falls silent, conflicted. He admits that deep down, he really wants to reunite with his biological family, but for some reason, he cannot bring himself to face them yet. He feels an unexplainable fear, as if something bad might happen if he gets too close. In his thoughts, he reflects that ever since childhood, he has never truly been cared for by a family, and because of that, he does not even know how to properly face them now. Faye gently places a hand on his head and reassures him, telling him that he did a great job earlier and that they will adore him. He tells Kyan to rest and says he needs to step out for a while. After leaving the room, Faye closes the door and finds Jay standing there with his parents. Faye greets them respectfully as Mr. and Mrs. N. Mrs. N immediately recognizes him and expresses shock, saying she did not know Faye and Kyan were connected like this. Faye calmly explains that Kyan is currently resting in the ward, but cannot be seen just yet.
Jay asks why.
In response, Faye presents a DNA report confirming that Kyan and Yoel are biological siblings. Mr. N, stunned, says that this means Kyan really is their son. Faye replies that if they do not believe it, they are free to verify it with another test. Mrs. N, already emotional, says they believe him. She explains that just seeing Kyan's face earlier made her feel both affection and heartbreak, especially after everything that happened with Nevin. She then asks if they can go see Kyan now. Faye agrees, but only on one condition. He tells them that if they want to bring Kyan back into the In family, they must completely cut ties with Nevin and ensure he is removed from the In household, with no further contact allowed. Mr. N reacts in shock, asking what he means by that condition. Faye continues firmly, explaining that over the past 19 years Kyan has not had even a single proper day of care or peace. He reveals that Kyan's foster father is a gambling addict who often abuses him, while his foster mother remains indifferent and neglectful. Faye then shifts his tone sharply as he brings up Nevin. Mrs. N immediately reacts with distress, repeatedly apologizing as guilt overwhelms her. Faye continues, stating that Nevin has benefited from the love and care of the In family, but after learning the truth, he not only hid it but also went further, using his influence to destroy Kyan's chances of entering college. He adds that Nevin even bribed someone to push Kyan down the stairs to prevent him from participating in the talent show. Jay looks toward Kyan in shock, calling his name in disbelief. Faye calmly explains that Kyan's personality is such that he rarely complains even when treated unfairly, which is why he is speaking on his behalf now. He hopes they will understand the full situation. Jay then asks when Faye found out about Kyan's true identity. Faye replies that he learned the truth 2 weeks ago. Jae repeats this in a low, stunned voice, realizing that even then Faye already knew everything. He recalls how Faye had silently watched while he comforted Nevin and how much had been hidden from him. Suddenly, Jae grabs Faye and asks why, if he already knew the truth, he did not tell them earlier. Faye responds honestly, saying that it was not because he did not want to. He explains that Kyan himself was afraid of meeting the family. Kyan feared that they would not accept him and that he would never compare to Nevin in their eyes. He was afraid of finally gaining a family only to lose it again. Faye adds that Kyan had said he was not mentally prepared and asked for time to think it over. Hearing this, Jae slowly releases his grip on Faye. He then speaks with deep conviction, saying that from now on, the only brothers he recognizes are Yael and Kyan. As for Nevin, he will no longer acknowledge him as a brother. Jae falls into thought, questioning whether he ever truly understood his brother at all after 19 years of separation. Mr. and then steps forward and tells Faye that they agree to everything he has asked. He thanks him sincerely for telling them the truth and asks if they can finally go in and see Kyan. Faye allows them, saying they can go in. He adds that Kyan also really wants to meet them. Mrs. and thanks him emotionally, expressing her gratitude once again. After that, the family enters Kyan's room. Mrs. and rushes to him and embraces him, saying she had no idea he had been swapped at birth. Kyan gently responds that it is okay and that he has never blamed them because they were victims of the situation as well. Jae then steps forward and apologizes to Kyan. He reminds him of the time Kyan once said he wished he had a big brother like him and now tells him that from this moment on, he is his only little brother. He promises that he will never let him suffer again. Kyan hesitantly asks about Yael. Jae pauses for a moment, then lightly brushes it aside, saying they should not worry about that for now. He then asks if Kyan can call him Big Brother. Kyan softly calls him Big Brother, and Jae immediately brightens with happiness, asking him to say it again. Mrs. and then gently asks if Kyan can call her Mom as well. Kyan looks at her and softly says Mom. Outside the room, Faye quietly watches everything unfold. Mr. and also steps closer and asks Kyan to call him Dad. Kyan calls him Dad, and Mr. and responds warmly, praising him and asking if he still feels any pain or discomfort. Kyan answers that he is not in any pain. Mrs. N, still emotional, says how can he truly not feel pain, but reassures him that from now on, they will never let him suffer again. Kyan silently wonders what it feels like to be cared for by a family, realizing how warm and comforting it is. Jae then suggests that once Kyan is discharged, he should come live with them at home with Mom, Dad, and his brothers. Kyan hesitates and begins to respond. Mrs. N immediately asks if something is wrong and whether he does not want to go home with them. Kyan softly explains that he is already quite settled living at Faye's house. Mrs. N gently insists that it is not the same. She tells Kyan that no matter how nice another place may feel, it still cannot replace a real home. She softly calls him sweetheart and asks if he truly does not want to live with his parents now that they are finally together. Kyan begins to respond hesitantly, saying, but Jae quickly interrupts him. Jae tells him that if he is worried about Nevin because of everything he has done, then they will make sure Nevin is no longer part of the family. He urges Kyan to come home without any fear. Kyan looks at him and softly calls him Big Brother, unsure how to respond fully. At that moment, Mr. N steps in and confirms Jae's words. He says that Nevin will no longer be considered part of their family. Mrs. N also adds emotionally that they have already lost 19 years with Kyan, and she only hopes to spend the coming days making up for all that lost time and giving him a happy life. Kyan is deeply moved. He calls out to them, Mom, Dad, and Big Brother, and thanks them sincerely. Suddenly, Yoelen rushes into the room, calling out excitedly that he is also there as Kyan's second oldest brother. He immediately clings to Kyan, crying dramatically and saying that they are all being too emotional and almost forgot about him on such an important moment. He jokingly complains that no wonder Kyan looked familiar when he first saw him, and he regrets not taking him home back then instead of letting Faye take him away. Yael continues excitedly, explaining that he only found out about everything after a friend showed him the trending news. He recalls how he was sitting in a bar when he suddenly got notifications and realized that the little brother he thought he knew was actually his real younger brother. He becomes emotional again, asking if Kyan is in pain and telling him to speak up if he feels uncomfortable. Kyan tries to respond, saying, but Faye gently grabs Yael and tells him not to be so reckless and to stop overwhelming Kyan. Yael quickly defends himself, saying he was only anxious. In his thoughts, he remembers the first time he saw Kyan, wandering on the streets, sitting on a bench with a suitcase and eating steamed buns, realizing how difficult his life must have been. Kyan softly calls him second brother, which makes Yael immediately emotional again. He begs Kyan to call him that a few more times, clearly overjoyed. Jay sighs and says that this is enough, declaring that it is now his turn. Yael immediately protests, telling him not to take over the moment. Kyan smiles gently and addresses all of them, big brother, second brother, mom, and dad, saying that he is truly happy now. He reflects that even though he is injured and cannot participate in the competition, having his family's care feels incredibly warm. In his heart, he feels grateful, thinking that he has been given a second chance at life and that meeting Faye has changed everything for him, allowing him to experience a completely different future from his previous life. Some time later, Mr. N suggests that Mrs. N should take the two boys home first while he stays behind to take care of Kyan. Kyan quickly tells them they can all go home and rest, insisting that he is fine. In his thoughts, he also worries about how to explain his relationship with Faye to his parents. Jay observes quietly, thinking that his younger brother is surprisingly well-behaved and sensible, and feeling slightly amazed at how quickly Faye seems to have become so important to him. He then suggests they should head back for now and return the next day, so Kyan can rest properly. Mrs. N agrees and tells Kyan she will come again tomorrow, reminding him to rest and be careful not to touch his wounds. Kyan gently says goodbye to her. They all leave the room. Outside, Mrs. N thanks Faye again, telling him he truly went above and beyond this time. Faye modestly replies that he only did what he was supposed to do and asks them to go back and rest properly. Mrs. N says they will treat him to a meal another time to properly thank him. Jay then approaches Faye, patting his shoulder and saying they will need to have a proper talk sometime. Faye calmly replies that he is busy. Jay asks if that is so, then smiles and suggests something unexpected, that since Faye has done so much for Kyan, they should simply make him Kyan's godbrother. Faye calmly responds to Jay that there is no need for such a suggestion. He says he would take care of Kyan regardless of any formal label or relationship. Mrs. N immediately expresses relief, saying she is grateful that Faye is there for Kyan. Jay looks at Faye and silently thinks to himself how this man, who once seemed distant, has suddenly become so smooth and composed in conversation. Mrs. N then asks Jay if he knows how Kyan and Faye first met, noting how close they appear to be. Mr. N also observes quietly, thinking that Kyan's personality reminds him of his late father, calm, reserved, and distant from most people, yet he clearly behaves differently around Faye. At that moment, Yael begins to speak, saying that of course they are close because Kyan is Faye's. But Jay quickly interrupts him, grabbing Yael's shirt and stopping him from finishing the sentence. Jay calmly explains to everyone that Faye is an only child who has always wanted a younger brother, so he simply treats Kyan like one, which explains their closeness. Mrs. N accepts the explanation, saying she understands and feels relieved that Kyan has someone like that in his life. She adds that it is good that someone is taking care of him now after everything he has been through. Mr. N also praises Faye as an outstanding young man and says Kyan can likely learn a lot from him. Hearing this, Jay lets out a small laugh, agreeing outwardly. But internally, Jay thinks differently, wondering whether Faye truly sees Kyan as just a younger brother at all, or whether his intentions go deeper than that. Yael suddenly tries to speak again, about to mention something, but Jay quickly cuts him off. He firmly states that since Kyan is finally back with the family, there is no need to bring Nevin into the discussion anymore. He points out that Nevin repeatedly targeted Kyan and deceived everyone, and if Faye had not exposed everything, they might still be in the dark. Jay clearly states that the Yin family can no longer accommodate Nevin, and they should avoid mentioning him in front of Kyan, so he does not get emotionally affected. He specifically tells Yael to understand this, and Yael agrees. Mr. N quietly tells Mrs. N that they must make a firm decision for Kyan's sake. Mrs. N agrees, saying she understands. At that moment, Jay's phone rings. He answers the call briefly and listens, then responds with a simple acknowledgement before hanging up. He informs his parents that Nevin is missing. Mrs. N reacts in shock, asking how he could have gone missing and whether something serious has happened. Jay reassures her not to worry and says it is getting late, so he will take them back to the hotel first. He adds that he has already sent people to search for Nevin. Mrs. N, still unsettled, says that Nevin will have to face the consequences sooner or later, and hopefully he will come to terms with everything quickly. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Kyan and Faye are lying on the bed. Faye rests near the edge, careful not to disturb Kyan's injuries. Kyan softly tells him to move closer, worried that he might fall. Faye gently holds his hand and says it is fine, explaining that he does not want to press on Kyan's wounds. He then asks if Kyan was happy today. Kyan admits that he was happy, but also feels conflicted. He says he is glad that his parents are cutting ties with Nevin for his sake, but at the same time, he worries about them and does not want to cause them pain. He sighs and calls himself somewhat selfish for feeling this way. Faye reassures him, telling him that it is actually their blessing to have him back. He explains that the reason they are willing to cut ties with Nevin is because they love Kyan deeply, and everything they are giving him now is rightfully his. Faye tells him not to belittle himself and says he wants to give him all the best things in the world. Then, gently, he kisses Kyan on the forehead. At the same time, on social media, the news about the child swap scandal explodes into trending topics. Reports spread widely that Kyan Lim and Nevin N's identities were switched 19 years ago, and that Nevin allegedly plotted against Kyan. Online discussions become chaotic, with many people condemning Nevin harshly. Former fans expressed disappointment, saying they have unfollowed him and cannot believe he was capable of such actions. The entertainment industry begins to turn against him publicly. Meanwhile, Nevin sits alone, scrolling through his phone. His expression darkens as he reads wave after wave of negative comments. People call him fake, manipulative, and demand that he leave the industry immediately. His face slowly twists with anger as he continues reading, realizing that everything he built is now collapsing in front of the world. Faye is sitting quietly beside Kyan while Kyan sleeps. The room is calm and still for a while. Soon, Kyan slowly wakes up and looks at Faye. He sits up gently, still half drowsy. Faye notices and asks if he is awake. Kyan softly replies that it is morning, greeting him in a calm voice. Faye returns the greeting and then asks if Kyan can wash up by himself. Kyan hesitates and says he should be able to manage it. Faye immediately concludes that it means he cannot, and without waiting further, he decides to carry him. Kyan gets nervous and quickly tells him that his arm is injured, not his leg, so he can walk on his own. However, Faye ignores the protest and lifts him anyway, calmly saying that it is fine because Kyan is light and he can carry him easily. Kyan is left thinking that this is not about whether he can be carried or not, but Faye seems to treat it as something completely natural. They enter the washroom, where Faye squeezes toothpaste onto the toothbrush for him. Kyan thanks him softly, but internally he feels awkward, thinking that he is being treated almost like someone helpless. He even imagines that Faye might end up brushing his teeth for him. If this continues, Faye then asks what Kyan wants for breakfast. Faye simply replies that anything is fine and says he will go out to buy it, asking Kyan to wait there. Kyan agrees. A few minutes later, there is a knock on the door. Kyan assumes it is Faye returning, so he calls out that he is coming. When he opens the door, he is surprised and says Faye came back unusually fast. But the moment he looks properly, he realizes the person standing there is Nevin. Nevin calls his name softly. Kyan immediately asks why he is there. Nevin replies that he came to apologize.
He says he is sorry.
Kyan cuts him off coldly, saying that he does not accept the apology and tells him to leave. Nevin suddenly moves closer, grabbing Kyan and insisting that he truly understands his mistakes. He claims he was confused at the time and did many things that hurt Kyan, not because he intended to, but because he was afraid of being cast out of the family. He breaks down in tears, saying everything was his fault and promising he will never do anything to hurt Kyan again. Kyan remains unmoved and tells him to stop acting, saying Nevin is not convincing at all. Nevin's expression shifts as he speaks again, reminding Kyan that he has lived as the family's beloved youngest son for 19 years. He questions what Kyan thinks will happen now that he has returned, saying that Kyan is still a stranger to them compared to him. He insists that he is the one who truly belongs to the family. While looking at Kyan, Nevin thinks to himself that he does not understand why Kyan is not afraid or shaken. He convinces himself that Kyan is just trying to scare him and that the family, especially Mrs. N, Mr. N, and Jay, will never abandon him for Kyan. He continues aloud, telling Kyan that he should not even be there, asking why he is not staying with the Lin family where he belongs. Kyan calmly responds that Nevin probably does not even know yet that he is about to be kicked out of the family. Nevin freezes and asks in shock why. His emotions spiral as he suddenly yells, questioning why everything is being taken from him. His thoughts become darker and more unstable, convincing himself that Kyan is the reason he has lost everything and that he is only trying to protect what is his. His rage intensifies as he grabs Kyan by the neck, accusing him that all of this is because of him. Kyan cries out in pain as Nevin tightens his grip. Kyan struggles in Nevin's grip, gasping as he tells him to let go. Nevin, consumed by anger and desperation, insists that he has nothing left now and blames Kyan for everything. Before the situation can escalate further, a voice suddenly interrupts, asking Kyan if he is feeling better today and saying that both his mother and father have come to see him. Nevin turns sharply, only to find Jay standing there with Mrs. N and Yarelen. Jay immediately reacts, shouting Kyan's name and kicking Nevin hard, forcing him away from Kyan. Nevin falls back from the impact. Kyan collapses into a coughing fit, struggling to recover his breath. Jay quickly turns to Nevin and demands to know what he is doing there. Then he shifts his attention to Kyan and asks if he is alright. Kyan weakly replies that he is fine. Mrs. N rushes to Kyan's side and anxiously asks how he can say he is fine after something like that, worriedly checking if he is in pain. She immediately instructs Yael to call the doctor. Yael agrees and runs off at once. Nevin looks at Jay, Mrs. N, and the others with a pitiful expression, trying to speak, but before he can say anything, Mrs. N suddenly steps forward and slaps him across the face. She angrily questions whether he understands what he has just done. Nevin weakly calls her Mom, but Mrs. N harshly tells him to stop calling her that. She says he keeps hurting Kyan repeatedly and asks if he has ever considered their feelings or truly seen them as his family. Nevin clutches his face, insisting tearfully that he was only afraid they would abandon him now that Kyan has returned, and that he never truly meant to harm anyone. Mrs. N coldly responds that after all these years, he should know how they have treated him, and if he had done nothing wrong, they would never have abandoned him. Nevin grabs her again, begging her not to do this and calling her Mom once more. But Mrs. N pulls away and firmly states that since he is here today, they will proceed with transferring his household registration as soon as possible. She tells him clearly that he will have nothing more to do with the family from now on and will be on his own. Nevin stares at her in shock, unable to accept it. At that moment, the doorbell rings again. Faye arrives. As he steps in, he immediately notices Nevin and thinks coldly to himself what he is doing there. His thoughts quickly shift to Kyan, and he rushes inside. Seeing Kyan's condition, Faye immediately asks what happened and whether Nevin was the one who did this. Kyan calmly replies that yes, it was Nevin, but insists that he is fine now. He says the doctor has already said it only needs ice and is not serious. He also tells Faye not to be angry and says it will not happen again. Faye, however, remains serious and simply asks for the ice pack, saying he will apply it himself. Jay stands silently, observing everything. Mr. N silently watches as well, thinking that Faye clearly does not treat Kyan like just a younger brother, and as Kyan's mother looks at them, She even feels slightly ashamed at how deeply Faye cares. Yoel, on the other hand, awkwardly thinks that it is good he skipped breakfast because this level of affection is overwhelming. Kyan quickly tells everyone that he is really fine and asks them not to worry or stay here. Yoel responds that now that they have been reunited with him, it is only natural they want to stay. But Jae covers Yoel's mouth and calmly says it is time to go. Internally, Jae thinks that even now Yoel cannot read the situation and that Kyan is clearly trying to send them away. Jae suggests to his mother that since she wanted to make chicken soup for Kyan, they should go buy the ingredients now. Mrs. and agrees. Before leaving, Faye quietly asks Kyan when he plans to return to the Yin family. Kyan hesitates and says he is not sure yet. In his thoughts, he reflects that although his parents want him to move back soon, he feels conflicted because leaving would mean spending less time with Faye. Faye then calmly tells him that he should stay at his place for now so he can take care of him properly, adding that Kyan can always move back to the Yin family later after he has recovered. Kyan begins to respond uncertainly. Faye gently leans closer to him and admits honestly that he has his own selfish reasons. He cannot bear the thought of Kyan leaving, so he asks him to stay. Kyan eventually agrees, saying that alright then he will stay. In his thoughts, he quietly admits that he also cannot bear to be separated from Faye. Faye smiles softly and calls him a good boy. The next day, Kyan is getting ready when Jae comes to see him. Jae asks if he really plans to keep staying at Faye's place. Kyan confirms that he does. Jae steps closer and gently holds Kyan's hand, asking why he does not want to live with them. He tells him that if he has any concerns, he should feel free to speak honestly. He also asks if it is because of Nevin and Kyan immediately denies it, saying he has no concerns. He hesitates slightly and thinks inwardly that he cannot possibly admit the real reason, that he is dating Faye and that Faye is the reason he does not want to go home. At that moment, Faye enters and places a hand on Kyan's shoulder. He calmly explains to Jae that Kyan has simply become used to staying at his place and will return home only after he fully recovers, saying it is more convenient this way. He reassures Jae not to worry because he will take good care of him. Jae listens and thinks to himself that Faye is exactly the reason he is even more worried now. He reflects that he had been happy thinking this man, who had remained single for 27 years, had finally found someone, but instead, it turns out he has his eyes on his younger brother. Internally, he regrets it and thinks he would rather Faye had stayed single forever. Outwardly, however, Jae calmly agrees, saying that in that case he will leave Kyan in Faye's care. Faye simply replies that it is no problem. Then Jae steps closer, hooks an arm over Faye's shoulder, and tells Kyan to go pack his belongings while he has something to discuss with Faye alone. Kyan agrees and leaves. A short while later, Jae and Faye are talking privately. Faye immediately says that if Jae is planning to convince him to break up with Kyan, he should not bother. Jae responds seriously, pointing out that Kyan is a public figure, and if people find out about their relationship, he will face severe criticism. He asks whether Faye has considered that consequence. Faye calmly replies that he will protect Kyan. He then adds that instead of deciding what is best for Kyan on his behalf, Jae should ask for Kyan's own opinion. Jae thinks inwardly that Kyan is too obedient and gentle, and that he would likely just follow Faye's influence, making it pointless to ask him directly. Out loud, however, he asks how far their relationship has progressed. Faye replies without hesitation that they have done everything that should be done. Jae freezes internally, forcing himself to stay calm while thinking that his younger brother has basically been taken away by this man, and he cannot help but feel angry. After some time, Jae and Faye return to Kyan. Jae asks if Kyan has finished packing, explaining that Faye has to go back to work soon, so he will personally take Kyan home. Kyan agrees and thanks him. Jae looks at Kyan and thinks that he is truly well-behaved, sensible, and a good brother, then immediately shifts his thoughts to Faye and calls him a bastard in his mind. Kyan notices Jae's expression and asks if he is upset. Jae quickly denies it, saying he is not upset. He then questions again whether Kyan is really sure about staying at Faye's place, pointing out that Faye is usually very busy and works overtime almost every day, so he probably does not have enough time to properly take care of him. In his mind, Jay reinforces this thought, believing that a workaholic like Faye cannot possibly care for Kyan properly. Kyan responds calmly, saying that Faye actually comes home on time, and sometimes even earlier. Hearing this, Jay internally realizes he miscalculated, thinking that he did not expect Faye to actually start prioritizing Kyan over work because of love. After a moment, Kyan looks at Jay and asks if he has already found out about him and Faye. Jay replies that yes, he already knew. He also admits in his thoughts that not only did he know, but he had actually been genuinely happy for Faye at that time, even laughing at it. Kyan lets out a small laugh and says that Faye has helped him a lot and that without him, he would not be who he is today. Jay falls silent after hearing this. Kyan then continues and directly asks whether Jay would object to him being with Faye. Jay responds irritably that he would not object. Kyan immediately brightens up and thanks him happily. Jay, however, thinks to himself that Faye is a bastard and tells himself to give him back his brother mentally. Sometime later, Kyan arrives at Faye's place, where Uncle Sean is standing. Kyan greets him warmly, saying it has been a long time. Uncle Sean also greets him back and welcomes him. Kyan holds a suitcase, while Mr. Shin informs him that his room is not ready yet, so he will place his luggage in Mr. Gu's room for now. Kyan is immediately surprised and asks what he means. Mr. Shin calmly explains that it is Mr. Gu's order, adding that Kyan's injury has not fully healed yet, so someone needs to take care of him. Kyan accepts it, though he becomes slightly nervous. In his thoughts, he realizes that this situation feels like they are already living together, but since he and Faye have already confirmed their relationship, he tells himself it should be normal. An hour later, Faye is on a phone call, speaking seriously and instructing someone to keep an eye on Nevin. He emphasizes that he wants to know every move Nevin makes. The person on the call responds respectfully, saying he understands. Faye ends the call and replies shortly that it is fine. At that moment, the door opens. Kyan is inside the room, busy organizing his luggage. Faye enters and notices him, asking what he is doing. Kyan replies that he is packing his luggage. At the same time, he thinks awkwardly that Faye has come back at the exact moment he was sorting his underwear, and worse, Faye has already seen it. Faye walks closer, casually picks up his underwear, and tells him that his hand is still injured, so he should let him help. Kyan immediately refuses, saying he can do it himself. Faye responds lightly, asking why he is being so formal and casually comments on his size, saying it is what he expected. Kyan becomes flustered and calls out Faye's name in embarrassment. Then, irritated, he stands up suddenly and says he is going to take a shower before quickly storming into the bathroom and shutting the door. Faye watches him go and thinks to himself that the little rabbit can still bite when he gets flustered. Suddenly, he hears a loud thud from inside the bathroom. Alarmed, Faye rushes in and finds Kyan has slipped and fallen on the floor. Faye immediately calls out his name. Kyan quickly says he is fine, explaining that the bathroom is too slippery and he fell while rushing. Without hesitation, Faye lifts him up in his arms. Kyan protests, saying he is really fine and asks to be put down, but Faye simply tells him to behave. Kyan feels extremely embarrassed and stiffens in his arms, thinking how humiliating it is that he ended up falling right after snatching his underwear away from Faye. Faye then asks where he fell and says he needs to check if he is injured. Kyan awkwardly replies that it was his butt. Faye calmly says he will check it. Kyan immediately refuses, saying there is no need and that he is fine. Faye insists again, saying he must check. Finally, Kyan blurts out that he does not even feel pain, so it is definitely fine and nothing is hurt. Faye immediately asks what Kyan means by that. Kyan quickly tries to brush it off, saying it is nothing. But Faye presses again, asking if he just said that he has no sense of pain. Kyan's expression turns a little sad as he admits it more clearly. He explains that what he meant is that he was not born with any ability to feel pain, no matter what happens. He even mentions that this is why he did not feel anything when he fell down the stairs the other day. Faye, startled, asks if Kyan is trying to play a prank on him. Kyan quickly denies it. Faye becomes serious and says this is extremely dangerous. He asks why Kyan never told him about it sooner. Kyan replies softly that he did not want Faye to worry, and he also never found the right moment to say it. He insists that it is not a big deal, pointing out that he has lived perfectly fine all these years. Then, he gently takes Faye's hands and tells him not to worry about him. Without another word, Faye suddenly lifts him up. Kyan immediately asks what he is doing. Faye calmly replies that he is taking him to the hospital. Kyan protests, saying it is already night, and they can go tomorrow instead, since doctors are not even on duty right now. Faye ignores the objection. Soon after, they're already at the hospital, sitting in front of a doctor. Faye apologizes to Kyan for scaring him, but Kyan simply smiles and says it is fine. Looking at Faye, he thinks quietly that in more than 20 years of life, including his previous life, no one has ever cared about him this deeply. Feeling overwhelmed, he leans his head on Faye's shoulder and softly says that he does not want anything bad to ever happen to himself. Faye gently responds that it is good. The doctor then reviews the report and calmly explains that, based on the results, the patient is currently in good health and all indicators are normal, so there is no need to worry. Faye immediately raises his concern again, explaining that because Kyan cannot feel pain, he might not notice injuries at all, and even minor conditions could become serious if ignored. He asks if there is any cure. The doctor explains that Kyan's condition is congenital analgesia, an extremely rare autosomal recessive genetic disorder. It is characterized by the inability to feel pain since birth. Unfortunately, there is no cure for it at present. The only option is prevention, avoiding injuries and attending regular medical checkups. Kyan quietly reassures Faye, saying there is no need to worry and that he is perfectly fine. He even smiles and tells him not to overthink it. Faye looks at him and firmly says that he will not allow anything to happen to him. Kyan nods gently, saying that he already knows. Later, Faye is standing alone outside, smoking quietly. In his thoughts, he reflects on how unfair life has been to Kyan, how he suffered because of being switched at birth, and now even carries a condition that prevents him from feeling pain. He wonders how Kyan managed to survive all these years like this. At that moment, Kyan appears and softly asks why he is still awake. Faye quickly puts out a cigarette and asks if he disturbed Kyan's sleep. Kyan shakes his head and says no, then asks if Faye is worried about his condition, insisting once again that it is not that serious. Faye steps closer to him and suddenly says that he wants Kyan to promise him something. Kyan looks at him and agrees, asking what it is. Faye looks at him seriously and asks him to promise that he will never leave him in this lifetime. Kyan immediately replies that he will, promising Faye that he will never leave him. In his heart, he silently repeats the same vow, assuring himself that he will stay by Faye's side no matter what. Faye gently places his hand on Kyan's face and tells him that he must take care of his health and inform him even if he feels the slightest discomfort. Kyan nods and promises again. Faye then pulls him into a hug and says that whatever happens in the future, Kyan must never hide anything from him. Kyan responds that he will not hide anything and promises once more. Faye finally reminds him firmly to always keep his promises. Kyan agrees, saying he will. The next day, Kyan is asleep when his phone rings. He checks it and sees that it is Jay calling. He answers. Jay informs him that it is time and says he needs to tell him something. Yulin-jo has been arrested by the police on suspicion of child abduction and trafficking. He adds that she has requested to see Kyan, but if he does not want to go, he will refuse on his behalf. Kyan immediately replies that he does want to go. He says there are things he wants to ask her directly. Jay tells him that in that case, he will come pick him up later and go with him. Kyan thanks him and ends the call. At that moment, the door opens and Faye enters. He tells Kyan to wake up, saying the cook has already prepared his favorite breakfast, and he should eat something quickly. Kyan smiles and agrees. Then he asks if Faye is not going to the office today. Faye calmly replies that Kyan will be going with him. Kyan is surprised and asks if he is really going to. Faye walks closer and explains that he is simply worried about leaving Kyan alone at home and feels it would be safer if Kyan stays with him. Hearing this, Kyan thinks that Faye is only worried about him getting hurt without realizing it, and that is why he wants to keep him close. Kyan then gently holds Faye and tells him that he is actually going to meet Yul-jo today, and since Jae will come pick him up later, Faye should focus on his work instead. He assures him that he is fine and does not need to worry so much. Faye looks at him and asks when he learned to act so spoiled. Kyan immediately tells him to stop teasing. Faye softens and agrees, but still reminds him that if anything happens, he must call him immediately and never get hurt again. Kyan agrees. Later, Kyan meets Yul-jo face to face. She calls out his name. Kyan immediately asks her why she locked him in his room last time and prevented him from attending the interview. He directly questions whether Nevin was the one who told her to do it. He thinks back and realizes that at the time he had been confused about how she even knew about his audition registration. Now, everything makes sense. Nevin had likely been in contact with her all along. Yul-jo, instead of answering his concern, immediately asks about Nevin. She asks how he is doing and what Kyan has done to him, insisting that he has nothing to do with this and pleading not to hurt him. Kyan calmly responds that her first concern is not his injuries or any regret, but her own son Nevin. He remarks that it seems she can still care deeply for her own child. At that moment, Jae informs her that Nevin has already been kicked out of the Yin family. Yul-jo is shocked and asks how they could do that to him, saying he was raised by the Yin family for 19 years and accusing them of being heartless. Jae coldly responds that she is the last person who should talk about heartlessness. He says he has never seen anyone twist right and wrong so easily in his life, pointing out how cruel and selfish it is to secretly swap biological children and raise someone else's child under false identity. Yul-jo tries to defend herself, saying she was confused and overwhelmed at the time. Kyan then interrupts and asks her directly if she did not also raise him for 19 years. He reminds her that he called her mother for all those years and asks whether she ever truly cared about him or ever considered him her son. Yul-jo slowly stands up from her chair, her expression tightening, and she calls out Kyan's name. Kyan continues, saying that she never even bothered to look at his report card despite how hard he worked to achieve perfect scores. He recalls how she always stood by Nevin in every situation. He brings up Johnson Lim, mentioning how even when he was drunk and violent, she still chose to protect Nevin over him. He further accuses her of always secretly giving anything good to Nevin alone. He expresses his confusion and pain, asking what right she had to call others heartless when she might have been the cruel one all along. Hearing this, Yul-jo stands frozen in shock. In her mind, she reflects that throughout all these years, she never truly saw him as her biological child. Now, her elder son has disowned her, her younger son feels ashamed of her, and only her adopted son, whom she least cared for, still visits her. She questions whether she was truly wrong all along. She tries to speak, calling out Kyan's name, but before she can continue, he pulls away and abruptly walks off. Yul-jo breaks down completely, crying as she repeatedly apologizes, saying it is all her fault and that she deserves this punishment. Jae coldly responds that she is right, she does deserve it. He then questions what Kyan and his real parents ever did wrong to suffer because of her selfish choices. He firmly states that he will never allow Nevin to return to the Yin family, and as for her, she will have to await her sentencing in detention. Meanwhile, Kyan sits alone on a set of stairs. Jae approaches him and gently calls his name. Kyan does not turn around at first. Jae places a comforting hand on his shoulder and tells him not to cry, saying Yul-jo is not worth his sadness and does not even deserve to be called his mother. Kyan quietly agrees and says he knows. Jae then asks if he wants to come home with them, explaining that his mother stayed up all night preparing a new room for him. He adds excitedly that they are waiting for him. Kyan agrees to go. Jae immediately brightens up and eagerly suggests they leave right away, jokingly mentioning how messy Yoel's room is and how he leaves his dirty socks under the bed. Kyan can't help but laugh softly and agrees. Later, they arrive at the Yin residence. Mrs. N welcomes him warmly, her face filled with happiness as she tells him he is finally home. Kyan politely thanks her, but she immediately tells him not to be formal, saying this is his home now. She explains that she bought a lot of groceries for his welcome and insists he stay for dinner. Kyan agrees. Mrs. N then eagerly offers to show him his room and tells him to inform her if he wants any changes. Kyan gently replies that he does not want to trouble her and is fine with anything. At that moment, Yoel comes over, saying it is no trouble at all. He proudly mentions that he personally helped choose the furniture with his mother, adding that she was so excited about Kyan's return that she almost bought the entire store. Mrs. N lightly taps his head and tells him to stop talking and go clean his room, teasing him for the mess and asking if he feels no shame as Kyan's brother. Yoel agrees, but then looks at Kyan and remarks that Kyan has now become the center of attention in the family. He jokes that ever since they found out he was coming back, their mother has been the happiest she has ever been, and the rest of them are now being treated like stepchildren. Meanwhile, Nevin arrives outside the gate carrying his belongings. A maid stands nearby and asks if he needs help moving his things, but he refuses. She gently suggests that she can send his luggage to his friend's address instead, to save him the trouble of coming back. Nevin asks if his parents ordered that he should not return home. The maid confirms that they did, adding that he is no longer considered part of the family and should not come inside, as the young master is now home. Nevin stands still, stunned. In his mind, he repeats that he is the true young master and questions how Kyan could have taken his place and turned his parents against him. He believes that without Kyan's interference, he would never have been cast out. He finally decides that for now, he will leave, but he intends to return later. He leaves his luggage behind for the moment and walks away. Inside the house, Mrs. N shows Kyan a balcony room and asks if he likes it. She explains that Faye specifically suggested the room because Kyan likes sunlight, so she chose one with a large balcony. Kyan looks around, visibly happy, and says that it is wonderful and that he loves it. He laughs as he steps out onto the balcony. From there, he unexpectedly sees Nevin outside. He pauses, his expression shifting, and calls out Nevin N's name in anger. Nevin stops and looks up at him. In his mind, Nevin coldly thinks that Kyan Lim has settled in very quickly and wonders under what right he has taken his place and made his parents abandon him. Mom quickly walks over to Kyan and asks what is wrong. Following his gaze, she also notices Nevin standing outside and immediately questions why he is there. At the same time, the butler arrives and reports that Madame Huang had called and informed him that Nevin had come to collect his luggage. The butler explains that when asked whether the luggage should be taken, Nevin said he had not yet found a place to stay, so he would return later to collect it himself. Mrs. N responds that she understands and instinctively holds Kyan's hand. The butler continues, saying that Madame Huang also mentioned Nevin looked like he was about to cry, appearing very sad and reluctant to leave. He then hesitates and asks Mrs. N if she is really going to proceed like this. Mrs. N calmly replies that the luggage should be sent him later and instructs him not to mention the matter again. Looking at Kyan, she thinks to herself that she cannot let him get hurt again, especially now that he has finally come back. The butler agrees and steps back. Kyan softly calls out to her, addressing her as Mom. Mrs. N gently places her hand on his head and reassures him, telling him that everything is fine and that they should go downstairs because dinner is almost ready. Kyan agrees. Later, Faye is sitting on the couch reading documents when Kyan suddenly comes from behind and hugs him, his mood visibly cheerful as he calls out to Faye happily. Faye notices his energy and comments that he seems to be in a very good mood, asking what happened during the day. Kyan explains that Jay took him to the N family home and that Mrs. N prepared a lot of delicious food for him to bring back. Faye gently touches him and tells him that it is not just the N family's home anymore, but his home as well. Kyan reacts with surprise and says that it means he now has 2 homes. Faye looks at him for a moment, slightly intrigued, and Kyan immediately asks if he said something wrong. Without answering, Faye stands up, pulls him closer, and kisses him. After pulling away, he remarks that he never realized Kyan could be such a sweet talker. Kyan becomes flustered, thinking that he never expected Faye to be so bold and teasing in such a playful way. To change the subject, Kyan asks if Faye has eaten dinner and mentions that Mrs. and sent him back with cupcakes and tarts, offering them to him. Faye agrees. A short while later, they sit together on the couch. Kyan happily eats and praises how delicious the food is, reaching for another piece, while silently telling himself that he will stop after just one more. Faye watches him and warns him gently that eating too many desserts is not good for his health, pointing out that it is already his third piece and stopping him from eating more. Kyan quickly insists that he will only take one last bite. Faye then lightly touches his stomach and teases him, telling him to check if it is already getting round. Kyan immediately becomes nervous, quickly agreeing to stop, while internally thinking how easily Faye calls him baby in such a calm yet flirty way, making him flustered. Faye packs the remaining desserts into boxes and says he will store them in the fridge. Kyan silently watches him and thinks that he is not a glutton and would not secretly eat more, feeling slightly teased but also amused. Faye then tells him that he is going to the study to finish some work and will keep him company later once he is done. Kyan laughs and tells him to go ahead. Before leaving, Faye pauses and adds one more thing. Kyan responds, asking what it is. Faye casually tells him that if he wants to take a bath, he should let him know so he can help him. Kyan immediately becomes flustered, but Faye calmly explains that it is just to prevent him from falling again. Kyan quickly protests, saying it was only an accident and that he'll be more careful from now on. He also internally recalls that it was actually Faye who had caused him to rush and end up slipping in the bathroom that time. Faye refuses to back down. He steps closer, holds him gently, and says that he does not feel reassured because Kyan might get hurt without noticing it, so he insists on helping him. Kyan sits in front of the computer with his mobile phone in hand, trying to focus on his studies. He mutters to himself as he repeatedly goes over terms like transformation, conversion, transplant, and transplantation, telling himself that this should be enough for his lesson. However, Faye's voice from earlier keeps echoing in his mind, interrupting his concentration. He suddenly stops, holding his head in frustration, and admits to himself that he cannot focus at all. He realizes he has not even managed to properly memorize a single word. Embarrassed, he thinks that his mind is filled with unnecessary, distracting thoughts, and he criticizes himself for being so distracted. Feeling defeated, he decides that he is not making any progress today and should just scroll through his phone for a while. While doing so, he wonders whether Faye might change his mind later, thinking that the whole situation about Faye helping him with bathing feels strangely awkward and overwhelming. As he opens social media, he is surprised to see that his followers have increased dramatically. He reads aloud in disbelief that he now has around 15.756 million followers. He scrolls through the comments, noticing a WePost announcement stating that many things have recently happened and expressing regret that Kyan Lim had to withdraw from the program due to injury. The post also mentions that all contracts with Nevin and Sean Lee, who were responsible for Kyan's injury, have been unilaterally terminated and legal action may be pursued if necessary. Kyan silently processes the information and realizes he now has over 15 million followers. He continues reading the comments, still somewhat stunned. He then thinks to himself that if he had not come back to life in this situation, people might still be criticizing him online. Instead, Nevin, who once tried every possible method to frame him, is now facing consequences for his actions. However, despite everything, Kyan feels conflicted and wishes he could tell the overly enthusiastic fans that he is not Lewis's wife and that they are completely shipping the wrong pairing. Suddenly, Faye appears behind him and asks what he is looking at. Kyan quickly asks if Faye is done with his work. Startled, he immediately covers his phone screen, thinking that he must not let Faye see the fan comments, otherwise he will definitely get jealous. Faye gently kisses Kyan's cheek and casually asks if he wants to take a bath. Kyan falls silent, immediately feeling nervous. He tries to push away the thought and tells himself that he can handle bathing on his own. Clearing his throat, he replies that he is not going to take a bath tonight, reassuring himself that he can do it tomorrow since Faye will be at work anyway. Faye reacts with a soft, huh, and then comes closer, holding him from behind. Kyan panics internally, realizing Faye might think he is being unhygienic if he refuses. He also worries that Faye might not even want to sleep beside him. At the same time, he feels uneasy, as if Faye can read his thoughts too easily. Faye, however, calmly points out exactly what Kyan had been thinking, asking whether he plans to avoid bathing even after Faye goes to the office the next day. Kyan is shocked, thinking that Faye might have some kind of mind-reading ability. He quickly realizes that denying it now would only make things worse. Faye then gives him a choice, asking whether he wants to bathe now or tomorrow. Kyan immediately gives in and says now. Faye gently praises him, calling him good boy. Shortly after, they are in the bathroom. Faye tells him to relax and let go, but Kyan is visibly nervous and hesitates, internally insisting that he does not want help. Faye takes his hand and helps him step in properly. Once inside the bathtub, Faye tells him to sit carefully, though Kyan insists that he is already sitting fine. Kyan again tries to reassure him that he can bathe on his own and will not fall again, gently holding Faye's hand. But Faye remains firm, insisting that he will help him anyway, not willing to take any chances with his safety. Kyan feels extremely embarrassed in the bathroom situation, struggling with his nerves as Faye stays close to him. Faye leans in and softly asks if he feels comfortable. Kyan hesitates and quietly responds that he is okay. Faye gently tells him that this is good enough, then says he will carry him to the room. He offers his hand and tells Kyan to get up so he can help him properly. He then adds again that he will help him with the bath to make sure everything is safe. Faye looks at him calmly, and after a brief pause, Kyan agrees. He leans in closer, and in the next moment, they share a brief kiss as the atmosphere becomes more intimate and quiet. Sometime later, about an hour afterward, they are on the bed together. Faye notices Kyan's mood and asks what is wrong. Kyan quickly says that nothing is wrong, but internally he admits that his hands feel slightly sore. Faye then tells him that he should come to the office with him the next day. Kyan is surprised and asks why. Faye explains that he does not feel comfortable leaving Kyan alone at home and wants him to stay with him for company. Kyan agrees. The next day, they arrive at the office together. As soon as they enter, the guards and employees are shocked to see them. They begin whispering among themselves, surprised that Mr. Gu, who is usually cold and distant, has brought a young man with him to the office. They question whether they are seeing things, and others confirm that they are not imagining it. Some recognize Kyan as the rising online idol, Kyan Lim, while others continue gossiping, saying the situation feels unreal and wondering what kind of relationship exists between him and Mr. Gu. The employees speculate that if there is any connection, it must be strictly professional, like boss and employee, since Kyan Lim is signed under Yi Entertainment, whose boss is Mr. Gu. However, others point out that they have never seen their boss bring any staff so closely or personally into the office before. Kyan silently thinks that he knew this would happen, as coming to the office with Faye would definitely attract attention. He lets out a quiet sigh. Faye then tells him that he has to attend to some work soon and suggests that if Kyan gets bored, he should read a book. Kyan agrees. After some time, they are inside the office room. Faye is focused on his work while Kyan sits nearby holding a book. He silently observes Faye and thinks that Faye really treats him like a child, even giving him fairy tale books to read. Despite that, he admits to himself that Faye is still more interesting to look at than anything else. From his angle, he notices Faye's sharp features and calm working expression, and he feels that ever since they first met, he has never gotten tired of looking at him. Kyan continues watching him, without realizing how long he has been staring. Faye suddenly calls out to him and tells him that he has been staring at him for 3 minutes. Kyan immediately becomes flustered and quickly denies it, saying it has not been that long and that he only looked a few times. Inside, he panics, realizing he has been caught staring while Faye was working so seriously, and feels deeply embarrassed. Faye calmly tells him that he cannot focus on work properly when Kyan is looking at him like that. Kyan quickly apologizes and says he did not mean to distract him. However, Faye then stands up, walks closer to him, and says that if that is the case, he does not know what he should do, before leaning in and kissing him, leaving Kyan completely flustered and unsure how to respond. Kyan tells Faye that if he wants to, he can go ahead. In response, Faye continues kissing him more passionately. At that moment, the office door suddenly opens and the assistant walks in. He reports that the representative from Johnson Cooperation has arrived and is waiting in the reception room. However, he immediately freezes when he sees the scene inside. Shocked, he stammers and tries to speak, but quickly realizes what is happening. Panicking, he quickly covers his eyes and says he did not see anything. Faye calmly tells him to wait outside for now. The assistant immediately agrees and quickly leaves the room. Faye then takes his coat and turns to Kyan, telling him to stay in the office for a while as he'll be back soon. Kyan quietly agrees. After the door closes, Kyan sits on the sofa and thinks to himself that he should not have come to the office with Faye in the first place. He worries that this situation will definitely cause a stir in the company, and he wishes he could disappear into the ground out of embarrassment. The next day, Kyan brings up the topic again. He asks Faye if it is okay for him not to go to the office with him anymore. Faye immediately asks what is wrong. Kyan holds him and explains that he simply does not feel like going. Internally, he worries that if he keeps going with Faye, the entire company will start secretly gathering just to watch him. He tells Faye that he does not want to cause disruption at work or make things uncomfortable. He also reflects that his injuries are healing, his stitches have been removed, and he is now in good health. He thinks he should not remain under Faye's constant protection forever. Faye gently responds that Kyan has not disturbed his work at all. Kyan immediately counters, insisting that he did, reminding him of what happened in the office the previous day. Faye asks what exactly he is referring to. Kyan, embarrassed, avoids answering directly and says he should not have to explain again. He insists that it is not appropriate for him to keep going to the office every day. Faye pulls him closer and calmly tells him that it is fine. He calls him affectionately and reassures him that he does not have to go if he does not want to. He adds that Kyan is not a trophy or something to show off, and that he would never force him to do anything he dislikes because he loves him. Kyan softly responds, saying Faye. Before he can finish, his phone rings. He answers it, and it is Yael on the other end. Yael sneezes and jokes that he suddenly feels cold, then explains that their parents asked whether Kyan still has any important belongings left at his old house. If he does, Yael offers to go with him to collect them since he will not be staying there anymore. Kyan thanks him and agrees. He thinks to himself that there is nothing truly important left there, but there are still some memories he cannot bring himself to throw away. Yael then casually says he will pick him up later, jokingly acting like a supportive brother before ending the call. After the call, Kyan informs Faye that Yael will accompany him to the Lin family house to help pack his old belongings. Faye immediately replies that he will go with him as well. He adds that there is nothing urgent at the office, so he will accompany Kyan to pack and then return afterward. Kyan agrees. Yael and Kyan arrive at the building. Yael looks around with clear irritation and asks if this is really where Kyan used to live. Kyan calmly replies that the building is a bit old, but still livable. Yael thinks to himself that this cannot even be called livable and is shocked that his brother had to live in such poor conditions all this time. They step inside the room, where Johnson Lim is sitting and drinking. He slowly looks up and notices them. Kyan sees him and, for a moment, thinks of him as Dad. But the emotion is mixed with tension. Johnson Lim immediately insults Kyan, calling him a brat and mocking him for still having the nerve to return after reconnecting with the Yin family. He angrily steps forward, attempting to hit him while accusing him of forgetting who raised him and calling him an ungrateful child. Yael immediately calls out to Kyan in alarm. But before anything can happen, Faye steps in front of Kyan without hesitation. He blocks the attack and retaliates instantly, striking Johnson back with force. Yael shouts in anger and says that Johnson is the one who is out of line and getting beaten instead. He then threatens Johnson, saying that he will not tolerate anyone laying a hand on his brother and warns him that he will make him regret it badly if he ever does it again. Johnson groans in pain on the floor. Kyan quickly tells Yael to stop and says he should just let it go, adding that he will pack his belongings and leave immediately so they do not waste time in this place. Yael, still furious, warns Johnson that if he ever bullies Kyan again, he will cripple him. He then insists they leave quickly and says he does not want to spend even another minute in that place. He grabs Kyan's hand and pulls him away. Faye watches them silently as they move away. They enter Kyan's old room. Yoel looks around and, noticing how small it is, asks if this tiny space was really Kyan's former room. Kyan laughs lightly and confirms it, saying that although it is small, it is manageable and easy to clean, and at least cleaner than outside. Yoel becomes emotional and thinks about how much his brother must have suffered. He starts tearing up and apologizes, saying he feels so sorry for Kyan. Kyan gently reassures him that he is fine. Faye interrupts calmly, telling Yoel that if he wants to cry, he should do it outside instead of delaying Kyan from packing. Yoel gets irritated again and angrily says that Johnson not only hit Kyan but forced him to live in such a cramped and miserable place. He says he cannot tolerate it and storms out, adding that he needs to hit Johnson a few more times to vent his anger. He goes back out and starts punching Johnson again. Kyan tries to stop him, but Faye calmly tells Kyan to let him be, saying that Yoel knows what he is doing and no one will die from it. Kyan falls silent, thinking that even if no one dies, violence is still not acceptable. While packing, Faye notices a small wooden carving on the table and asks what it is. Kyan explains that it suddenly appeared in his backpack when he was around 8 years old, and he has kept it ever since. He does not know where it came from, but he has always liked it and feels grateful to whoever gave it to him, believing it must have been someone important. Faye quietly looks at it and thinks that Kyan is still a forgetful child at heart. He then offers to help him pack. Kyan agrees. Later, they all sit together at the dining table for dinner. Mr. N thanks Faye sincerely for taking care of Kyan all this time. Faye replies that it is nothing troublesome at all. Yoel casually remarks that if their parents knew Faye was taking care of Kyan like a spouse, they would probably be furious, just like Yoel is. Jay reacts coldly with a dismissive sound, thinking that Faye is deliberately staying close to the family and hiding his intentions, and he cannot understand why he feels so irritated watching him so closely involved with Kyan. Yoel immediately defends Faye, saying that they make a good couple and that without him, Kyan would still be suffering in the Lin family. He tells them to stop trying to interfere. Jay snaps back, saying he never intended to break them apart, while internally feeling even more frustrated, unable to accept how easily Faye has become so close to Kyan. Meanwhile, Faye calmly serves food to Kyan and reminds him that his hand is not fully healed, telling him to just ask if he wants anything. Kyan thanks him softly. Mr. N laughs and says Faye's caring nature reminds him of himself when he was younger, joking that if he had a daughter, he would definitely want Faye as a son-in-law. Faye calmly replies that it is not impossible. The table falls silent. Mr. N pauses in shock.
Cộng hòa 97.
Kyan suddenly starts coughing while eating. Faye immediately tells him to be careful and to eat slowly. Kyan silently thinks that he only choked because Faye is not playing by the rules and has made things awkward again. Jae-in lets out a laugh and casually explains that what Faye actually means is that he already considers Kyan as family and respects him like a father. However, inside, he thinks that Faye is being too eager to make things official and should at least give everyone time to adjust, silently telling himself that Faye can keep dreaming. Out loud, Jay suddenly suggests drinking more and says they should not go home until they are completely drunk. Internally, he thinks he will make sure Faye gets so drunk that he will not even recognize his own house. Mr. N agrees enthusiastically, encouraging everyone to keep drinking. Faye politely tells them to go ahead and continues drinking with them. Some time later, Yoel is supporting Faye on his shoulder as Faye becomes visibly drunk. Yoel comments that this is the first time he has seen Faye acting so childish and teases him, asking what the point is of competing with Jay. He thinks to himself that in the future, Faye will still have to properly acknowledge Kyan's place. Faye sits in the car and suddenly asks what Yoel called him earlier. Yoel quickly corrects himself, calling him Mr. Gu, and politely asks him not to take offense since he is older and should be magnanimous. Faye responds softly and thinks that this is how his future brother-in-law is treating him, finding it a bit too much. He also thinks that if this continues, he might have to side with Jae instead. Meanwhile, Kyan tells Yoel that he should go home and rest, saying he will take care of Faye. Yoel agrees and tells him not to overwork himself, then leaves after saying goodbye. Kyan stays with Faye in the car. He gently touches Faye's face with his finger and thinks about how unbelievable it is that Yoel dared to call Faye that way, especially since the tone feels so different when used on him. Faye, half-conscious, kisses Kyan's hand and asks what is wrong. Yoel, still nearby earlier, had already complained that it feels like double standards depending on who is speaking. Kyan softly tells Faye that he should not drink so much in the future because it is bad for his health. Faye leans his head on Kyan's shoulder and lazily replies that he will do whatever he wants. Kyan gently places a hand on his head and tells him to close his eyes and rest for a while. Faye hums softly in agreement and relaxes. The next morning, Faye wakes up in bed. The butler enters and notices he is awake, greeting him respectfully. The butler offers him honey water prepared by Kyan, saying it will help him recover from the hangover. Faye takes the glass and drinks it, then asks where Kyan is. The butler replies that Kyan is likely in the back garden. A short while later, Faye goes to the garden and finds Kyan there. Faye calls out and asks what he is looking at. Kyan responds quietly, calling him Big Brother. Faye immediately pauses and asks what he just called him. Kyan quickly explains that while sorting through old belongings, he found a childhood diary. In it, he discovered that he once had someone he referred to as a big brother when he was very young, and they were apparently very close. He adds that, according to the diary, this person was very good-looking but did not like to talk or smile. However, he himself has no memory of this person, and even the appearance feels unfamiliar. Faye calmly asks if anything else is written about him. Kyan says he does not remember him at all, and wonders whether such a person really existed, adding that if he did, he would like to know how he is doing now. He wonders if that person still dislikes talking or smiling, and admits he does not know whether that person still remembers him either. Faye quietly steps closer, places his hand on Kyan's head, and thinks to himself that the person definitely remembers him and has never forgotten him. Mr. Liu is seated in his office when a knock is heard at the door. Kyan enters the room, respectfully addressing him in a formal manner. Mr. Liu responds warmly, telling him there is no need for such formality, and invites him to sit. Kyan thanks him and takes a seat. A woman sitting beside Mr. Liu introduces herself as Kyan's manager, Carol Gao. She explains that from now on she will be responsible for everything related to his work and assures him that he can reach out anytime if he faces any difficulties, whether in his career or personal life. Kyan greets her politely, shakes her hand, and sits properly. Mr. Liu then explains that they called him to discuss his future career direction. He presents several advertising endorsements along with offers from films and TV dramas, asking Kyan to review them and see what interests him. He places the documents in front of Kyan. Kyan begins going through them and is surprised at the number of opportunities. Mr. Liu explains that these are only the ones selected by him and Carol, and that originally there were even more. He adds that investors have high expectations for Kyan, and even better resources will be available to him in the future. Kyan responds quietly, acknowledging the information while continuing to read. When he sees the title The Chronicles of 9 Provinces, he pauses. Ms. Gao explains that it is a historical drama about to begin production, with a strong director and a solid script. She mentions that she initially considered having him participate in a couple of variety shows instead, but asks if he is interested in acting. Kyan internally reflects that in his previous life, this same drama required him to struggle intensely just to get an audition, only to be eliminated quickly. Now, faced with another chance, he decides he wants to try again. He tells Ms. Gao that he would like to give it a try. Ms. Gao notes that The Chronicles of 9 Provinces is a major production and adds that the original author personally recommended Kyan, believing he would suit the lead role. She further informs him that the production team has already offered him an audition slot for the male lead, and if he intends to pursue acting seriously, this would be an important opportunity. Kyan confidently responds that he will prepare well and not let them down. Ms. Gao agrees and says she will confirm the audition schedule with the production team. She then mentions another matter. explaining that fans are currently very curious about his identity swap situation with Nevin. She suggests that he should interact with them occasionally through social media updates. Kyan agrees to do so. Online, social media is already filled with discussions about him, especially after news spreads that Kyan Lim has changed his name to Kyanin and has officially transferred into the In family. Meanwhile, Nevin is scrolling through the controversial comments, visibly affected by them. At that moment, Mr. Zhou appears. He respectfully addresses Nevin as young master, which briefly excites him. Nevin immediately asks if he is there because his parents have sent him to bring him back, hoping they have reconsidered separating from him. Mr. Zhou calmly responds that he has come only to deliver Nevin's luggage, which is waiting in the car outside, and asks whether he should bring it upstairs. Nevin is shocked and realizes his belongings have already been moved. Internally, he struggles to accept that his parents are not calling him back, but instead seem to be cutting ties completely. He recalls that he had said he would collect his things later, so he does not understand why everything is being rushed. He asks why this is happening so suddenly. Mr. Zhou explains that this is Mr. An's instruction. He further relays that Mr. An has asked him to inform Nevin clearly not to return to the In family home again, as his true home is now with the Lim family. Nevin insists in disbelief that his parents have loved him for over 10 years and would never say such a thing. He demands to know honestly whether Kyan influenced this decision, convinced that Kyan must be happy about him being removed from the family. Mr. Zhou responds that he is only an outsider and has no authority to comment on internal family matters. However, he states firmly that Nevin would not be in this situation if he had not harmed young Master Kyan, adding that no one forced his actions, and he is facing the consequences of his own choices. Nevin suddenly raises his voice, refusing to believe it and insisting that it must be Kyan's doing, claiming there is no way his parents would abandon him. Mr. Zhou turns away, calling his behavior hopeless. Left alone, Nevin spirals inwardly, realizing his situation is completely ruined. He has been removed from the program, expelled from school, and now has nowhere to go. Overwhelmed, he thinks that everything has collapsed around him, and he sees no way out of his situation anymore. Kyan is standing when Jn and Yarelthan approach him. Jay tells him that their parents have specially organized a banquet to celebrate his official return to the family and reminds him that as the main focus of the event, he cannot skip it. Kyan replies that there is no need for such trouble, but Jay interrupts him and insists that this gathering is not only for celebration. He explains that he has also invited several people from the industry since Kyan plans to pursue this field, saying it is always beneficial to build connections early. Yael adds enthusiastically that he could even call an entire motorcade for support, joking that it would make Kyan look like the coolest and brightest person around, even though his friends are mostly carefree second-generation rich youths. Kyan politely thanks them, but says it is not necessary. Jay then offers his arm and tells him not to worry, because he is there with him. Kyan accepts and holds his arm, agreeing to go. As they come downstairs, guests begin to whisper among themselves, remarking that this must be the In family's newly reclaimed son. They comment that he is very good-looking, much like Jay, and that they clearly share family resemblance. Some even note that compared to him, the former fake young master seems far inferior. Mr. Wen is also present and looks toward Kyan, calling out to him. However, Kyan moves away and stands closer to Faye instead. Faye asks him if he is nervous. Kyan admits quietly that he is a little. Jay comes over again and says that their parents are extremely happy and want to introduce him to more people. He tells Kyan that he will take him to meet their grandparents, who have been eagerly waiting to see him. Kyan agrees. They walk toward the grandparents. Jay introduces him formally, saying that this is Kyan, the one they have seen on television. Kyan greets them politely, smiling as he says hello to both grandfather and grandmother. The grandmother immediately takes his hand warmly and tells him he has suffered a lot outside, commenting that he is too thin and needs to take better care of himself. Kyan gently replies that it is alright because he is now home. He adds that his parents and older brothers take good care of him, so he is very happy. The grandmother responds affectionately, calling him her sweet grandson. Watching this scene, Faye feels conflicted. He thinks that he was clearly the first one to find Kyan after being reborn, so why does he feel like he is still a step behind? He wonders if Kyan no longer needs him anymore. The scene then shifts to Kyan at the audition venue, where his assistant Ms. Gao is encouraging him not to be nervous. She reminds him that although it is his first audition for this highly demanding drama, he should stay confident. Kyan calmly replies that he will do his utmost to secure the role of He Yen-shin. Ms. Gao is slightly taken aback and quickly clarifies that failure is always a normal possibility, encouraging him not to be discouraged and to try again if needed. She adds that confidence is good, but pressure is also natural. She tells him to go inside and prepare since he still has half an hour before the audition. Kyan acknowledges this and prepares himself. When he enters the audition room, he greets everyone politely. Several people inside recognize him. One girl mentions that she saw him in Tomorrow's Stars and praises his singing and dancing performance. A boy also recognizes him as Kyan Lim, who rose to fame through the talent show and attracted attention due to the later paternity incident, noting how popular he is online and how unexpectedly easygoing he seems in person. Ms. Gao gestures for him to sit, but Kyan politely says there is no need to be formal and encourages everyone to sit comfortably, adding that he is still a newcomer in the industry like them. At that moment, another artist enters. He looks directly at Kyan and asks if he is really Kyan Lim, then sarcastically corrects himself, calling him Kyan instead. He questions how it feels to rise so quickly like a phoenix. Kyan recognizes him internally as Keith Duan, the original male lead of the Chronicles of 9 Provinces in his previous life. He finds it strange that this is their first meeting in this life, yet Keith already seems openly hostile toward him. Keith sits down on the sofa and mockingly says that it has come to a point where anyone can act nowadays without understanding their own abilities. Kyan calmly responds, asking Keith why he is criticizing himself in that way, which only makes Keith more furious. The surrounding people feel the tension and think that the atmosphere is turning uncomfortable, as if they are just bystanders caught in the middle. Keith directly challenges Kyan, asking if he really believes he can play He Yen-shin. He warns him to go home and rest because the role already belongs to him. Kyan calmly replies that this is not something that can be decided so easily. Keith becomes even more arrogant, while at that moment an assistant enters and calls Kyan for the audition. 10 minutes later, Kyan stands inside the audition room facing the judging panel. One of the judges calls for a cut and directly asks him if he truly has no acting experience. They reflect internally that he is a singer-dancer idol who rose through a talent show and had no formal acting training. Initially, they only intended to give him a brief chance, but they did not expect him to bring the character of He Yen-shin to life so vividly. Kyan simply smiles and replies that he does not. Internally, he reflects that perhaps his past life experience does not count here, but natural talent truly matters, and those with extraordinary abilities do not necessarily need traditional training or talent shows to prove themselves. The director quietly thinks that it would be a waste not to use such a talent. Finally, the director tells him to go home and wait for their call. Kyan bows respectfully and thanks him. Inside, he thinks that his performance should be enough to pass. The director then announces that he has already decided that the role of He Yen-shin will go to Kyan, stating that his presence will make the drama a major success. Another person present cautiously points out that although Kyan performed well, Keith Duan has a strong connection with the producer and is almost guaranteed the male lead position, even if it has not been officially confirmed. The director pauses thoughtfully as the tension in the room deepens. Faye asks Kyan what is wrong. Kyan quickly snaps back, asking him why he is also wearing cologne. Faye calmly replies that it was a gift from a business partner and mentions that it was custom-made specifically for him. He asks if something is wrong and whether Kyan does not like the scent. Kyan denies it and says that is not the issue. Faye then notices his mood and asks if the audition did not go well. While speaking, he pulls Kyan gently onto his lap. Kyan answers that he thinks he did okay, but he is still uncertain whether he will pass. Faye immediately reassures him that he will definitely make it. Kyan relaxes slightly, rests his head against Faye's chest, and admits that he actually likes the scent. Faye responds lightly that then he will keep wearing this cologne from now on. Kyan quietly sniffs the scent while staying close. Faye continues holding him from behind as Kyan settles more comfortably. Kyan softly agrees, and Faye casually snuggles him. Then Faye suddenly asks if Kyan understands something. Kyan responds with a confused sound. Faye says that what Kyan is doing right now is seriously testing his self-control. Kyan does not respond. Faye laughs it off and says he was only joking. Kyan then suddenly brings up that his arm is almost healed now, meaning he can finally do things he could not do before. Faye asks what kind of things he means. Kyan mentions exercise and push-ups, while internally wondering whether Faye is truly clueless or just pretending not to understand what he is implying. Faye simply responds that it is getting late and tells him to go to bed. He says he will come over after finishing reviewing some documents. Kyan is left momentarily stunned. Faye wishes him good night. Kyan looks into his eyes and softly returns the good night before turning to leave. However, internally he feels frustrated, thinking that even after gathering courage to drop hints, Faye simply sent him to bed. He begins to wonder if the rumors about Faye being emotionally or physically indifferent might actually be true. Watching him leave, Faye thinks to himself that if Kyan continues like this, he will not be able to hold back much longer. The next morning, Kyan comes downstairs while yawning. A woman is already standing there observing him. She asks if he is Kyan. Kyan is startled and asks who she is. The woman is revealed to be Faye's mother. She greets him politely, and Kyan nervously greets her back while internally panicking, realizing he is wearing cartoon pajamas and wondering why Faye did not warn him. Faye's mother, Yu, holds his hand warmly and tells him not to be nervous. She says she is a good friend of his mother and already knows everything about him. Now that he is back home, everything will be fine. Kyan responds nervously that yes, he understands. She then casually asks how he and Faye met and how they became so close, noting that they seem to get along extremely well. Internally, she wonders how her emotionally distant son, who has barely had friends since childhood, has suddenly become so close to someone that they are even living together after Kyan returned to his family. She begins to question whether this is really her son's usual behavior. Kyan explains honestly that when they first met, he had nowhere else to go, and Faye saw him on the street, took him in, and brought him home. Yu is surprised and asks if Faye was really that kind to him. After a brief pause, Kyan confirms that Faye has been very kind and takes care of him all the time. Hearing this, Yu becomes visibly shocked, thinking that this description of Faye does not match the cold personality she knows. She starts to wonder whether her son might actually have a hidden side. She then suddenly says that if Faye is truly like this, it is strange that he is still single. She admits she has long been hoping for a daughter-in-law, but there has been no sign of one yet. Kyan remains silent, feeling increasingly guilty and uneasy. Yu then explains her real reason for coming. She says she is here to discuss Faye's marriage and has already asked her friends to introduce several potential girls. Since Kyan is so close to Faye, she asks him to help choose someone who would suit Faye's preferences. She gently asks if he would help her. Kyan hesitates and begins, uncertainly. Yu shows Kyan different photos of girls and casually asks him to take a look. She wonders aloud whether Faye would prefer a bright and charming type or a gentle and cute one. Kyan looks at the pictures and honestly admits that he does not know. Yu then reasons that since Faye is quiet and stubborn, it would probably be better to find someone gentle so they could get along more easily. She asks if he agrees with that idea. Kyan hesitates and internally disagrees, thinking that is not necessarily true. The scene then shifts to Faye's office, where he is working when his phone rings. He answers the call and hears Kyan's voice informing him that his mother has returned. Faye notices some rustling on the other end and asks what Kyan is doing. Kyan replies that he is packing his things to head home. Faye immediately asks if Kyan is angry with him, suspecting that Kyan might be upset because of how he deliberately acted ignorant the previous night, possibly making him feel embarrassed. Kyan quickly denies it, saying he is not angry. He explains that since Faye's mother has returned, he no longer feels comfortable staying there, especially because she does not even know about their relationship. Faye calmly responds that he will tell her right away. Kyan is shocked and immediately refuses, saying he is not mentally prepared for that yet. Faye pauses, then replies that he understands. However, he also adds that if Kyan moves out, he will tell her immediately. Kyan falls silent, realizing it is a clear and subtle threat. In resignation, he says that in that case he will not leave for now. Internally, he thinks that his arm will be fully healed in a few days anyway, and he will eventually have to return home, especially since Faye's mother is also planning blind dates for Faye. Faye tells him not to worry and says he will be back home soon. Kyan agrees. Later, Faye returns home. As he enters, he sees his mother and Kyan standing together in the kitchen. Yu is telling Kyan that while she was abroad she missed home-cooked food, especially dumplings, and Kyan responds politely that she should make sure to eat well. Yu happily agrees. At that moment, Faye arrives and knocks lightly. Kyan turns around and immediately greets him, saying he is back. Yu looks at her son and remarks in surprise that he is smiling so much now, something she has not seen in years, and wonders why it only appears after a few months. Faye casually asks why she did not inform him earlier about her return. Yu replies that she wanted to surprise him, but internally she notices that his expression changes the moment he looks at her, becoming his usual reserved self again. She thinks to herself that his smile seems to depend on who he is with. She then tells both of them to stop standing around and come help make dumplings, joking that those who do not work do not get to eat. Faye joins them in the kitchen. Kyan asks Faye if he knows how to make dumplings. Internally, he assumes that Faye, having grown up as a pampered young master with servants doing everything for him, probably has no experience with such tasks. Faye simply asks if it is difficult. Together, they begin making dumplings, and Kyan reflects that he has not done this often either, but he will learn over time. Faye takes Kyan's hands and guides him step by step, telling him that he will show him how. Kyan quietly agrees. Yu watches the two of them working closely together and begins to speak, her expression shifting as she observes them in silence. Kyan suddenly becomes startled and quickly pulls away from Faye, wondering if their behavior just now had been too intimate. He worries that Faye's mother might have noticed something suspicious. Yu, however, simply smiles and comments that the two of them get along very well. She then casually adds that Kyan is Faye's junior and tells Faye to take good care of him. Faye briefly wonders about the word junior, realizing they are only about 8 years apart. Kyan internally sighs in relief, thinking he has avoided getting caught. Yu then tells them she will cook the dumplings herself and asks them to move to the dining table while waiting for the food to be ready. Kyan agrees, and they both sit down. Kyan leans slightly toward Faye and suggests that, for safety in front of his mother, they should probably keep some distance from now on. He adds that he might move back to the guest room next door, so they can live separately. Faye reacts in confusion, calling his name. Before Kyan can continue, Faye suddenly holds his cheeks and casually tells him that he has flour on his face, gently wiping it off. Kyan relaxes and thanks him. Faye then says he also brought dessert for him and asks if he wants some. Kyan agrees. While Faye searches through his bag, Kyan briefly freezes, wondering what he was about to say earlier, but losing the thought completely. Faye hands him the dessert and asks if it tastes good. As Kyan eats, Faye watches him and thinks he looks just like a child. After about half an hour, Yu serves the dumplings on the table and tells Kyan to eat more, saying it breaks her heart to see him so thin. Kyan politely thanks her. Yu then brings up the topic of Faye's future and asks if he plans to find someone, since he has been single for a long time. Faye replies that she does not need to worry about it. Internally, Yu thinks she is not trying to pressure him, but she is concerned because he has never shown interest in any girl. She does not necessarily need grandchildren, but she just wanted to have someone by his side so he will not be lonely. She then smiles and says that as his mother, it is natural for her to worry about him. Suddenly, she turns to Kyan and calls his name. Startled, Kyan responds immediately. Yu shows him photos of girls on her phone and asks him to take a look. She says that since he seems to agree with her, he does not need to decide immediately, just consider them casually. Faye glances at the photos and simply says he is not interested. Quinn Yu then mentions one girl in particular, Suzy Sue, describing her as elegant and gentle and saying she would be a perfect match for Faye. She asks Kyan if he agrees. Kyan, caught off guard, says they would make a perfect match. Faye hears this and immediately thinks the opposite, feeling displeased, but he only responds coldly that he'll consider meeting her. Quinn Yu is surprised by how easily he agrees and wonders since when her son became so compliant. Kyan internally panics, realizing Faye's reaction might be serious. He anxiously thinks he did not truly mean it from the bottom of his heart. Quinn Yu then thanks Kyan, saying she did not expect his opinion to be so influential and joking that if things go well, she will owe him a big favor. Kyan awkwardly replies that it is nothing. Later, Faye lies on his bed alone, thinking about how Kyan just casually suggested him having a partner. He feels irritated and wonders how frustrated Kyan would feel if he actually meets Suzy Sue. He then searches online, trying to figure out how to fix a relationship with an upset boyfriend. One suggestion catches his attention, and he starts reading it seriously, repeating it under his breath about wrapping arms around the neck, sitting on the lap, and whispering sweet nothings, slowly going through each instruction as if considering it carefully. Kyan enters Faye's room and, remembering the advice he had read earlier, awkwardly tries to initiate a hug, even leaning in as if to whisper something into Faye's ear while calling his name softly. Almost immediately, he freezes in embarrassment, thinking that the idea is far too humiliating and completely unreliable. He quickly pulls back, turning away and lying down internally in frustration, wondering again how exactly he is supposed to comfort an upset boyfriend. After some time, Kyan stands outside Faye's study, hesitating. He wonders if he should listen first to what is happening inside, and decides that if Faye is working, it would be better not to disturb him. Just then, the door opens unexpectedly, and Faye appears. Kyan bumps into him and quickly explains that he was feeling a bit too full after the meal and came over to read for a while, thinking it might help with digestion. Faye calmly tells him to come inside. Kyan agrees and enters, sitting on a chair while Faye continues working at his computer. After a moment, Kyan carefully brings up the topic of Miss Sue and asks whether Faye is really planning to meet her. Faye replies that he is and questions whether Kyan actually wants him to meet her. Kyan immediately clarifies that he only said those things because he was pressured earlier, insisting that he does not want Faye to go on blind dates with other people. He also reminds Faye that Kyan himself had once said they would be a good match. Hearing this, Kyan falls silent internally, feeling frustrated and thinking that Faye can be surprisingly petty. Out loud, he quickly denies everything and says they are not a good match at all. He then moves closer and tries to reassure Faye again, insisting that they are the perfect match. Faye, however, remains calm and internally dismisses it as sweet talk, thinking he can respond in kind if needed. He gently removes Kyan's hand from his shoulder and says he still has work to do. Kyan, internally panicking, suddenly remembers the strategy he had read earlier. He thinks that if things continue like this, he will have to use the so-called ultimate move, getting physically close, wrapping his arms around Faye, and sitting on him as described before he actually acts on impulse. Before he can fully process it, he abruptly follows through in an awkward and uncertain way. Faye looks at him directly, clearly surprised, and calls his name. Kyan instantly stiffens, completely forgetting what he was supposed to do next. He panics internally, thinking he has messed everything up and wishing he could disappear on the spot. Faye asks where he learned such behavior. Kyan quickly denies learning it from anywhere and nervously asks him not to be angry, insisting that he truly does not want Faye to go on dates with other people. He leans in closer in a flustered attempt to reassure him. Faye, visibly affected but trying to stay composed, tells him to stop acting so recklessly and asks if he even understands what he is doing. Kyan, still flustered, insists that they should just make things official between them. Faye falls silent for a moment, then remarks that he never realized Kyan could be so openly affectionate. Kyan immediately denies it, insisting he is not like that at all. Despite the tension, the atmosphere between them shifts into a much closer and emotionally charged moment as both of them become caught up in the intensity of their feelings and their usual restraint begins to break down. Faye informs Kyan that he has already arranged the time and place for his meeting with Miss Sue, scheduled for tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. at the coffee shop near his office, and asks if he understands. Kyan immediately becomes worried after hearing this. Internally, he suddenly realizes in panic that he forgot to lock the door when he came in earlier. At that moment, Faye's mother arrives outside the room and calls out, asking if Faye is inside. Kyan becomes even more alarmed and thinks that if she comes in now, everything will be exposed. Quinn continues speaking from outside, saying that she is coming in. Kyan hurriedly urges Faye to help him up, panicking that they cannot be seen together like this. Faye calmly agrees and helps him quickly. Quinn stands outside and casually says that everything is settled and done. Kyan is left extremely tense and breathes out in relief, thinking how terrifyingly close that was. He also feels conflicted, realizing how thrilling and stressful the situation has become. He then anxiously asks again if Faye is really going to meet Miss Sue. Faye confirms that he is. Kyan slowly gets up, still unsettled. Faye asks him where he is going, reminding him that he has not finished coaxing him yet. Kyan lightly swats his hand away, says goodbye, and internally tells himself to go ahead and meet Miss Sue. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Lim family home. Nevin is sitting at the table with his father and brother. His brother asks if he is not going to eat anything. Nevin looks at them with disgust, thinking that everything from the way they eat to the condition of the house feels filthy to him, and that even the living room makes him uncomfortable. His father coldly remarks that Nevin is too used to being a spoiled young master in a wealthy household, and therefore looks down on poor people like them. Nevin slams his hand on the table and snaps back, saying that people like them are lazy and unfit to be called parents. His father immediately slaps him hard across the face. Nevin, shocked, asks how dare he hit him. His father coldly replies that he does not need a special occasion to hate him and warns that if he continues speaking like this, it will not just be a slap next time. Nevin clenches his teeth, realizing bitterly that this is exactly why Kyan went to such lengths to return to the Yin family. He feels that even animals would not want to stay in such a place. His father orders him to eat. Nevin reluctantly agrees. But internally, he thinks firmly that there is absolutely no way he is staying in this miserable place. The next day, Kyan wears a mask and hat, trying to avoid being recognized. He looks around carefully, making sure no one notices him, and spots Faye in the distance meeting Miss Sue at a cafe. A waitress approaches and politely asks what he would like to drink. Kyan quietly orders mango juice. As he waits, he keeps watching Miss Sue and Faye. He notices them talking and laughing together quite comfortably. Kyan feels uneasy and wonders what they are talking about that makes them laugh so freely, silently observing the scene with growing concern. Miss Sue expresses curiosity about why someone as outstanding as Mr. Gu would even end up on a blind date. Internally, she is surprised by his presence, realizing she had no expectations for the meeting but did not expect him to be this handsome and impressive in person. She wonders how someone like him could possibly still be single and feels that it is almost unfair. Faye calmly explains that he is already seeing someone. Miss Sue is shocked and immediately asks what he means. Faye continues by explaining that his mother is not yet aware of his relationship and that she was the one who arranged this blind date, so he came only to personally apologize for wasting her time. Miss Sue feels disappointed, thinking that someone like him is indeed too outstanding to be single, and despite her initial frustration, she finds it hard to stay angry since he was honest and came in person to explain the situation. She tells him that it is all right, adding that she was also pressured by her mother to attend, so she understands completely. She then assumes his partner must be an exceptional person. Faye confirms that his partner is indeed very special. Miss Sue internally reacts with frustration, thinking she does not need to hear about romance during her own blind date and feeling irritated at the situation. Out loud, she wishes him and his partner happiness. Faye politely thanks her and also wishes her the best in finding the right person. Nearby, Kyan watches the entire interaction and becomes increasingly uneasy. He internally complains that Faye is unnecessarily emphasizing everything and feels tense seeing how naturally Faye smiles at Miss Sue. He realizes that Faye rarely smiles at others, which makes this moment even more unsettling for him. A waitress approaches Kyan and serves him mango juice, politely informing him that it is ready. Kyan thanks her, but the waitress suddenly studies his face more closely. She feels that his eyes and voice seem strangely familiar, as if she has heard or seen him somewhere before. Then she suddenly recognizes him and asks if he is Kyan Lim. Kyan immediately denies it, nervously insisting that she has the wrong person. Internally, however, he panics and silently urges her to lower her voice, worried that Faye might notice him. But the waitress confidently insists that she cannot be mistaken and is certain that he is Kyan Lim. Faye hears the name and turns around in confusion. Miss Sue also becomes surprised, repeating the name and recognizing that he is likely the celebrity who has been very popular recently. She questions whether she could be mistaken. She then mentions to Faye that Kyan Lim has been trending and very well known lately, asking if he has heard of him. Faye continues to stare silently in Kyan's direction without reacting much. Miss Sue becomes irritated internally, wondering why Faye, who had seemed cold and distant earlier, now looks so softly focused. She cannot understand his reaction and finds it unusual. Faye then calmly responds that he is indeed a fan of Kyan Lim. Miss Sue internally comments that this does not suit his domineering CEO image, half-jokingly thinking in frustration and confusion. She even jokingly thinks that she loves Kyan in a teasing, exaggerated way. She then asks Faye if he would like an autograph, suggesting that it might actually be the real Kyan. Faye calmly declines, internally thinking that an autograph is nothing compared to being able to be close to Kyan in everyday life. Miss Sue feels even more confused, sensing a strange pride in his tone and wondering why he sounds so possessive about being a fan. Meanwhile, the waitress continues insisting to Kyan that she would like his autograph, saying she has been his fan for a long time. Kyan panics as he notices Faye looking in his direction. He immediately refuses and hurriedly tries to leave. He quickly escapes and hides behind a wall, breathing heavily and thinking in embarrassment that the situation is extremely humiliating. He panics internally, realizing that if Faye finds out he was spying on him, he would be utterly mortified.
106.
Kyan hides behind the wall and tries to calm himself, but frustration quickly builds up inside him. He tells himself that Faye should be the one feeling embarrassed instead. He keeps thinking that Faye already has a partner, yet still went to meet Miss Sue, smiled at her, and even talked to her so casually. To him, it feels like typical flirtatious behavior, and he cannot understand how Faye could act like that. The thought makes him more annoyed, and he convinces himself that Faye is acting like a player, which only fuels his irritation further. Later, when Faye returns home, the butler informs him that Kyan has been in his room since coming back and has not even come down for dinner. The butler also asks if something is going on between them. Faye calmly responds that there probably is, and says he will go check on Kyan himself, internally thinking that Kyan is seriously upset this time. He then goes to Kyan's room and enters. Inside, Kyan is hiding completely under a blanket. Faye calls out to him, telling him to come out already and asks if he is really trying to suffocate himself inside the blanket. Kyan refuses from inside, thinking that he is not coming out, even though he admits to himself that it is getting very stuffy under there. Faye asks why he is not responding and teases him, asking if he has turned mute. He then warns that if Kyan keeps wrapping himself up like that, he might just throw the blanket away. At that, Kyan suddenly sits up and tells Faye that he does not want to see him. Faye approaches him and asks if he is angry because of the meeting with Miss Sue. Kyan falls silent for a moment, realizing that Faye has already figured it out. He then finally speaks, asking why Faye went to meet Miss Sue and why he was chatting and laughing so freely with her. He admits that he is really angry. Faye gently touches his cheek and asks what he needs to do for Kyan to forgive him. Kyan looks at him and thinks bitterly that with Faye's current attitude of not properly admitting fault, there is no way he will forgive him easily. He also adds that he has not eaten dinner, saying he is upset and hungry. Faye immediately responds by suggesting they go downstairs and eat something. Kyan refuses and looks at him, wondering if that is really how someone is supposed to be coaxed. Without hesitation, Faye suddenly lifts him into his arms. Kyan immediately protests, telling him to put him down and asking what he is doing. Faye calmly says they will eat dinner first. Kyan insists again that he can walk on his own. Faye bends slightly and, in a teasing tone, tells him to behave like a good boy. Kyan becomes even more irritated, thinking that Faye sounds like a strict father scolding a stubborn child who refuses to eat. He suspects that Faye is doing it on purpose to tease him. He finally tells himself that fine, he will eat, just to regain his energy for later. After dinner, Kyan says he is full and decides to return to his room. However, Faye holds his hand and stops him. Faye then apologizes sincerely, admitting that everything earlier was his fault and asking him not to stay angry. He gently pulls Kyan closer, thinking that if he keeps teasing him like this, Kyan might really explode. Kyan looks upset and finally voices the real concern he has been holding inside. He asks why Faye went to meet Miss Sue when he already knows they are dating. Faye calmly explains that Kyan's mother had already arranged the meeting with Miss Sue's family and that it could not be changed. Kyan immediately reacts in shock and asks what he means by mother-in-law. Faye lightly points out that Kyan always manages to focus on the most important words first. Kyan quickly corrects him, saying that is not the issue. Faye agrees and asks him to explain what exactly happened at the cafe. Kyan, still upset, says that he saw Faye talking and laughing with Miss Sue and that she was very beautiful and elegant, adding that Faye must have liked her. Faye calmly asks whether Kyan himself finds Miss Sue beautiful and elegant. Kyan insists that he is the one asking questions, not answering them, still visibly annoyed. Faye looks at him and internally thinks that Kyan is again focusing on the wrong details and wonders why he is getting jealous for no real reason. Without warning, he gently pulls Kyan closer and kisses him, stating that Kyan is the most beautiful. After the kiss, Kyan quickly asks what they actually talked about. Faye explains that he told Miss Sue he is already in a relationship. Kyan asks if he really said that. Faye confirms it and adds that Miss Sue even wished them happiness. Kyan immediately softens and says that if that is the case, Faye should have told him earlier because he misunderstood everything and even got angry at him. Faye calmly reassures him that it is fine for him to throw a tantrum when he is upset, because he will tolerate it as long as it is Kyan, since he is the person he cares about most. Kyan softly calls his name. Faye then adds that there was another reason he met Miss Sue, explaining that avoiding the issue would not solve anything. He gently tells Kyan that if he keeps hiding their relationship from his mother, then even without Miss Sue, there will always be other arranged candidates like Miss Zhou or Miss Wang. He explains that his mother is actually very open-minded and not opposed to their relationship, and even likes Kyan, something Kyan himself should have already sensed. Kyan quietly admits that he understands and says that next time she comes, he will tell her the truth. Faye agrees and says that is good. Kyan responds softly. After a moment, Kyan hesitates and says there is something he wants to ask. Faye responds, asking what it is. Kyan carefully brings up the topic, indirectly questioning whether Faye tends to restrain himself emotionally and physically, suggesting whether there is something holding him back. Faye asks him what he means. Kyan awkwardly hints further, implying concerns he has heard from rumors about Faye being distant or inhibited, and worries that Faye might be holding himself back because of him. He even reassures him that even if that were the case, he would not mind. Faye looks at him with a confused expression and asks if Kyan truly thinks he is incapable in that way. Kyan quickly denies it, panicking and trying to explain himself, regretting that he even brought it up. He internally worries that Faye might hate hearing such things. Faye then gently holds his head and tells him that he really has no sense of self-preservation when speaking. Kyan is confused and asks what he means. Faye explains that there is nothing wrong with his body and that it is not that he does not want to be intimate with the person he loves. He admits that he is simply afraid of hurting Kyan as he gently touches his cheek. Hearing this, Kyan hugs him tightly and reassures him that he is not fragile like porcelain and that he is completely fine, encouraging him not to hold back. The tension between them softens, and they share a kiss again. Kyan thinks to himself that no matter what happens, Faye always understands him and accepts him, and he feels incredibly lucky to have met him and fallen in love with him in this lifetime. Kyan lies on the bed, still exhausted and disoriented, the blanket loosely covering him. He has already changed out of his clothes and drifts in and out of uneasy sleep. Suddenly, he wakes up and sits upright, feeling completely drained. Fragments of last night flash through his mind, especially memories of how things turned intimate between him and Faye. He recalls Faye teasing him, telling him that he had been very naughty and that even if he regretted it now, it was already too late. He also remembers his own response, insisting that he did not regret anything at that time. The memories make him tense and embarrassed. Just then, Faye enters the room and notices him. He looks at Kyan with surprise, immediately understanding the situation from the atmosphere alone. Kyan, on the other hand, feels overwhelmed with shame and thinks internally that Faye should not call his name, that he cannot face anyone right now, and that he just wants to disappear under the blanket. He quickly pulls the blanket over himself to hide. Faye walks closer and gently calls him babe, telling him it is time to wake up. He then asks why Kyan's face is so red and whether he has a fever. Kyan quickly denies it, saying he is fine. Faye leans in closer, concerned, and tells him that if he feels any discomfort, he should let him know. Kyan insists that he only feels flushed because he was under the blanket and repeats that he is perfectly fine. Faye then tries to pull the blanket away to check on him more closely, but Kyan panics and stops him immediately, asking what he is trying to look at and insisting there is no need. Faye, slightly amused, asks why he is still so shy. Kyan tells him not to say another word, thinking internally that if Faye continues like this, he will truly have nowhere to hide. Faye finally straightens up and says he has some work at the company and needs to leave. He reminds Kyan to eat breakfast and to call him if he feels unwell. Kyan quickly agrees and tells him to go ahead. As Faye leaves, he internally wonders why it feels like he has been used and then discarded so quickly. Kyan gets up and leaves the room shortly after. Outside, he unexpectedly runs into Faye's mother. She greets him warmly and mentions that she went shopping with Kyan's mother and bought some clothes for him, asking him to check if he likes them. Kyan smiles politely and thanks her, calling her auntie. As she looks at him more closely, she suddenly notices marks on his neck and becomes startled, asking what those red marks are and how he got them. Kyan immediately becomes nervous and awkwardly claims that it is nothing serious and that he was probably bitten by a mosquito. She remarks that mosquitoes in South City are quite aggressive and reminds him to use insect repellent. Kyan agrees quickly, still visibly flustered. Then she sighs and comments that she is very envious of Charmaine for having such an obedient son like him, unlike Faye. She also remarks that Faye often looks too serious and strict, almost like an old-fashioned person. Kyan quickly defends Faye, saying that he is actually very kind. She immediately waves it off, saying she does not want to talk about Faye or she will get frustrated again. Then, her expression brightens as she suggests something else. She asks Kyan how he would feel about becoming her godson. Kyan is shocked and freezes. She explains that since he and Faye are so close, if she becomes his godmother, then Faye would technically become his godbrother, and she thinks it would be wonderful to have a younger son like him who is obedient and sweet. Kyan stays silent, completely stunned, internally thinking that he does not want to become Faye's godbrother at all. She notices his silence and asks if he does not want to. Kyan quickly tries to respond, saying it is not that, hesitating as he remembers his promise from earlier, that he would tell her the truth next time. After a pause, he finally gathers his courage and says that he and Faye have actually been dating for some time, so he cannot accept becoming her godson. Kyan's words make Faye's mother freeze in shock. She immediately asks if he is really saying that he and Faye are dating. Her mind races as she tries to understand when this even happened, completely caught off guard by the revelation. Kyan bows his head deeply and apologizes, saying that it is all his fault. He pleads with her not to blame Faye, explaining that he was the one who fell first. He admits that he knows this may be unacceptable and says she can scold or hit him if she wants, insisting that he deserves it. Faye's mother remains stunned, thinking internally that she never said she would not accept it at all, and is more confused than angry, unable to process why Kyan looks so apologetic. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Faye's office, where Director Wu enters with visible unease. Faye calmly invites him to sit, mentioning that he has heard about the difficulties in casting for the Chronicles of the 9 Provinces. Director Wu sits down and confirms that there have been disagreements with the producer. He explains that he had originally considered someone for the role of Heckinshin, but the producer insisted on casting Keith Duan instead and even threatened that changing the male lead would result in losing sponsorship. As he speaks, he internally wonders how Faye already knows all of this, since he never said it aloud. He also questions why the powerful Mr. Gu would suddenly take interest in his drama. Faye then surprises him by stating that he wants to invest in the Chronicles of the 9 Provinces. He presents the detailed terms and tells him that $11 million will be provided, asking if it is enough. Director Wu immediately agrees, realizing the amount is far higher than other sponsors. He feels overwhelmed and grateful, thinking that he has finally gained strong backing and no longer needs to fear the producer withdrawing funds. He thanks Faye sincerely, expressing how much the sponsorship means to him. Faye calmly responds that he trusts Director Wu's judgment and is confident he will choose the right cast. He congratulates him and assures him of his support. While reviewing the documents, Director Wu internally assumes that Faye might try to interfere in casting or insert his own choices, but instead realizes that Faye has no intention of doing so. He understands that he is being given full creative freedom. Relieved, he states that he already has suitable candidates in mind and thanks Faye again for trusting him. He is left confused, wondering why someone like Mr. Gu would invest so heavily without any conditions. Faye simply replies that there is no particular reason and that he just felt like it. Director Wu silently thinks that he truly does not understand the world of the rich. Soon after, Faye's phone rings. It is his mother. He answers the call, greeting her. She immediately tells him to come home after work because she needs to talk to him, then ends the call abruptly. Later, when Faye returns home, he is immediately confronted by his mother, who angrily scolds him. She calls him a brat and accuses him of hiding something serious behind her back. She says that if Kyan had not told her, she would not even know what he had done. She continues by questioning why, if he is already with Kyan, he still went on a blind date with Miss Sue. She demands to know if he realizes how unfair that is to Kyan, clearly frustrated and disappointed. Hearing this, Faye pauses internally, surprised. He quietly thinks to himself whether Kyan has already told her everything. Faye's mother complains that she does not even know how she is supposed to explain all of this to Charmaine. She says Charmaine always treated her like her best friend, but now her own son has stolen Charmaine's precious son away. She adds that Kyan is such a good boy, and she does not even know how she will face Charmaine again. As she speaks, she approaches Faye and starts hitting him lightly in frustration. Faye, however, calmly points out that she is smiling while doing it and says her acting is terrible. His mother immediately reacts, asking if he is serious. At that moment, Kyan rushes in and quickly asks her not to blame Faye. He moves closer to check on him and asks if he is okay. Faye casually replies that his shoulder is slightly sore from being hit, but he was only joking. Seeing this, Faye's mother internally wonders how that is even possible, since she did not use any real force. She becomes suspicious, thinking about when her son became so scheming. Kyan insists again that he wants to check on Faye, but Faye repeats that it is nothing serious and that he was just teasing. Faye's mother watches them closely and thinks to herself that this brat had been hiding things from her before, but now he is openly showing affection in front of her. She also thinks that her son has been acting too fast and too boldly. At the same time, she reflects that Kyan is extremely well-behaved and obedient, and she even wonders if, instead of being her godson, he would be better suited as her daughter-in-law. However, she worries whether Charmaine would cut ties with her if she ever found out. Later, both boys return to Faye's room. Kyan lies down on the bed and says that his aunt is truly amazing and that he never expected her to give them her blessing so easily. Faye agrees and says she will be a great mother-in-law in the future. Kyan immediately sits up and questions what he means by mother-in-law, saying it is too early to think like that. Faye replies that it is not early at all, then pulls Kyan closer by the neck in a teasing, possessive way and reminds him of what they did the previous night, asking if he is going to deny it now. Kyan becomes embarrassed, but admits that he will take responsibility. Faye approves and calls him a good boy. Kyan internally reflects that he was the one who made the first move, yet Faye is acting so calm and in control. Faye then takes out a candy from his pocket and tells Kyan to open his mouth. Kyan obeys, and Faye feeds him the candy, saying it is a reward for being so brave. Kyan thinks to himself that he is being treated like a child again. While eating, he asks why it is not plum-flavored candy. Faye smiles and replies that it is because Kyan cried so much last night that his eyes turned red, and he looked like a little bunny. Kyan silently wonders if this teasing will ever end. The scene shifts to downstairs, where Kyan's parents are seated with Faye's mother. She offers them tea and asks them to drink first, mentioning that Kyan and Faye are upstairs packing and will come down shortly. Charmaine expresses relief and says it is comforting that Faye is taking care of Kyan during this time. Faye's mother agrees, saying that they are all family now and should take care of Kyan together. Charmaine is surprised and asks what she means. Faye's mother quickly clarifies that she and Charmaine have been like sisters since childhood, so she considers Charmaine's child as her own as well. She then casually suggests that since Kyan is enjoying his stay, he could stay a few more days. Internally, she feels conflicted and sorry for her son, thinking she is sending away someone they just brought home. Charmaine calmly replies that Kyan's injury has almost healed and that they have missed him dearly over the years. She adds that they have already prepared their home for him to move back in. Internally, she thinks that if she does not bring Kyan back soon, Faye might completely take him away. She then stands and excuses herself, saying she will go upstairs to check on them and help if needed. Meanwhile, in the room, Kyan is holding a small rabbit plush and tells Faye that it has been with him since childhood and that he is leaving. Faye gently holds Kyan's face and begins to speak, asking if he can at the same time finish his sentence. Before he can continue, Jaein suddenly enters the room and clears his throat to get their attention. Kyan is startled and quickly looks at him. Jaein gives a polite smile and tells Kyan to go downstairs and have some orange juice, saying he needs to talk to Faye alone. Kyan quickly agrees, saying he will leave them to it, and exits the room. After he leaves, Jaein turns to Faye and thanks him for taking care of his younger brother during the past few days. He then adds that he'll be taking Kyan back home today and casually tells Faye not to drop by their house too often in the future. Faye calmly responds by explaining Kyan's habits in detail. He mentions that Kyan dislikes fish, celery, and cilantro, and prefers meat less often, tending instead to choose fruits and vegetables. However, he adds that this is not a balanced diet and suggests Jaein should encourage him to eat more meat. Jaein is briefly stunned and reacts with confusion. Faye continues without hesitation, further explaining that Kyan enjoys sweets like cakes and pudding, but should not be allowed to have too much. He also advises that Kyan should drink a glass of warm milk every night before bed. He then adds that Kyan is naturally sensitive and reserved, often keeping his feelings bottled up, so they should pay close attention to his emotional state. Jaein internally becomes increasingly confused, thinking that the calm, cold, and distant friend he has known for over 20 years now sounds more like an overprotective parent worrying about a child. He notices how composed yet detailed Faye is being. Faye calmly asks if Jaein has understood everything. Jaein quickly replies that he has. Faye then asks him to repeat it. Jaein immediately thinks that is too much and awkwardly says that he will take care of Kyan properly even without being told, since Kyan is his younger brother. At that moment, Faye casually lights a cigarette and changes his tone slightly, saying there is something else Jaein needs to know. He informs him that Kyan has no sense of pain. Jaein becomes visibly shocked. After some time, both of them are sitting in a car heading back. Jaein looks quietly unsettled, still processing what Faye said. He internally thinks that if Kyan truly cannot sense pain, then he might not notice injuries or illness in time, which could lead to untreated problems or more serious conditions developing later. Kyan notices his silence and calls out to him, asking why he is quiet. Jaein snaps out of his thoughts and responds casually. Kyan then asks if the finals for the show are coming up soon. Jaein confirms that the finals will take place next Saturday night and will be broadcast live. He adds that the production team will also invite previously eliminated contestants back, including Kyan. He says it is fine if Kyan does not want to attend. Jaein thinks that Kyan's withdrawal from the competition due to injury was always a regret for him, and returning to the stage while seeing others debut might emotionally affect him. However, Kyan smiles and says he is completely fine and actually wants to attend. He says he misses everyone and is especially curious about Lewis and how his training is going. Jaein listens and internally thinks about Lewis, recalling that although he appears talented and hardworking on the surface, he is actually petty and holds grudges. He remembers that Lewis may still be resentful about being punished to clean the practice room and might try to cause trouble during training. Jae tells Kyan that the boy is quite troublesome, but adds that there is no real need to worry about him. Kyan, sensing something in his tone, asks why it feels like he is actually fond of him. From the side, Yoelin leans slightly and jokingly asks who is fond of whom, teasing Jae that he should just admit it instead of hiding it, adding that love might start blooming if he keeps it up. A brief silence follows before Jae suddenly gets irritated. He snaps at Yoelin, telling him he always sticks his nose into everything and should go back to playing his game instead. In frustration, he even hits him lightly on the head. Yoelin immediately looks hurt and complains to their mother that Jae has hit him again, worried that all this might affect his smart brain. Their mother sighs and tells him to stop overreacting and not disturb his younger brother. Feeling ignored and a little hurt, Yoelin mutters to himself that he can't stay in this house anymore. Kyan notices the situation and asks him gently if he is alright. Yoelin quickly forces a smile and says he is fine, but internally he feels a rare warmth, thinking that at least someone finally cares about him. He even reflects that Kyan's concern alone is enough to make him feel content. Seeing this, Kyan gives a soft expression and politely tells Jae that he should not hit Yoelin so much, mentioning that he was almost beaten too harshly earlier. Jae pauses for a moment and then agrees, saying he will be more careful next time.
Kyan nods and says that would be fine.
Meanwhile, Yoelin thinks bitterly that maybe it is better if everyone just leaves him alone. After some time, they arrive home. Jae tells Kyan to let the butler handle his luggage and asks him to come along, saying he has a surprise prepared. Kyan, slightly curious, asks why he is being so mysterious. Jae simply tells him to go inside and see for himself. Kyan steps inside and finds something, or someone, standing in front of the mirror. They are all sitting around the dining table when Jae turns to Kyan and asks if he is settling in properly. He tells him that if he needs anything, he should feel free to ask. Kyan replies calmly that everything is fine and that he is already settled and well. While eating, he picks up a dumpling and mentions that the shrimp dumplings taste especially good. He even encourages Jae to try one. Jae responds casually that anything Kyan brings him would taste good anyway. Hearing this, their father coughs slightly and asks if the dumplings are really that impressive. Kyan smiles and confirms that they are, inviting him to try as well. The father agrees and takes one. Yoelin, already eating, excitedly asks for more shrimp dumplings and says he wants plenty. Kyan tells him to slow down but quietly notices his strong appetite and decides to let him eat as much as he wants, sliding the plate closer to him. Yoelin happily continues eating. Jae and their father also keep eating while observing the table. Their mother watches them with a slight smile, thinking that everyone is acting a little unusual today. Soon after, she mentions that guests have arrived and says she will go bring them in. Kyan looks up slightly, sensing something. After a moment, Faye and his mother enter the house. Charmaine greets them warmly and asks Faye's mother if she has brought any gifts just for stopping by. Kyan quickly wraps a white shirt around himself and nervously thinks that he missed Faye too much last night, so he ended up secretly taking one of Faye's shirts from his room and leaving it on his bed. At that moment, Faye appears at the door. Kyan freezes as Faye calls his name and steps closer. Kyan hurriedly tries to act normal, saying his room is messy and he needs a moment to clean it. Faye replies that it's fine, but Kyan insists again, overly nervous, that it's really untidy inside. Faye watches him carefully, sensing his unusual behavior and wondering why he seems so on edge. With a teasing tone, he says that it has only been a few days since they last met, yet Kyan is already acting distant. He leans against the door and lightly touches him, asking what he is hiding inside the room. Before Kyan can react, the door opens slightly and Faye's gaze lands on the bed where the white shirt is placed. He recognizes it immediately and remarks that it looks familiar. Kyan awkwardly tries to brush it off, saying that all shirts look the same. Faye calmly replies that he didn't expect him to be stealing things. Flustered, Kyan lowers his head against Faye's chest and quickly explains that he didn't mean to take it. He just accidentally packed the wrong shirt while leaving. Faye casually mentions that he noticed one of his shirts was missing at home, confirming his suspicion. Kyan realizes Faye already knew all along but had acted clueless, which embarrasses him further. He silently complains about how unfair Faye can be. Faye, amused by his reaction, gently teases him again, while Kyan finally admits that he did take it, adding that he already washed it and intended to return it later. He feels extremely embarrassed. Faye smiles and tells him he can have as many shirts as he wants, even joking about sending him a whole suitcase full of them. Kyan immediately refuses, feeling even more embarrassed. Trying to defend himself, Kyan explains that he is not doing anything strange. He simply slept with the shirt because it reminded him of Faye and made him feel close to him at night. He admits that he missed him and was actually planning to visit him, but Faye arrived first. Hearing this, Faye softens and the atmosphere between them becomes warm and intimate as they move closer and share a kiss. Faye lightly teases him afterward, saying that counts as payback, and also admits that he missed him too. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jay keeps checking the time anxiously. He wonders why Kyan and Faye have not come out of the room even after so long, growing increasingly suspicious about what they might be doing. Their mother notices his restlessness and casually asks why he keeps looking at the time, suggesting that if he has something urgent, he can leave. Jay quickly denies it, steps aside, and internally decides he can't take it anymore. Thinking that Kyan and Faye are still upstairs, he resolves to go call them down to help with the dumplings. Mom agrees casually, and Jay heads upstairs. She watches him go, slightly puzzled, wondering why he seems so restless and distracted today. Jay reaches the door of Kyan's room and knocks, calling out for both Kyan and Faye. He mentions that they will be making dumplings soon and asks if they want to join. There is no immediate response, which makes him even more impatient. He knocks again, calling their names more firmly. Just then, the door opens and Faye appears first. Jay pauses, narrowing his eyes slightly, while Faye calmly steps aside. Kyan then comes into view behind him, smiling as he confirms they will come downstairs shortly. Jay exhales in frustration, clearly annoyed, and agrees before leaving. Internally, he mutters that Faye is definitely up to something and that he doesn't trust him at all. After some time, everyone gathers downstairs again. Faye prepares to leave, and he tells Kyan that he's going back. Kyan nods and replies softly that he should drive safely and adds that he will miss him. Faye smiles at that. Jay watches the interaction with clear irritation, thinking that they are behaving far too clingy for his liking. Their mother also looks on with a mix of confusion and concern, silently wondering if the two are a bit too close. Later, the scene shifts to the stage of the finals. Jay and Kyan are seated among the participants as the host steps forward and begins the official announcement for the live finale event. The atmosphere around the finals feels unusually lively, with people already reacting to everything happening between Jay, Kyan, and the others. Some of the audience members even joke online about Jay's expression, saying he looks like a proud father watching everything unfold, while others wonder if he has secretly become invested in the whole situation. A few fans even start shipping unexpected pairings based on the frequent interactions during practice matches. Amid all this, Kyan suddenly runs toward Faye as soon as he spots him. Faye calmly asks what brought him there, and Kyan replies that he came to take him home. Without hesitation, Kyan steps forward and hugs him tightly, clearly happy to see him. Faye, in return, brings out a bouquet of beautiful flowers and hands them to him. Kyan thanks him warmly, gently smelling the flowers and saying he likes them a lot. Faye then casually mentions that Kyan had hugged Louis earlier for quite a long time, as if counting the seconds. Kyan is caught off guard and asks if Faye is actually jealous of his cousin. Faye responds with a small, annoyed sound, clearly not denying it. Feeling playful, Kyan decides to tease him back. He says that if Faye is going to count his hugs, then he will give him a longer one this time, stepping in and hugging him again for an even longer moment. He asks if that is acceptable. Faye doesn't respond with words. Instead, he simply holds him back just as tightly, making it clear he has no intention of letting go so easily. After a while, they are inside a car together. The door opens briefly and Kyan suddenly becomes flustered, telling Faye to let go because the driver is still present. Faye, however, leans closer and quietly insists that a short hug is not enough, suggesting that he wants to stay like this a little longer. Jaein and Louis stand facing each other after the training match ends. The tension between them is still unresolved. Louis stumbles slightly and immediately tells Jae not to touch him. Jaein stays silent for a moment, watching him carefully. Louis looks at him and calls his name with irritation. Jaein finally responds, asking what he wants now that the match is over. Louis bitterly says that since everything is finished, he probably doesn't even consider himself his mentor anymore. He adds sharply that Jaein is just an old man who has been waiting to get rid of him anyway. Jaein reacts angrily, questioning how Louis can speak to him like that. Louis lowers his voice and says that the Tomorrow Stars competition has ended, so their mentor-student relationship is no longer needed. He implies that Jaein must be relieved to finally be free of him. Before Jaein can properly respond, Louis suddenly grabs him, looking unsteady, and mutters that he feels like he is going to be sick. Jaein immediately shifts from anger to concern, telling him to hold on and not throw up, quickly offering to take him to the restroom while trying to support him. At the same time, elsewhere, Kyan is asleep in his room. His phone suddenly starts ringing, the sound breaking the silence of the night. Kyan holds the camera in his hands, trying to calm himself. "It's just a camera, don't overthink it," he mutters. Just then, Faye walks into the room and casually asks when he woke up and whether he's hungry, mentioning that the chef has already prepared his favorite dishes. Kyan turns toward him, still distracted, and replies that he just got up. Then he lifts the camera slightly and asks why it has such a cute sticker on it. Faye answers that the camera is his, but the sticker was put there by someone else. Kyan immediately asks who. Faye steps closer, wraps his arms around him, and softly says, "A little liar." Kyan freezes for a moment. He thinks to himself, this is the first time he has ever heard Faye talk about someone with that kind of affection. A strange feeling rises in his chest. He asks, trying to sound casual, if they were close and why Faye never mentioned this person before. Faye calmly replies that yes, they were very close, and that this person means a lot to him. That answer hits Kyan harder than expected. Feeling a sudden wave of jealousy, he lightly hits Faye and says that if that person is so important, then he should just go find him. Inside, Kyan feels uneasy. Who could possibly be so important that Faye still remembers them like this?
Faye doesn't get angry.
Instead, he pulls Kyan into a gentle hug and says quietly, "He has already found him, Kyan." Then he turns on the camera. Kyan watches, confused. The device still has power, which surprises him. Does Faye charge it regularly? Faye opens a photo. On the screen is an old picture. A young boy sitting beside a slightly older child. Kyan's eyes widen. This is... His thoughts start racing. The younger child in the photo looks incredibly familiar. No, not just similar. It's exactly him. He recognizes the clothes instantly. Back then, he barely had any new clothes. He remembers that Ultraman shirt clearly. He wore it for years. His breath catches. That means, slowly, the realization begins to settle in. The important person, the little liar, the one Faye never forgot,
Was him all along.